Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Silent Orbit by James Byron Love. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this ominous sci-fi story. The observation deck of the Orbital Dynamics Laboratory was a cluttered chaos of screens, blinking indicators, and half-empty coffee cups. Dr. Elena Marquez leaned over a bank of monitors, her fingers hovering above the keyboard as though hesitating to commit to the numbers that glared back at her. The orbital debris map was a dizzying mosaic of points and trails, each one representing decades of humanity's careless neglect. Defunct satellites, spent rocket stages, fragments from collisions both minor and catastrophic. The sheer density of the clusters made her chest tighten, a physical reminder of the threat they all faced. "This is not normal," Elena muttered, her voice low but steady, trying not to let the tremor in it betray the anxiety creeping along her spine. Her colleague, Dr. Ahmed Salah, leaned against the edge of the console, sipping bitter instant coffee, eyes fixed on the same display. "Normal is subjective," he replied dryly, though the edge of concern in his tone was unmistakable. "We've been talking about a Kessler event for years, and here we are, within a hair's breadth of it. The problem isn't the theory. It's that everyone else seems allergic to actually doing anything about it." Elena rubbed the bridge of her nose. "I ran the simulation again this morning. With just the current velocity and collision probabilities, even conservative models predict exponential cascading within the next 2 months. That's 2 months before small debris alone starts hitting operational satellites like a storm of bullets. And once that starts, there's no turning back." Salah's eyes flicked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the launch bay. A Falcon-class satellite was being prepared for its routine deployment. The governments will stall. They'll squabble over jurisdiction, over liability, over who gets blamed if something goes wrong. Corporations will lobby to keep their toys in orbit. Bureaucracy is a better shield than any lead plating. A third voice cut through the tension, sharp and precise. Dr. Mariko Tanaka, the youngest member of the team, joined them at the monitors, tapping rapidly on a tablet. "I don't know why we're still arguing about politics when the physics don't negotiate. The collision cross-section isn't going to care which nation owns which satellite. One small fragment, moving at 7 kilometers per second, can tear a hole through a functioning spacecraft as if it were tissue paper." Elena turned toward her, noting the tightness around Mariko's jaw. "We all know that, Mariko. It's not the physics we need convincing of, it's the rest of the world." Mariko's hands clenched briefly. "The rest of the world isn't going to act until the first billion-dollar satellite is destroyed in a chain reaction, and even then, they'll argue over the insurance claims instead of preventing it." Salah sighed and spun the chair slightly, letting his gaze drift across the lattice of computers. "We've been experimenting with lasers for small debris," he said, voice lower, almost to himself. "Even high-powered optical systems have a margin of error that's terrifying. A tiny misalignment and you vaporize the wrong fragment, or worse, impart an unexpected trajectory to something that could then strike a communication satellite." Elena swallowed. "Which is why we've been advocating incremental debris management, careful launch trajectories, and, yes, experimental laser sweeps. But every time we present the findings, the funding board nods politely and says, 'Interesting, continue research,' while the situation inches closer to catastrophe." The room fell silent for a moment, the kind of heavy silence that only comes when professionals face a threat that is both invisible and inexorably advancing. Outside, the soft hum of life in the lab continued, the steady beep of sensors, the occasional hiss of cooling systems, the quiet chatter from engineers in the preparation area. But inside the observation deck, it was as if time itself had constricted. Elena's eyes returned to the screen. She zoomed in on one of the denser clusters, a region littered with fragments from an old communication satellite that had broken apart years ago. The simulated collision trajectories flickered across the display, predicting impacts with operational satellites in the next 6 weeks. She shivered slightly, imagining the cascading failures, the sudden blackout of communications, navigation, even weather prediction. "Have we run the projections for a controlled launch with the new laser arrays?" Mariko asked. She tapped on her tablet, pulling up a simulation of a scheduled debris sweep in the low Earth orbit. "Banned," Elena nodded. "Yes, but the efficacy is limited. Small debris under 5 centimeters can be influenced, but anything larger requires kinetic capture or avoidance maneuvers. And that's assuming the tracking data is perfect. which it never is. If just one object is off by a meter per second, it changes everything. Sala leaned forward, and that's if anyone allows a controlled launch in the first place. Nations have strict restrictions on orbital weapons, experimental lasers, and even active debris removal. Everyone wants to avoid legal or political fallout, which means our best options are theoretical. Mariko's expression darkened. Theoretical won't stop the Kessler effect. Not even half measures. When a collision happens in one dense cluster, it's like dropping a boulder into a pond. The ripples propagate outward exponentially, and suddenly you have thousands of fragments moving unpredictably. Satellites become impossible to maneuver safely. And then you're blind. Elena turned away from the screen, pressing her palms to her temples. I hate that word, blind. But it's exactly right. One misstep, one unnoticed collision, and all of our communication networks, GPS, even reconnaissance satellites could be offline within days. Humanity has built its entire infrastructure around orbit. Take that away, and Sala interrupted gently, and people panic. Systems fail, chaos spreads. We've been saying this for years, and the ones who could act haven't. Bureaucracy, corporate lobbying, national pride, all bigger than the survival of civilization. Mariko shook her head, her voice lower now. It's more than just infrastructure. Think about the psychological impact. Millions of people dependent on satellite data for everything, banking, transportation, agriculture, suddenly cut off. Even if the collapse isn't total, the perception of helplessness spreads faster than the debris itself. Panic is contagious. Elena exhaled slowly, letting her shoulders sag. Every time I watch the tracking data, I see the orbits, the clusters, the debris chains, and all I can think is how fragile it all is. Like a house of cards, and the wind is coming. We've seen warnings ignored, models dismissed, proposed mitigation plans shelved. The longer we wait, the higher the stakes. Sala glanced at his watch. Another launch is scheduled in 2 hours. Falcon Delta 7, deploying the next generation of low Earth observation satellites. If any debris is even slightly off its predicted path. He let the sentence hang in the air. Alina's lips pressed together. She felt the familiar churn of anxiety and adrenaline. We need to at least monitor the launch in real time. Every second, every fragment, every trajectory. If the Kessler effect starts, we need to know the exact moment it tips over, before the cascade becomes unstoppable. Mariko's fingers hovered above her tablet. Even then, knowing won't be enough. Observation doesn't equal control. It never has. All we can do is watch, try to influence, hope our interventions are precise. That's it. A warning tone from one of the consoles interrupted the conversation. A small fragment, the size of a basketball, had been detected on a collision course with a functioning communication satellite in a high-density orbit band. The system had calculated an evasive maneuver, but the satellite was already operational. The computer recommended an emergency adjustment. Elena leaned in closer. Calculate the trajectory and the delta V needed to avoid it, she instructed. Her voice was steady, but her hands shook slightly. Every operator in the room was trained for moments like this, yet no amount of training mitigated the tension of watching pieces of metal move at thousands of kilometers per hour with no margin for error. Mariko's eyes flicked between screens. Her voice clipped. Adjustment feasible, but the satellite is near its fuel limit. Any additional maneuver compromises long-term stability. We can avoid immediate collision, but at what cost? Sala rubbed his temples. We are juggling doom with tongs. Elena ignored the sarcasm. Do it anyway. Anything to prevent this chain from starting. The risk is already high, but the alternative, inaction, is catastrophic. For the next 10 minutes, the team worked in tight, synchronized motions. Keystrokes, calculations, and verbal confirmations bounced between the three scientists as the satellite performed the evasive maneuver with millimeter precision. The fragment passed harmlessly, its orbit continuing past the protective cone of human technology. The room exhaled collectively. Elena pressed her forehead to the console and muttered, "We only just survived. For now." Sala's voice was quieter, almost contemplative. "For now. And tomorrow, it will be another fragment, another satellite. Until the political and bureaucratic paralysis ends, we are merely delaying the inevitable." Mariko tapped on her tablet again, eyes narrowing. "I keep thinking, if we don't act soon, what happens when one of these collisions triggers multiple debris fields at once? When the chain reaction accelerates beyond any mitigation strategy? Elena looked up at her, a chill settling into her bones. Then humanity realizes how fragile we really are, and that the sky we take for granted, our orbit, our control over it, is an illusion. Every piece of metal we put up there, every satellite we launch, it's a gamble. And the house of cards is taller than we ever imagined. The three scientists sat in silence, the hum of equipment filling the void between them. Outside, the launch bay prepared the next satellite, oblivious to the tension in the room above. Humanity's reach for the stars had always been ambitious, but at this moment, that ambition felt dangerously thin, as if it could be snuffed out by a single miscalculated orbit. And above them, Earth's orbit, a chaotic ballet of debris and satellites, waited with cold indifference. The early morning light in the Orbital Dynamics Laboratory was pale and diffuse, cutting through the industrial gray of the observation deck like a hesitant promise. Dr. Elena Marquez leaned back in her chair, rubbing the tight muscles of her neck, her mind still spinning from the adrenaline surge of the previous near-collision alert. The screens in front of her displayed a live orbital map, thousands of fragments and operational satellites crisscrossing at speeds that defied intuitive comprehension. Every dot was a potential disaster, and the memory of the basketball-sized fragment that had narrowly missed the communications satellite made her chest tighten. Dr. Ahmed Saleh was pacing behind her, the rhythmic sound of his steps a stark contrast to the silent hum of the consoles. "You know, Elena, it's ironic," he said, his tone edged with exhaustion, "that we've spent decades perfecting our ability to put things into orbit, to maintain communication, navigation, even surveillance. And now all of it feels precarious, fragile, like a painting on a wall in a hurricane." Elena didn't look up. "Fragile isn't the half of it. The thing is, we understand the physics. We know the vectors, the velocities, the collision probabilities. What we can't predict is the human factor. The bureaucracy, the lobbying, the endless debates about who owns what and who is responsible for the risk. And that's what makes this so terrifying. The science is exact. The humans are not." Saleh stopped pacing and leaned against the edge of her console. "It's maddening. Every month we submit reports, simulations, risk assessments, and what happens? The funding board nods politely, issues vague statements about continued research, and then nothing. Launches continue as if the orbital environment were a static playground, immune to human error and natural decay." Mariko Tanaka, sitting at the secondary console, didn't look up from her tablet, fingers dancing over the screen as she recalculated debris trajectories for the coming weeks. "And the worst part," she said quietly, "is that we are the ones who understand just how small the margin for error is. The rest of the world treats satellites like indestructible toys. One collision, and the cascade will move faster than they can even comprehend." Elena finally straightened, her eyes meeting Mariko's over the rim of her glasses. "It isn't just the satellites, Mariko. It's the infrastructure, the psychological dependency of humanity on these systems. GPS, communications, weather monitoring, emergency services. Entire industries and millions of lives depend on orbital technology. We are standing at the edge of a precipice, and the world is busy arguing about political jurisdiction and insurance claims." Mariko's hand stilled over the tablet. "I can model the next 6 weeks with current trajectories. It's disturbing. Even conservative estimates show that if a single larger fragment breaks apart, the number of resulting pieces will trigger a domino effect we cannot control. Satellites will start disappearing, and with each one, the margin for safety shrinks." Saleh shook his head, frustration evident in the tension around his eyes. "It's bureaucratic paralysis, plain and simple. Governments blame each other. Corporations lobby to preserve their investments. International treaties are cited and recited as if quoting them will somehow prevent disaster. Meanwhile, every orbit is getting more congested, more volatile." Elena swiveled slightly in her chair, trying to focus on the live telemetry feed. "We can't prevent all collisions, not with current technology. But we could delay the cascade, maybe prevent the initial triggers. That's our responsibility, Ahmed. But we need authority, funding, and, more than anything, the willingness of decision-makers to act." Mariko's voice was barely above a whisper now, but there was an edge of urgency. "If the Kessler syndrome initiates, even a week's delay in mitigation could mean thousands of lost satellites. One miscalculation, one ignored warning, and the sky above humanity will become hostile. Not metaphorically, hostile in a physical sense. Every piece of debris a bullet, every collision a potential catastrophe. Sala moved closer to the screens, pointing at a dense cluster of fragments near geostationary orbit. Here, look at this. These fragments aren't even large, individually, but their combined trajectories intersect with high-value satellites. If a collision happens, the kinetic energy released will scatter additional debris into other orbits. It's exponential, and no one else seems to grasp just how quickly this can spiral. Elena pressed her lips together, staring at the projection. I've been running mental scenarios for weeks, Ahmed. I wake up thinking about what happens if the first domino falls. Communication networks fail, GPS goes offline, weather monitoring becomes impossible, and people don't understand until they're already affected. The panic, the economic disruption, entire nations could be caught flat-footed. Sala's eyes softened, a brief flash of shared dread between the two scientists. And then, of course, the psychological toll. Humanity's dependence on orbit is invisible until it's gone. People will feel blind, powerless. The realization that we're utterly dependent on these machines that can be destroyed by mere fragments, that realization itself could cause chaos. Mariko tapped the tablet again, pulling up an animated projection of multiple potential collisions in low Earth orbit over the next 30 days. Here, she said, pointing at the swirling mass of dots, if any of these intersect prematurely, it will cascade through hundreds of operational satellites. We can simulate avoidance for one or two, but beyond that, it's uncontrolled. Elena leaned over, her eyes narrowing. Exactly. And the fact that avoidance requires precision fuel management, minute delta V adjustments, and perfect timing means that even small errors can exacerbate the problem. Satellites are not autonomous enough to handle this on their own. They rely on our calculations, our commands. And we are humans, prone to error, overworked, underfunded, and ignored by those who hold the power to prevent disaster. Sala's voice lowered. I keep thinking about the launches scheduled for this week. Each one increases the complexity, adds more potential collision points. The longer we wait to implement real mitigation, the more dangerous it becomes. Eventually, it will reach a point where even with perfect tracking and maneuvers, avoiding a chain reaction may be impossible. Mariko's eyes flicked between the tablet and the main monitor. And the irony is that the satellites we're launching are supposed to improve observation, early detection, debris management. Yet every addition, every increment, adds to the congestion. It's a paradox. Our solutions contribute to the very problem they are meant to fix. Elena pressed her hands to her face, feeling the pressure behind her eyes. And that's why we keep running these scenarios. We know what's coming. We see the physics, the numbers, the probabilities. But no one else does, or if they do, they don't care enough to act. The room fell silent for a moment, the hum of cooling systems and distant mechanical noises filling the void. Then Sala spoke again, more softly. It's maddening, isn't it, to understand the danger fully and be powerless to enforce the solution. To watch, to calculate, to predict, and still have to wait for permission from the very people whose indecision could doom everything. Mariko's fingers drummed lightly on the tablet. Sometimes I wonder if the world will ever understand until the first real disaster occurs. And by then, it may be too late. The Kessler effect isn't forgiving. It doesn't negotiate. It doesn't wait for committees or meetings. It just happens, and all you can do is react. Elena exhaled slowly, letting her gaze drift to the window overlooking the launch bay. The technicians were preparing the next satellite, oblivious to the tension and dread in the observation deck above. She imagined the satellite in orbit, a fragile metal shell hurtling through a chaotic sea of debris, every fragment a potential threat, every miscalculation a possible disaster. Sala's voice broke her reverie. We can keep running simulations, we can refine our models, we can calculate every possible trajectory. But ultimately, the world outside this room will determine whether we survive or not. And right now, the world seems content to watch and wait, as if orbital catastrophe were someone else's problem. Mariko's tone was quieter, almost resigned. We're the first line of awareness, and possibly the last line of hope. But hope alone isn't enough. Action is what's needed. And action requires cooperation, funding, and political will, the very things humanity is incapable of summoning quickly enough. Elena looked at both of them, the weight of their shared understanding settling over the trio like a heavy blanket. Then all we could do is watch. Monitor, predict, prepare, and hope that anyone, listens before the first collision triggers the cascade. Before the sky above becomes something we can no longer control. Outside, the Earth's orbit continued its relentless dance, fragments and satellites moving at impossible speeds, indifferent to human concern. Within the observation deck, 3 scientists sat, minds racing, hearts heavy, facing the sobering truth that the world they knew was built on a foundation as fragile as the debris-strewn sky itself. The observation deck hummed with a tense energy, the monitors casting a bluish glow over the tired faces of the team. Dr. Elena Marquez leaned over the main console, eyes scanning the live orbital feed. Every dot, every streak of light, represented a fragment of humanity's technological past. Shards of satellites, remnants of rocket stages, even pieces of launch fairings. Some fragments moved predictably, tracing the paths calculated months ago, but others tumbled erratically, spinning in ways that defied simple modeling. The unpredictability gnawed at her concentration. "Look at this," Elena murmured, pointing to a cluster of fragments that had suddenly shifted course. Something just collided. Tiny pieces, but enough to alter multiple trajectories. "See how the vectors are cascading?" Dr. Emma Liu, sitting beside her, adjusted the zoom on her monitor. Her dark hair fell into her eyes as she traced the paths of the fragments with a stylus. "Yes, and that one fragment," she said, voice tight, "the one just off the trajectory of the 2009 weather satellite. It wasn't in our catalog. I swear it just appeared out of nowhere." Rajiv Kapoor, pacing behind the team, leaned over Emma's shoulder. His posture was taut, impatient, every motion radiating urgency. "Out of nowhere? We've logged everything in that orbital band. How can something just appear?" Emma shook her head. "Not appear, exactly, but it must have been small enough to evade tracking, or we misclassified it. Either way, it's on a collision course with the satellite. That satellite has minimal fuel left. Any evasive maneuver is risky." Lena Ortiz, seated at the adjacent console, frowned as she reviewed the trajectory calculations. Her fingers moved methodically across the keyboard, each keystroke precise, deliberate. "We can calculate a correction vector, but with the satellite's fuel constraints, we're looking at one attempt at most. Miscalculate, and we may accelerate the problem rather than prevent it." Rajiv slammed his hand against the side of the console, startling both Elena and Emma. "We can't just wait for precision. That's how these things cascade. I say we predict the likely impact points and preemptively adjust the orbit. Even an approximate nudge could save the satellite and prevent secondary collisions." Lena's eyes narrowed, her voice cool and measured. "Bold moves increase risk. Precision is required. One misalignment, and we're compounding the danger." Rajiv. Emma rubbed her temples, exhaustion and anxiety threading through her movements. "And even if we do everything right," she said quietly, "there's the bigger problem. Political will, funding, approval for experimental maneuvers or ground-based laser interventions. By the time anyone signs off, the collision could already be underway. I don't see how we can act fast enough." Elena pinched the bridge of her nose, trying to suppress the rising tension in her chest. "Then we need to be proactive. Let's run the simulations, trajectory corrections, laser nudges, even adjusting upcoming launch windows. We have to model every feasible mitigation strategy. We may not have the power to implement all of them immediately, but we need to know our options before it's too late." The team's focus sharpened. Lena typed rapidly, inputting data on the aging weather satellite and its current fuel reserves. Her calculations were deliberate, almost surgical, factoring in the satellite's current velocity, the predicted path of the rogue fragment, and the tiniest variations in orbital mechanics. She muttered to herself as numbers scrolled past, a quiet undercurrent of obsession threading through her concentration. Rajiv leaned closer, tapping on the tablet beside him. "Look here. If we consider not just the immediate collision but the likely dispersal of fragments, we can identify secondary risk zones. From there, we can propose minor trajectory shifts for nearby satellites, using the few centimeters per second delta V they have left. It's high risk, but at least it's proactive." Emma's eyes flicked between Rajiv and Lena. "High risk isn't the issue. The issue is whether anyone outside this room will allow these maneuvers. Adjusting launch windows, nudging satellites with experimental lasers. Do you think the approval board will let us touch a single satellite without months of deliberation?" Lena's fingers paused mid-keystroke, her face calm but her jaw tight. It's not about their approval right now. It's about knowing what we can do. If we don't know, we're reacting blindly. Precision comes from preparation, not permission. Elena leaned forward, resting her forehead against her hand, trying to steady her thoughts. The fatigue of the past week pressed down on her, the long hours tracking fragment paths and running endless simulations leaving a dull ache behind her eyes. She thought about the hundreds of satellites in orbit, each one a lifeline for Earth-bound infrastructure. Communications, navigation, agriculture, military surveillance, all depended on these fragile constructs. And the rogue fragment Emma had identified threatened one of the oldest operational satellites, a linchpin in weather forecasting networks. The orbital map pulsed, showing the fragment closing in. Each second stretched, every movement amplified in importance. Rajiv's finger traced the potential trajectory of the fragment across the screen, stopping at the intersection with the aging satellite. We can't afford hesitation. We need a recommendation immediately. Emma's eyes darted to the monitor, then to Elena. Recommendation? Yes, but let's be clear about the probabilities. Fuel is limited, so any maneuver must be calculated to millimeter precision. Even a minor misstep and the satellite could be lost entirely. And if that happens, the cascade risk multiplies. Lena's voice was firm, resolute, yet tinged with an unspoken tension. Then we run every simulation possible. Delta V vectors, laser impulses, orbit adjustments. We map the risk for each scenario and prepare contingency recommendations. Our job isn't just to react, it's to anticipate every plausible outcome. Rajiv leaned back, exhaling sharply. Anticipate. Yes, but the question is speed. Time is collapsing around this fragment. Every second counts. While you're calculating with surgical precision, the satellite is hurtling toward its potential doom. Do you understand how narrow our margin is? Emma turned to him sharply, eyes wide, frustration evident. Narrow doesn't begin to describe it. We're talking about fractions of a second, centimeters of movement, and the political machinery won't even begin to process these recommendations until it's too late. You think bold guesses will save us? Bold guesses may destroy everything. Elena raised a hand, interrupting the tension-filled back and forth. Enough. We are running simulations. We are mapping every trajectory. We are calculating every feasible mitigation. And we will be ready to recommend actions the instant the data allows. Obsess over the precision, prepare for bold moves, and document every alternative. That's our responsibility. The rest is outside this room, and we can't control it. Fingers flew over keyboards, eyes flicked between screens, and the orbital map continued to update in real time. Each fragment, each satellite, each potential intersection demanded relentless attention. Elena felt a fatigue gnawing at her mind. Emma's jaw was tight from tension, and Rajiv's impatience made the room feel smaller, more claustrophobic. Lena typed numbers, recalculated vectors, and cross-referenced historical debris logs, her focus absolute. The fragment Emma had detected drew closer to the aging weather satellite. Its trajectory shifted slightly with the gravitational influences of nearby debris. Lena's calculations predicted fuel constraints and maneuver timing down to the centimeter. Rajiv pointed to an intersection point further along the orbit, raising his eyebrows in alarm. That's the next high-risk zone if the first adjustment fails. Emma bit her lip, scrolling rapidly through a list of potential collision fragments. If that first maneuver goes even slightly off, we're looking at multiple collisions across the orbit band. We'll have no room to correct subsequent satellites. The cascade multiplies too fast. Elena leaned closer to the main console, tracing vectors with a stylus. Then we double-check everything. Every fragment, every satellite, every delta V calculation. The margin for error is microscopic. We run the scenarios for fuel-limited satellites, for potential debris dispersal, for any plausible misalignment. Nothing can be ignored. The room settled into a tense rhythm. Keystrokes, numerical entries, and soft murmurings of probability calculations filled the air. Sweat beaded on foreheads, shoulders hunched in concentration, eyes flicking between live telemetry and simulation outputs. Each tiny fragment was a potential disaster, and tracking every single one became a near-obsessive task. Emma muttered under her breath as she input another correction vector. One miscalculation and we're finished. Lena's voice cut through her own muttering, steady and unyielding. Then we calculate better. We calculate harder. That's all we can do. Rajiv's gaze lingered on the orbital map, noting clusters of fragments with unpredictable trajectories, their spinning, tumbling motion defying simple simulation. He said nothing, but his tension was palpable, each muscle rigid, ready to react to the next anomaly. The fragment Emma had flagged continued its silent approach toward the aging satellite, spinning in its unpredictable orbit, every second decreasing the time available for human calculation and intervention. Fingers flew over keyboards, eyes narrowed, and the team persisted, obsessive in their focus, tethered to the relentless logic of orbital mechanics and the fragile lifelines of humanity's machines above. The chatter from the secure communication channels was fragmented, a jigsaw puzzle of data, warnings, and conflicting reports. Elena scrolled through the incoming messages, her eyes narrowing as she realized the gaps were not accidental. Several foreign monitoring stations had provided incomplete orbital logs. Some positions were vaguely reported, others obscured entirely. The fragment trajectories they relied on for predictive modeling were incomplete. "Look at this," Elena said, tapping the screen to enlarge a 3D orbital map. Station reports from the Northern Hemisphere, China, Russia, even some European programs, either reporting or sending intentionally vague data. "We don't know the full picture of the debris field." Rajiv leaned over her shoulder, his expression taut. "Intentionally vague? You're suggesting deception?" "Not all of it," Elena replied, her voice measured, but tense. "Some may be errors, some may be national security protocols. But any uncertainty, any missing data, throws off our entire predictive model. One unreported satellite or fragment in the wrong orbit, and it's enough to trigger cascading collisions." Emma scrolled through the incoming logs with a frown. "And it's not just governments. Private corporations launching communications and observation satellites without reporting full telemetry. Even some of the stealth military satellites are slipping under the radar, literally. Every launch adds complexity to an already volatile orbital environment." Lena Ortiz, seated across the table, rubbed her temples. "We've spent months calibrating our simulations to account for the uncertainties we can measure. But now we're blind to half the players in orbit. Even if our calculations are perfect for our satellites and known debris, international negligence could ruin everything. One collision from a mismanaged launch anywhere, one satellite untracked or misreported, and the Kessler cascade accelerates." Rajiv ran a hand through his hair, exasperation clear in his movements. "And the rest of the world doesn't seem to care. Everyone's focused on their own programs. Military reconnaissance, corporate contracts, scientific missions, none of it coordinated. The Kessler effect isn't national, it's global. A single misstep from a rival program jeopardizes everyone." Elena's voice was low, almost a whisper, but sharp with frustration. "We've been warning for years. The problem is shared, but no one acts like it. Each country protects its interests, hides its weaknesses, and hopes others will compensate. There's no incentive for transparency, no incentive for coordination. And the longer this goes unchecked, the more fragile the orbital environment becomes." Emma leaned back, rubbing her eyes. "You realize what this means, right? Even if we do everything perfectly here, track our debris, adjust our satellites, plan mitigation maneuvers, the rest of the orbit could be a ticking time bomb. A misaligned booster from a private launch, a forgotten fragment from an old military satellite, it could wipe out weeks of careful planning in seconds." Lena tapped on her tablet, overlaying orbital data from multiple nations with their own logs. She shook her head, the motion subtle but heavy with tension. "I keep thinking about the potential domino effect. We may anticipate collisions for our satellites, but if there's misreported or concealed debris elsewhere, the models fail. Precise calculations mean nothing if the data is incomplete. Human capability meets its limit when cooperation collapses." Rajiv leaned closer, voice low but urgent. "So what? We just sit here and wait for someone else's mistake to destroy everything?" "The problem is global, but the responsibility is diffuse. Everyone assumes someone else is managing it. And when no one is actually doing the work," Emma interrupted sharply, "then everything collapses. And it won't be gradual. One satellite breaks. Fragments scatter. A chain reaction begins, and suddenly no one has control." Elena pressed her palms to her face, exhaling slowly. "That's exactly why we obsess over every fragment we can track. Every simulation, every projected maneuver, every potential collision is an act of damage control against the unknown. But even our best efforts are only a patch on a system that relies on global cooperation that doesn't exist." Lena's eyes stayed on the 3D map, tracking the tangled web of known and partially known orbits. And we can't force transparency. Nations guard military satellites. Corporations guard proprietary technology. Our hands are tied. We can predict, we can suggest maneuvers, but the orbit itself doesn't negotiate with our intentions. Rajiv's shoulders slumped slightly, his voice quieter now. Helplessness. That's the word I was trying to avoid. But yeah, even the smartest humans, the fastest calculations, the most sophisticated satellites, powerless in the face of global negligence. One mismanaged orbit anywhere affects all of us. Emma leaned forward, tracing the trajectory of an obscure, recently launched reconnaissance satellite from an uncooperative nation. See this? If this booster stage decays even slightly off course, it's intersecting with 3 high-density debris fields in the next month. Our simulations can't cover every possible adjustment it could make. We'll never get advance warning if they hide the real orbit. We can only react. Elena nodded, tension tightening her chest. And reacting is getting harder. Every unreported launch, every vague log, every hidden satellite complicates everything. We can manage our patch of space, we can track and predict for what we know, but the rest? Chaos waiting to happen. Lena's fingers moved over the console, overlaying orbital predictions with potential collision windows. It's an intricate system, delicate, shared, and yet we treat it like a collection of independent possessions. Nations and corporations see satellites as theirs, but orbit is not a territory, it's a shared environment. Fragile and unforgiving. Rajiv stared at the glowing orbits, fragments and satellites spinning, intersecting, and tumbling in a complex ballet. The more I look at it, the more I realize we're not managing debris. We're babysitting an illusion of control, and as long as other players ignore the rules, or bend them for advantage, everything we do is provisional, temporary, and vulnerable. Emma tapped rapidly on her tablet, adjusting the parameters for the weather satellite's upcoming maneuvers in the context of incomplete data from other nations. We can make precise calculations for what we can see, but we don't know what we can't see. Missing information, obfuscation, negligence. It's a constant risk. And it only takes one mistake to start the cascade. Alina's eyes remained fixed on the chaotic map. The orbital dance above Earth was no longer just an engineering problem. It was a reflection of human ambition, secrecy, and discord. The more they tried to impose order, the more apparent it became that the environment was a shared responsibility, and humans had yet to act like responsible stewards. Lena pressed a hand against her forehead, tapping a finger on the trajectory of a fragment from a concealed military satellite. We are capable, brilliant, capable, precise, but all of that only matters if the rest of the orbit cooperates. And clearly, it doesn't. Rajiv's voice was soft now, a murmur amidst the constant hum of monitoring systems. So, even the best calculations, the most precise maneuvers, the fastest alerts, might still be meaningless. Helplessness isn't just a feeling anymore. It's a structural reality. Emma's gaze stayed on the glowing tracks of satellites and debris. And all we can do is watch, track, calculate, react. Because we don't control the environment, we only inhabit it. And in this environment, any misstep by anyone, anywhere, can cascade across the globe, invisible until it's too late. Night had fallen over the Orbital Dynamics Laboratory, the city below twinkling through the wide observation windows like a collection of distant stars. Inside, the room was bathed in the cold, electronic glow of the monitors. Thousands of points of light traced their paths across simulated orbital maps, each representing a piece of technology hurtling through space at velocities that defied intuitive understanding. The patterns were mesmerizing, terrifying, and impossibly intricate. Dr. Elena Marquez leaned back in her chair, rubbing her eyes. Fatigue tugged at the edges of her mind, a dull ache from hours of tracking and recalculating fragment trajectories. She had the sense of being caught in a storm with no safe harbor. Every blinking dot was a potential disaster. We can't afford to underestimate any single fragment, she said softly, almost to herself. Even a softball-sized piece from a decades-old rocket stage can cascade into hundreds of collisions. Rajiv Kapoor's hands were clenched on the console edge. We've run the simulations for every cluster we know about, he said, voice tense. Worst-case scenarios. If one of these dense clusters triggers a chain reaction, launches could be crippled for decades. Operational satellites destroyed. Communications down for months, possibly years in some sectors. The ripple effect would be global. Emma Lou leaned forward, her fingers tapping nervously against the keyboard as she ran yet another collision probability algorithm. It's hard to even conceptualize the scale. Look at the orbital density here. She gestured to the simulation feed. Every satellite we rely on, weather, navigation, communications, reconnaissance, if one collision happens here, it spreads unpredictably. And with limited fuel on some older satellites, maneuvering options are minimal. Humanity's lifelines are so fragile. Lena Ortiz sat slightly apart, methodical as ever, scrolling through the compiled data from multiple orbital tracking systems. Her face was pale under the blue light, lips pressed in a firm line. She spoke slowly, deliberately, as if each word carried the weight of uncountable calculations. We need to prepare a report, one that clearly explains to decision-makers just how immediate and severe the risk is. Political delays, corporate secrecy, jurisdictional disputes, they all compound the danger. The longer action is delayed, the more likely a chain reaction becomes inevitable. Elena turned toward Lena. Do you think they'll read it? Really read it? Even when presented with simulations of catastrophic outcomes? Lena didn't respond immediately. Her fingers moved deftly across the keyboard, assembling a detailed, step-by-step summary of the orbital risks. They have to. The evidence is overwhelming. But we cannot assume comprehension equals action. That's why the report must be explicit. Highlight the clusters at highest risk, potential cascading collisions, the limited fuel margins, and the projected downtime of operational satellites. Spell it out. Nothing abstract. Rajiv slammed his hand lightly against the console. Explicit doesn't matter if they ignore the political implications. Governments will argue, corporations will lobby, and international coordination will stall. We're already limited by incomplete tracking from foreign stations. One misreported satellite, one hidden fragment, and all our careful planning is null. Emma let out a sharp exhale, her voice tight. Exactly. And don't forget public perception. If a collision occurs and people lose access to GPS, communications, or even basic weather data, panic spreads faster than any piece of debris. We're not just talking about satellites. We're talking about a society that assumes technological omnipotence. And right now, we can't guarantee protection. The team sat in tense silence for a few moments, eyes fixed on the orbital maps, the scattered debris points rotating in a ballet that was anything but graceful. Each passing second brought fragments closer to potential intersections. The hum of computers and the soft whir of cooling systems were the only sounds, punctuated by occasional clicks and murmurs as the team adjusted simulation parameters or cross-checked orbital elements. Elena broke the silence. We've done everything we can in terms of tracking and calculation. Every fragment, every cluster, every satellite. The problem is systemic. Without immediate coordinated action across nations, corporations, and agencies, we're facing an inevitable cascade. Lena's fingers hovered over the keyboard as she drafted the report. I'll leave it on the secure network. Detailed charts, risk assessments, worst-case simulations, and recommended mitigation strategies. It's comprehensive. I'll make sure they understand that incremental measures are no longer sufficient. The window for containment is closing rapidly. Rajiv ran a hand over his face, voice low and taut. And yet, they'll debate. They'll negotiate, argue over funding, liability, jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the orbit gets denser. The probability of collision rises. It's maddening. Emma's gaze stayed on the simulation feed, tracking the slow convergence of two high-density debris clusters. Even our best mitigation plans assume cooperation that doesn't exist. Without it, everything is provisional. We can delay disaster in small pockets, maybe, but we can't prevent it globally unless action is taken immediately. Elena leaned forward, eyes narrowing as she followed the path of the weather satellite identified earlier. The predicted collision probability ticked upward with each simulated day. And the world is blind to it. They don't see the fragments spinning above them, the delicate balance we maintain with every calculation, every adjustment. They take orbit for granted because it's invisible. That invisibility is dangerous. Lena typed rapidly, assembling the final sections of her report, executive summaries, projected timelines of cascade scenarios, potential satellite losses by region, and contingency strategies for partial mitigation. The report must not just inform, she said quietly, it must convey urgency. Otherwise, it becomes another document on a shelf, and that shelf is the prelude to disaster. Rajiv slumped back in his chair, fatigue and tension etched into his features. Urgency is useless if no one can enforce it. We can scream warnings, produce simulations, even predict chain reactions down to the hour. But without coordination, without transparency, without shared responsibility, it doesn't matter. We're observers in a system that doesn't care. Emma leaned forward again, scanning another orbital track. We track, we calculate, we alert. That's all we can do. The orbit doesn't negotiate. It doesn't wait for political consensus. It doesn't care about deadlines, budgets, or national pride. It just exists. And when it decides to shift, to collide, to cascade, humans are powerless to intervene in time. The monitors glowed steadily, thousands of satellites, fragments, and debris points forming intricate webs around the Earth. Lines of potential collision flashed intermittently as algorithms projected future interactions. Each flash carried the weight of potential global disruption, a silent reminder of fragility and dependence. Elena leaned back, feeling the pull of exhaustion but unable to tear her gaze away. She spoke softly, almost to herself, a whisper of acknowledgement to the unrelenting data. Every calculation, every alert, every report, a lifeline stretched over chaos. And still, the world beyond these walls may not respond until it's too late. Lena's fingers hovered for a moment over the send command for her report. She pressed it finally, a deliberate act of record and warning. Done, she said. All the risks, every detail. If they choose to act, there's a path. If not, we've documented the inevitability. Rajiv rubbed his face again, voice low. I keep thinking about what it will feel like when the first unavoidable collision happens. Weeks, maybe decades of infrastructure in seconds. And we'll have calculated it, simulated it, warned everyone, and it won't matter until the fragments start falling. Emma stayed at her station, tapping quickly on her tablet to update the simulations with new predicted trajectories. We're staring at the fragility of the entire orbital ecosystem, she said, almost as a mantra. It's a house of cards, and the slightest misstep by anyone on Earth can bring it down. Outside, the city's lights stretched toward the horizon, oblivious to the spinning chaos above. Inside, the team remained at their stations, eyes glued to monitors, minds tethered to orbits, collisions, and probabilities. Every second brought new data, new potential disasters, new decisions that carried global consequences. The room was vast, fortified, and sterile in its grandeur. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked a cityscape dotted with embassies and government buildings, though no natural light penetrated the conference hall itself. Thick blinds and recessed lighting maintained control over every visual variable. The walls were lined with monitors displaying live feeds of orbital simulations, satellite telemetry, and projected debris paths. Delegates from spacefaring nations filled the semicircular rows of seats, each marked with discrete flags and placards, their polished suits and crisp uniforms a sharp contrast to the glowing, chaotic data floating in the screens before them. At the head of the room, Ambassador Kuroda of Japan tapped his fingers lightly on the polished oak table, scanning the gathered representatives. His posture was impeccable, eyes bright with a mixture of curiosity and determination. Every so often, he glanced at the holographic display hovering in front of him, showing the thousands of pieces of debris orbiting Earth like a metallic storm. General Martinez, military advisor for the United States, shifted in his chair. His uniform bore ribbons and insignias representing decades of service, but his focus was entirely on the strategic implications of the data before them. He muttered under his breath, barely audible, "If a collision happens in this zone, we lose not just satellites, we lose the upper hand entirely." From halfway around the world, Dr. Lena Morales and Rajiv Singh appeared on the large, high-definition screens along the conference walls. Their faces, tired but resolute, were framed by the dim glow of the Orbital Dynamics Laboratory, a stark contrast to the formal splendor of the room. Rajiv's laptop sat in front of him, its screen filled with cascading simulations, while Lena gestured toward projected orbital models. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lena began, voice steady, cutting through the low murmur of conversation. "We have reached a critical density of orbital debris. Our simulations show that without immediate mitigation, the probability of a chain reaction rises sharply within the next 12 months. These collisions will not be localized. They will propagate unpredictably, affecting operational satellites across all major orbits." Rajiv's voice took over for a moment, tapping on the simulation interface to highlight clusters of dense debris. This model accounts for every known fragment, including objects under 5 centimeters. While smaller than our operational satellites, these fragments can cause catastrophic damage due to the velocity at which they travel. Even a single high-speed collision in a high-density orbit band can trigger cascading impacts, which then accelerates exponentially. A polite ripple of murmured acknowledgments passed through the room. Ambassador Kuroda nodded slightly, fingers steepled. "Thank you, Dr. Morales." Dr. Singh. "Your data is comprehensive, and your analysis is thorough. However," he paused, choosing each word carefully, "we must weigh technological solutions against financial feasibility and strategic priorities. Japan is willing to invest in mitigation technologies, but we must ensure cooperation from other nations to implement any large-scale project." General Martinez leaned forward, his elbows resting on the polished table. "Strategic advantage cannot be overlooked. If we adjust orbital paths or conduct large-scale debris removal, we need to ensure our operational satellites remain unaffected. Every action has a tactical consequence, and we cannot compromise national security for the sake of global coordination." From the corner of the conference hall, a private aerospace executive cleared his throat, adjusting the cuff of his tailored suit. "Excuse me, if I may interject," he said smoothly, voice measured. "Our company is prepared to deploy a new constellation of communication satellites, but any restrictive global regulations could prevent us from capitalizing on launch windows. Profitability and progress cannot be ignored in the face of bureaucratic delays." Lena's eyes narrowed, the tension rising behind her calm exterior. "With all due respect," she said, voice firm, "this is not a matter of profit or prestige. It's a matter of survival. The Kessler effect is real, it's imminent, and every delay increases the probability of a catastrophic cascade. Operational considerations, yes, but they cannot outweigh the risk of losing all satellites. We cannot negotiate physics." A wave of polite nodding followed, but few eyes stayed fixed on the screens showing the orbital simulations. Delegates whispered among themselves, shifting papers, checking notes. Ambassador Kuroda's calm, precise voice returned, attempting to mediate. "We understand the urgency, Dr. Morales. We do, but implementation requires consensus. National security, corporate interests, and international law all play roles in what actions can be taken. We cannot simply act unilaterally without risking diplomatic incidents." General Martinez's jaw tightened. "Consensus is a luxury. Action delayed is action denied. If debris collision starts, the consequences will be immediate, worldwide, and catastrophic. We must weigh that against protocol and bureaucracy. Which failure costs more lives? Inaction carries consequences just as severe as miscalculation." Rajiv tapped on his laptop, quietly updating projected collision timelines in real time, his eyes flicking between Lena's feed in the high-density orbital clusters. "Even if we assume compliance from all parties," he murmured to Lena, voice only partially audible over the remote connection, "delays of even a few months give the chain reaction enough time to make mitigation nearly impossible. If one satellite in a foreign orbit is mismanaged, everything we simulate here could unravel. It's like juggling knives in a hurricane." Lena exhaled slowly, trying to maintain composure. "I know," she replied, voice low but steady. "And yet they're talking about budgets, committees, and liabilities. The data is here, the models are precise, and the risk is quantifiable. And still, we're being drowned in bureaucracy." Ambassador Kuroda interjected once more, fingers drumming lightly on the table. "Dr. Morales, Dr. Singh, your presentations are compelling, and we appreciate your expertise. However, the question before us is coordination. Implementation requires negotiation, agreement on funding, and assurance of compliance across all parties. We cannot risk unilateral action in sensitive orbits." General Martinez's tone sharpened. "Coordination is only meaningful if it happens immediately. Every minute of delay increases risk. Do you understand that this isn't a theoretical exercise? Every piece of metal up there has the potential to set off a global cascade. We're talking about infrastructure, communication networks, and even strategic satellites. Inaction is not neutral, it is complicit in disaster." The private aerospace executive shifted in his chair, voice measured but firm. "I understand the concern, but our company cannot operate under uncertain legal frameworks. Liability must be clearly defined. If a satellite is accidentally impacted during debris mitigation, who is held responsible? The complexity of orbital law and international agreements makes rapid action difficult. Lena's frustration built but was tempered by professionalism. Legal frameworks can be adjusted. Liability can be negotiated. But the physical reality of orbital collisions does not wait for committees or contracts. Every day of delay increases the probability of irreversible damage. Our simulations show clusters reaching critical density in as little as 10 months. That's less than a year to act decisively. Rajiv's eyes flicked again to the live feed. It's worse than that. Political priorities will slow even minor mitigation efforts. The schedules for launches, adjustments, or laser sweeps will be debated, contested, and possibly vetoed. In the meantime, the debris keeps moving, spinning, colliding. Time is not on anyone's side. Ambassador Kuroda offered a small nod, diplomatic as ever. We hear you, and your concern is clear. I assure you that Japan will advocate for swift international consultation. But let us also acknowledge the realities of governance. No single nation, corporation, or agency can impose immediate changes on the orbital ecosystem without risking unintended consequences. Emma Chen, observing remotely from the radar systems console, adjusted her monitor to highlight clusters near operational satellites. Her brow furrowed as she whispered to Lena and Rajiv. Every argument about protocol, funding, or liability delays action. Meanwhile, high-density orbits inch closer to tipping points. We're not just managing satellites anymore. We're watching the future unravel one fragment at a time. The room buzzed with polite murmurs, papers shuffled, diplomatic protocols carefully observed. Lena and Rajiv exchanged a glance over the video feed, shared tension written plainly in their eyes. The simulations continued to rotate in real time behind them. Thousands of objects spinning silently waiting for human indecision to create opportunity for chaos. Lena whispered to Rajiv, voice tight with exasperation. They see numbers, graphs, projections, but do they understand the consequences of delay? Do they really understand? Rajiv shook his head slightly. Not until the first collision happens. And even then, they'll debate accountability and liability before acknowledging reality. By then, mitigation might be impossible. Ambassador Kuroda stood, straightening his posture. If there are no further questions, the summit will adjourn for the day. Recommendations and proposals will be compiled and returned for further review. General Martinez muttered under his breath, a barely audible warning. Further review, while the orbit falls apart above us. The cameras and screens went dark as the delegates stood and began filing out. Remote feeds blinked off one by one, leaving Lena, Rajiv, and Emma in the dim glow of their own lab monitors. The silence after the formal session was almost deafening. Every unspoken calculation, every projection, every warning now lingered in the room like a weight. The team sat motionless for a moment, staring at the orbital simulations spinning on their monitors. Each blinking dot, each trajectory line, was a reminder. Knowledge alone could not prevent disaster. Expertise alone could not stop the cascade. And the world beyond these screens, caught in protocol, politics, and bureaucracy, had yet to act. Lena finally exhaled, pressing her palm against the desk. So that's it. All our work, all our warnings. Another day of polite nods and committees. They don't see the orbit like we do. They won't feel the pressure until it's too late. Rajiv's eyes never left the simulations. Every minute counts. Every orbit matters. And every minute wasted up there adds another potential collision. I keep recalculating. But what's the point if they won't act? Emma leaned back, tiredness in her posture, staring at the spinning fragments of metal above Earth. We're powerless outside this room. And yet, we're the only ones who can see the storm coming. The room reopened after the short adjournment, and the tension had thickened like dust in sunlight. Representatives shuffled into their seats, briefcases clutched tightly, earbuds still occasionally feeding whispered translations from their aides. The monitors glowed quietly, showing the same orbital maps Lena and Rajiv had presented earlier. Thousands of fragments, clusters tightening, trajectories crossing with relentless inevitability. The Russian delegate, Ambassador Petrov, cleared his throat, the sound sharp and deliberate. If we are to be frank, he began, eyes scanning the room with a mixture of accusation and condescension. The current density of orbital debris is, in large part, due to the United States' lack of responsibility in deorbiting defunct satellites. Multiple programs were abandoned without proper end-of-life protocols. We cannot be expected to correct errors that were never ours to make. General Martinez's jaw tightened. He leaned forward, hands splayed on the polished table. Ambassador Petrov, with respect, we have followed all current international guidelines. Satellites older than 15 years are typically decommissioned with disposal plans. Of course, some fragments remain. We all know space is not a pristine vacuum. But the U.S. has not acted negligently. These are decades-old issues, the responsibility of every nation that has ever launched anything into orbit. Petrov's glare did not waver. Decades-old issues are still issues. Your adherence to protocols is insufficient when fragments from American satellites now endanger global assets. Accountability is not abstract. Every nation must assume responsibility for the debris it produces. Before Martinez could respond, Ambassador Li of China interjected, her voice smooth and controlled. While we acknowledge the risk of collisions, I must point out that some nations' lack of transparency, often due to military secrecy, complicates the accuracy of your simulations. Our operational satellites and classified projects cannot be fully disclosed. To demand complete transparency ignores national security. We cannot be expected to account for all fragments when our orbital inventory itself is sensitive information. The murmurs in the room grew louder. A European delegate tapped her fingers impatiently on the desk, while corporate representatives leaned forward, smiling thinly. "If I may," said one, the CEO of a major aerospace corporation, voice calculated and smooth. Regulations intended to prevent debris collisions should not hinder commercial launches. Delay in approval, limitations on launch windows, and restrictions on propulsion technologies are preventing innovation. Our company stands ready to launch profitable satellites, but only if constraints are loosened. Economic incentives will drive rapid adoption of any new debris mitigation technology if given the freedom to operate. Lina Morales clenched her jaw, fingers pressed to the table, a faint tremor in her hands betraying her internal frustration. She had expected resistance. Politics always complicated science. But the sheer volume of deflection, redirection, and self-interest left her momentarily speechless. The conference was no longer about orbital debris, she realized. It was about national pride, profit margins, and diplomatic theater. Rajiv Singh, sitting beside her in the remote feed, opened a fresh spreadsheet and began calculating the worst-case scenarios quietly. His fingers flew across the keyboard, adjusting variables for delayed action, mismanaged trajectories, and misreported fragments. Each entry increased the probability of a catastrophic chain reaction, each projection more alarming than the last. He kept his gaze low, conscious that speaking out would only get drowned in the din of diplomatic finger-pointing. "Lina," he murmured, barely audible through the feed, "even if the U.S., China, and Russia all act responsibly tomorrow, delays from international coordination could give these clusters enough time to trigger a cascade we can't stop. I've run the numbers. The window is shrinking faster than they realize." Lina's lips pressed into a thin line. She exhaled, tension radiating from her posture. "I see it, Rajiv. Every day they argue about responsibility, transparency, and liability. The orbit becomes more dangerous. They're treating physics like a suggestion. Every fragment out there doesn't care about diplomacy." Petrov's voice rose again, more insistent this time. "I do not understand the hesitation. The debris in question is not limited to American satellites. We are asking for acknowledgement and for immediate steps to reduce risk. If nations do not coordinate, all orbital programs are threatened. This is a shared problem, not one to be deflected through rhetoric." Ambassador Li's lips curved in the smallest of smiles, almost imperceptible. "Acknowledgement does not equal immediate action, Ambassador Petrov. We must weigh risks against national security, technological readiness, and potential exposure of sensitive orbital assets. Immediate steps may compromise sovereignty or reveal capabilities. Are you suggesting any nation act without consideration of consequence?" The private aerospace CEO leaned forward, voice dripping with a kind of carefully constructed urgency. "I must interject, again, on behalf of private interests. Any delay in regulatory relaxation directly harms our ability to launch satellites that could, ironically, assist in debris monitoring. Without profitability, there is no incentive. Without incentive, there is no funding. And without funding, mitigation technologies stall. Surely, it is in everyone's interest to allow commercial launches to continue, even amid this discussion." Lina's patience snapped internally. She could feel her jaw tighten, her stomach nodding with the familiar combination of helplessness and rising panic. She wanted to stand, to scream that every day of bureaucratic delay increased the risk of satellites being irreparably destroyed, of communications being lost worldwide, of a cascade no one would be able to stop. But decorum, remote as she was, demanded silence. Rajiv's fingers did not pause. Every model he ran now accounted for diplomatic delay, corporate lobbying, and national posturing. The results were grim. Chain reactions could begin in as little as 8 months if no immediate action was coordinated globally. "We're talking months," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Not years, months." Emma Chen, watching from her radar console, adjusted the orbital feeds to highlight clusters that were most likely to intersect in the near term. "They're arguing over blame while the orbits themselves are moving toward critical points," she whispered. "All this politicking. It's literally consuming the time we need to act." A European delegate finally spoke, sighing. "This is precisely why a neutral, international body must take charge. But even that body cannot operate without cooperation. Each nation must submit data, agree on methodology, and allocate resources. Until then, all these simulations, warnings, and worst-case scenarios are, well, they are warnings, nothing more." Lena pinched the bridge of her nose, eyes darting between screens and the faces of the delegates. "Warnings," she said under her breath, voice tight. "Warnings are meaningless if the people who can act refuse to act. Every fragment, every orbit, it doesn't care who owns it, whose flag is on it, or what profits might be lost. It just moves." Rajiv's voice broke into her thoughts again, quieter this time, a low murmur of numbers and probabilities. "Even if all the responsible actors obey protocols from here on, one untracked fragment or one mismanaged decommissioned satellite is enough to kick off a chain reaction. And right now, some nations are intentionally opaque, some corporations are pushing profit. The physics doesn't wait for diplomacy." The room continued in its formal rhythm, accusations volleying back and forth, lip service paid to coordination, while the orbital simulations spinning in quiet screens, far above the heads of every diplomat and corporate lobbyist, continued their indifferent waltz. Emma tapped lightly on her console, eyes narrowing. "If this is how every summit goes," she murmured, "we're not going to prevent a catastrophe. We're just going to watch it start from afar, powerless." Lena's hands hovered over the keyboard, tension coiling tight. "Powerless," she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper, repeating the word as though speaking it aloud could expel the frustration that roiled inside her. "And they don't even know it yet." The conference room had cooled slightly as the late afternoon wore on, but the tension inside had thickened to an almost tangible weight. Monitors along the walls continued to display the rotating clusters of orbital debris above Earth, thousands of fragments spinning in silent, indifferent arcs. The projections Lena Morales and Rajiv Singh had shared earlier hovered like ghostly reminders of the imminent threat, but the room's occupants were no closer to decisive action. Now the debate had shifted into the realm that usually killed any hope of urgent mitigation: money. Ambassador Kuroda leaned forward, fingers steepled, voice steady but deliberate. "While Japan is prepared to allocate resources to mitigation technology, the question of proportional contribution must be addressed. We cannot, in good conscience, absorb costs that exceed our own capacity or commitment. The international framework must define responsibility, both financially and operationally." A German delegate adjusted his glasses, nodding slightly. "Indeed, we face a similar situation. While we recognize the danger posed by orbital debris, budget constraints require that any large-scale program be carefully distributed. Funds must be justified, accounted for, and subjected to internal oversight before disbursement. Overspending risks national scrutiny and political fallout." From the U.S. side, General Martinez shifted uncomfortably. "Oversight is necessary, yes, but we are talking about time-sensitive mitigation. If committees and accounting measures delay action, every week translates to higher probability of cascading collisions. I am concerned that financial debates, while necessary, are inadvertently placing global infrastructure at risk." Petrov, the Russian ambassador, leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. "Risk is always present. The cost of inaction is widely acknowledged, but fiscal prudence is also a requirement. Russia cannot unilaterally shoulder expenses for a global orbital issue, nor can we be expected to fund programs without guarantees of compliance and cooperation from all participating nations. Ambassador Li of China lifted her head slightly, gaze steady. Guarantees are complex. Legal frameworks regarding orbital mitigation are still under discussion in our respective agencies. Liability must be carefully defined. If a satellite is nudged incorrectly or accidentally destroyed during a mitigation attempt, accountability cannot be retroactive. Our national budgets cannot be exposed to such unknown risk. A murmur of agreement, or perhaps validation, swept across several of the other delegates. Corporate representatives, sensing the opportunity, leaned in. "Allow me to speak on behalf of commercial interests," said the CEO of one major aerospace company, voice polished and persuasive. "Mitigation efforts are commendable in theory, but regulatory ambiguity and financial risk directly inhibit launch schedules. Our satellites, if delayed, cause market losses and reduce technological progress. Funding frameworks should consider incentives, not just penalties." Lena's eyes narrowed as she watched the room debate, the words of finance and liability swirling like a fog. Between her and the stark reality on the monitors, her jaw tightened. "This is exactly what we feared," she murmured, almost under her breath. Even the most feasible mitigation strategies, trajectory adjustments, laser nudges, collision avoidance maneuvers, they all depend on political and financial approval. Without it, nothing happens. Nothing. Rajiv's fingers moved quietly over his laptop, recalculating worst-case scenarios as the discussion continued around him. Every adjustment, every delayed proposal increased the probability of catastrophic chain reactions. He kept his voice low, aware that speaking up now would drown in legal jargon and budgetary arguments. Even with perfect simulations, perfect data, months of delay for funding approval could make mitigation impossible. "The window is shrinking with every fiscal discussion, Lena." Lena pressed her palms together, leaning back in her chair. "I know," she whispered, tone tight with frustration. "I can see it in the numbers. And no one in this room actually sees it. They talk about liability, risk, and expense, while the orbit doesn't negotiate. Every fragment keeps moving. Every orbit brings us closer to a tipping point." Petrov gestured toward the holographic display, voice sharp. "Responsibility and liability must be clearly defined before expenditure. We are not opposed to mitigation. We are opposed to uncalculated risk, to programs that could create international incidents. We require clarity before committing funds. Without legal certainty, all proposals are premature." General Martinez's fingers tapped the table, a soft but impatient rhythm. "And yet, every moment we debate, the orbits do not pause. A single miscalculated collision or delayed maneuver could cascade uncontrollably. Funds cannot buy time, and liability discussions will not stop a fragment from striking a satellite. We are approaching a situation where debate itself becomes the enemy." The corporate CEO interjected smoothly, voice laced with pragmatism. "All parties must recognize the economic implications. We propose that financial frameworks include proportional responsibility based on orbital usage, launch frequency, and satellite mass. Incentives for early compliance could accelerate deployment of mitigation technologies, aligning corporate interests with global safety." Lena exhaled, hands rising to her face as the frustration built to a palpable edge even over the remote feed. "This is not about incentives," she said sharply, voice tight but controlled. "It's about survival. Every delay, every argument over proportional responsibility, over liability, over budgets, it's a countdown. A countdown to the first collision that could trigger a chain reaction beyond anyone's control." Rajiv's eyes flicked rapidly between the simulations and his own calculations. "The problem," he murmured, "is that even if a majority agrees to allocate funds, the months spent negotiating with outliers, countries unwilling to participate fully, corporations lobbying for relaxed oversight, could allow high-density clusters to reach critical tipping points. A single unaccounted fragment or mismanaged launch could undo all mitigation. It's mathematically inevitable if the delays continue." Emma Chen, sitting beside them, tapped on her monitor, highlighting overlapping orbital paths and potential points of high-risk collision. "They're arguing over hypothetical liability while satellites capable of destroying each other orbit silently above. We could be 8 months, or less, from a chain reaction that nothing, and no one, can stop. Every dollar spent debating now is a dollar lost in time." Petrov's voice rose again, tone imperious. "Risk is unavoidable. If you wish to proceed without clear legal definitions, you do so at your peril. We will not authorize action until safeguards are in place. International law must precede international action. Lena's voice trembled slightly, anger mixing with exhaustion. And meanwhile, the orbit doesn't wait for laws. It doesn't wait for consensus. It doesn't care about budgets. Every day you stall, fragments continue on trajectories that will eventually intersect. We are watching the countdown, and no one in this room seems to grasp it. Rajiv finally looked up from his laptop, eyes weary. We've calculated multiple scenarios where delays of 6, 8, even 12 months, legal wrangling, budget arguments, sovereignty disputes, lead to catastrophic outcomes. Collisions start, chain reactions propagate, and the simulations end with widespread orbital destruction. Operational satellites are lost. Communication networks fail. Earth becomes blind in orbit. And all because we waited to argue about liability and cost. A hush fell over the room for a brief moment, though no one acknowledged the implication directly. The corporate representatives exchanged polite glances. The diplomats adjusted papers, nodding as though waiting for the next talking point. The orbital simulations on the monitors continued their silent spin above Earth, indifferent to human indecision, calculations, or arguments. Lena leaned closer to her monitor, voice low, tight with controlled frustration. Every option we propose requires approval. Every adjustment depends on cooperation. And cooperation, apparently, is negotiable. But physics isn't. The debris doesn't care whose signature is on a form, whose flag is on a rocket, or who signed the contract. Every second we argue, the probability of disaster climbs higher. Rajiv exhaled slowly, adjusting a trajectory line on his laptop. The numbers don't lie. Legal delays, budgetary debate, corporate lobbying. They're not just inconvenient. They're lethal when measured against orbital reality. If action isn't taken soon, mitigation might be mathematically impossible. And that's the problem. We know it, and yet the world does nothing. The conference room had grown stifling. Hours of debate had passed, stretching into an interminable loop of presentations, counter-arguments, and procedural interruptions. The screens on the walls flickered softly, displaying the orbital debris in painstaking detail. Thousands of fragments spinning silently above Earth. The data, meticulously prepared by Lena Morales, Rajiv Singh, and Emma Chen, offered an unblinking view of the threat. Yet, the human actors around the polished mahogany table were entangled in the machinery of bureaucracy, unable or unwilling to act decisively. Emma Chen, observing remotely from the radar control room, tapped a stylus against the tablet nervously. Her eyes flicked between the faces of the delegates, the flickering monitors, and the live feeds of the orbital clusters. Fatigue was visible in the slight droop of shoulders, the subtle redness around eyes, the endless sighs and fidgeting with pens and papers. She had been here before in smaller, national-level meetings, but this international summit was a different beast. Every statement carried weight far beyond its face value, and every pause seemed to magnify the ticking of invisible clocks high above in orbit. The U.S. delegation, led by General Martinez, had already begun rotating personnel quietly, offering perfunctory introductions for new aides who would sit silently, nodding and taking notes while veteran diplomats and military advisors rehashed the same arguments yet again. Ambassador Petrov from Russia, his expression carved in granite, leaned back, arms crossed, and stared at the ceiling as if the fluorescent lights above could provide him insight into orbital mechanics. "It seems we are back at the beginning," muttered the European delegate, voice tinged with frustration. "Committees, reports, feasibility studies. Each proposal is now to be vetted, reviewed, and studied again for months before any action can be taken." Lena's jaw tightened at the words. She could almost hear the debris spinning above, a slow, indifferent metronome marking the passage of wasted time. She could feel the growing sense of futility pressing on her chest. Months of delay, months of argument, and all the while the clusters in orbit continued their silent dance, converging, intersecting, and threatening the delicate balance of operational satellites. Rajiv Singh had stopped speaking aloud and now worked quietly at his laptop, adjusting simulations for time delays. Every hour that committees deliberated, every nation that insisted on more reports, increased the probability that a collision would occur before any mitigation could be implemented. His eyes flicked constantly between the trajectory maps and the numerical projections. The numbers were unforgiving. Even a single small fragment, displaced by a week of delay, could create exponential chaos. Across the virtual feed, Emma noted a pattern of physical and psychological exhaustion among the scientific team. Small sighs, clenched fists, occasional whispers of exasperation. They were subtle, almost imperceptible, but they told a story. These were experts who had dedicated their careers to understanding the delicate environment of Earth's orbit, and yet their expertise was rendered impotent by human systems that moved far slower than the objects they sought to control. Ambassador Lee spoke smoothly, almost too smoothly, cutting across a pause in the discussion. It is imperative that we follow due process. Studies, verification protocols, risk assessments, all of these are necessary. Rushed decisions in matters of national security, international treaties, or orbital operations are inadvisable. We must ensure that every step is deliberate. Deliberate, Lena thought bitterly, watching the orbital clusters on her screen. Deliberate meant months of stalling, meant hundreds of potential collisions that could be prevented but were left unchecked. Deliberate does not mean safe, she whispered under her breath. It means waiting until it's too late. Petrov's voice cut in, heavy and precise. If international consensus is not reached, unilateral action risks diplomatic and economic fallout. The world cannot risk one nation imposing a solution that could affect all others. The irony was not lost on Lena. The orbits above did not negotiate, did not consider economic fallout, and certainly did not pause to wait for unanimous consent. Every trajectory, every fragment, every high-speed collision potential moved with relentless indifference. And here, in the room supposed to coordinate global safety, human politics ground everything to a slow crawl. Rajiv's eyes flicked over a new cluster highlighted on his simulation. If committees take 3 to 6 months to finalize recommendations, the high-density fragments in low Earth orbit will intersect paths in ways that no maneuver could fully prevent. Not all satellites can be safely nudged or repositioned. Some of them are operational, some near fuel limits. One collision could cascade into dozens. Emma tapped her stylus against the tablet again, watching the feed. I've seen the same fatigue in our team that you see here. Even the remote engineers and scientists, our colleagues who have been advising from across the globe, are showing signs of exhaustion. They know, just as we do, that time is moving faster than the committees can act. Their frustration is almost palpable through the video feed. You can see it in the way they cross their arms, in the slight shake of their heads, in the sharp breaths when someone proposes yet another feasibility study. A Canadian delegate leaned forward, hands pressed to the table. We must maintain integrity. Funds must be allocated carefully, accountability assigned, and international protocols respected. Acting prematurely is reckless. Lena's hands clenched into fists. Acting prematurely? Everything was already moving prematurely in the orbits above. She wanted to scream into the feed, to override the decorum of diplomacy, to tell them that reckless was the physics of collision probabilities, not the legality of their budgets and committees. But decorum and hierarchy confined her to her seat. Petrov's tone hardened, cutting through the murmur of overlapping voices. Until a unified framework is approved, no nation should implement independent mitigation strategies. Every step must be coordinated to prevent unintended consequences. Rajiv didn't respond verbally, but his fingers adjusted a matrix on his screen, calculating independent mitigation in case coordination failed. Each calculation was like a stab in the dark, each scenario a hypothetical battle against bureaucracy. The probabilities were sobering. Uncoordinated action might prevent some collisions, but it might inadvertently create others. Coordination was ideal, but unavailable. Emma's eyes shifted to Lena on the feed. They're prioritizing committees, verification, and consensus over immediate intervention. You can feel it, can't you? The helplessness creeping into the team? I can, Lena admitted quietly, tone tight. It's like trying to stop a hurricane with a garden hose. Every suggestion, every recommendation gets slowed, filtered, debated. We know the science, we know the risk, and yet they treat it as optional. They treat time as if it can be paused while they argue. The room itself seemed to mirror the orbital chaos above. Diplomats spoke in circles, corporate representatives pressed for profit incentives, military advisors sought guarantees and risk mitigation, and scientists were mostly relegated to observers, their warnings polite but largely ignored. Every interruption, every procedure, every feigned consideration felt like a hammer striking against the fragile mental state of the engineers watching remotely. Petrov gestured toward the holographic display of the orbital map. No action without consensus. That is the rule. Committees will review, analyze, and approve or disapprove any mitigation proposal. This is the only responsible course. Lena let out a long, quiet exhale. Responsible for whom? She whispered. The people in this room, or everyone who relies on satellites every second of their lives. Rajiv's fingers hesitated over his keyboard, adjusting the projections once again. We can prepare recommendations. We can propose independent maneuvers, but the window keeps closing. And when it finally closes, no amount of committees or approvals will matter. The orbit will have already decided for us. Emma leaned back in her chair, eyes fixed on the spinning fragments on her monitor. She could feel the psychological tension creeping into herself and the rest of the remote team. Anxiety, paranoia about national secrecy, suspicion of corporate agendas, and that subtle, gnawing sense of futility. The orbits above were a shared environment, fragile and lethal, and humans, no matter how capable, no matter how brilliant, were paralyzed by their own political structures. Hours dragged on. Delegates rotated. Committees were proposed, documents prepared, and arguments repeated with mechanical precision. Each repetition sank deeper into the collective psyche of the engineers and scientists observing from afar. Time was slipping. Probabilities were climbing. The orbit spun on, merciless, indifferent, and increasingly crowded. The control room was quiet now, the hum of servers and the occasional beep of a monitoring system the only interruptions to the oppressive stillness. Lena Morales leaned over the central console, fingers tracing the glowing lines of the orbital map as though trying to press them into order with sheer will. The live feed displayed a dense lattice of debris, satellites, and rocket fragments, moving in relentless, silent arcs. Every fragment, every trajectory, every potential collision was laid bare, and yet, despite the clarity of the data, the path forward was obstructed by human paralysis halfway across the globe. Rajiv Singh sat beside her, hunched over his laptop, eyes darting between the simulation outputs and the orbital density graphs. He had recalculated worst-case scenarios countless times, each iteration more disheartening than the last. A low-grade headache throbbed behind his eyes, the tension in his shoulders a constant reminder that this was more than numbers on a screen. It was a countdown to disaster. "Lena," he said quietly, voice tight, "I've gone over every possible mitigation strategy we can implement unilaterally. Adjusting trajectories, collision avoidance maneuvers, even experimental ground-based laser nudges. Every single one is constrained by the political gridlock we just witnessed. Without global cooperation, the odds are dire." Lena didn't look up. Her gaze was fixed on a cluster of fragments labeled as remnants from a defunct communication satellite, the pieces crisscrossing the orbits of operational weather and navigation satellites. She ran her hand along the edge of the console, as if trying to physically contain the chaos before her. "I know," she murmured. "I know. I can see it in the simulations. Every collision probability just keeps rising. And no one has the authority or the courage to act. Committees, approvals, budgets. It's all moving slower than the debris itself. The orbit doesn't wait for them, Rajiv. It never will." Emma Chen, standing at a side console, pulled up a comparative projection of the next 6 months. She traced the intersecting paths of satellites and debris with her finger. "Look at this," she said, voice low but urgent. "Even if we preemptively nudge a few operational satellites, the ones we cannot touch, the classified military satellites, the commercial constellations that didn't report in full, the secretive launches, they're all moving in ways we can't influence. One collision, just one, and the chain reaction could be instantaneous." Lena's eyes narrowed. "And they'll blame us for acting without approval if we try anything, won't they?" Her voice was bitter, tinged with exhaustion. "The orbit is a perfect equation. The humans controlling it are not." Rajiv leaned back slightly, rubbing his face with both hands. "I've been running simulations on what happens if we do nothing, if we wait for approvals, for committees, for global consensus. The probabilities are stark. Even with perfect tracking, every day lost to political hesitation increases the likelihood of an irreversible cascade. We're watching a clock that no one else can see ticking down." Emma crossed her arms, gaze fixed on the monitors. "The psychological toll is already evident. The junior engineers in the remote teams are exhausted, some barely sleeping, obsessing over trajectories and potential collisions. Every missed call from a satellite or a fragment outside predicted bounds sends ripples of anxiety across the network. And there's nothing we can do to stop it. The people with the authority to act are stuck arguing about liability and budget allocations. Lena swiveled in her chair to face them, a tight, frustrated exhale escaping her. Do you understand what this means? Not just for satellites, not just for communications or weather prediction, but for everything. Banking, aviation, power grids, military coordination. It all depends on orbital systems. And here we are, watching the window close while humanity fiddles with paper and procedure. Rajiv tapped a few keys, bringing up a heat map overlay showing projected collision zones. Red zones were spreading, signaling regions where dense debris clusters intersected with operational satellites. The software predicted probabilities in exact percentages, but the raw numbers felt almost cruelly abstract. We're experts, he said, voice low, almost confessional. We know what could happen. We know how to prevent at least some of it. But knowledge isn't power here. Our expertise is meaningless without someone willing to authorize action. Emma's voice broke the silence, sharper this time, and there's the human element. Fear, pride, bureaucracy. Every nation afraid of responsibility, every corporation protecting profit margins, every diplomat worried about precedent. Meanwhile, the orbit spins on, indifferent. It doesn't care who's afraid, or what our intentions are. It only follows physics. Lena's hands clenched on the edge of the console. Physics doesn't wait for governments or corporations to come to terms with each other. Every fragment, every piece of debris, it moves with ruthless precision. And we're just sitting here, powerless, hoping someone will do the right thing before it's too late. Rajiv's eyes flicked to a particular satellite, an aging communications platform orbiting low Earth. Even with evasive maneuvers, this one has fuel only for one more correction. If a fragment from the Chinese Leo cluster intersects here, and given the reporting gaps, it's only a matter of time. There's no backup plan. And no one is paying attention except us. Emma tapped the display again. We're monitoring, calculating, simulating, but the action is political. And the political machinery is incapable of urgency. Every moment we spend in this control room, analyzing, recalculating, we're only gaining knowledge, not security. And the orbit doesn't negotiate. It doesn't wait. It just is. Lena's voice was almost a whisper now, tense with the weight of helplessness. I can see it in my dreams. Collisions, fragments flying unpredictably, satellites destroyed in chain reactions. And I wake up knowing that what I saw in my simulations could come true within months or weeks. And no one can stop it. Rajiv closed his laptop for a moment, resting his forehead against the edge of the console. The moral weight is crushing. We can see the disaster in real-time simulations. We know the likely outcomes. Yet every barrier, budget, legal, political, renders us incapable. Even a small independent mitigation could spark controversy. And so, we wait, we watch, and the orbit waits too. Silently, patiently, and lethally. Emma leaned back slightly, eyes fixed on the lattice of orbital debris. It's the psychological tension that gets to me most. Not the data, not the models. It's knowing that humanity could act, should act, and yet won't. That our window to prevent disaster is closing, and no one with the authority is willing or able to move decisively. We're trapped in this limbo. Lena shook her head slowly. We've always known that space is a shared environment, that it's delicate, unforgiving, and interconnected. But seeing it here, in these monitors, knowing the orbit doesn't forgive mistakes, doesn't pause for deliberation, it's a visceral reminder of our own powerlessness. We can map it, calculate it, predict it, but we cannot command it. Rajiv's fingers hovered over his laptop once more. And that's the real tragedy. The orbit isn't waiting for committees, for approvals, for political consensus. It doesn't care about national pride or corporate agendas. Every decision, or non-decision, echoes across space, and we're running out of time to prevent the echoes from turning into disaster. Lena leaned back, hands pressed to her temples, feeling the exhaustion of the day's work seep into her muscles. We've been screaming into a void all our lives, she murmured. Now the void is spinning above us, thousands of pieces of metal moving faster than we can react, and humanity is deaf to the alarm. Emma's voice was softer, tinged with frustration and foreboding. And the worst part is that even when the consequences arrive, they'll still debate responsibility, liability, and budgets. And we'll still be here, watching, powerless to stop it. The room was silent except for the low hum of servers, the faint beeping of tracking instruments, and the occasional clack of a key as Rajiv recalculated yet another scenario. All three of them sat staring at the monitors, the glow casting long shadows across their faces, knowing full well that the orbit above was indifferent to their frustration, their knowledge, or their desperation. Humanity's window to act was shrinking, and every minute of inaction pushed the probabilities closer to catastrophic inevitability. The orbital tracking center was quieter than usual that morning, the faint hum of servers and the soft click of keyboard keys filling the cavernous space. Monitors lined the walls in long, endless rows, each displaying the intricate ballet of debris, satellites, and rocket fragments around Earth. Dr. Lena Morales arrived at her station, coffee in hand, and immediately froze mid-step. Something was off. The digital map of low Earth orbit flickered under the fluorescent lights, and hundreds of points that should have been there, fragments of old satellites, spent rocket stages, shards from collisions long past, simply weren't. Rajiv Singh, already seated and hunched over his laptop, noticed her pause. "What is it?" he asked, without looking up, fingers dancing across the keys, double-checking the previous night's automated telemetry logs. Lena gestured at the screen. "Look at this. Hundreds of fragments. Gone. Overnight. They were all here yesterday, at their predicted positions. Now, nothing." Emma Chen, standing at the radar console to Lena's right, leaned over to scrutinize the live feed. Her eyes widened as she toggled between raw telemetry and the processed orbital maps. "Could it be a glitch?" she asked, voice tight. "Software update? Data feed corruption? Sensor misalignment?" Rajiv shook his head quickly. "I already double-checked the logs. Raw telemetry, unprocessed signals from multiple radars. Nothing indicates an error. If this is a software issue, it's systemic across every dataset we have." "That's statistically improbable." Emma started running diagnostics on the radar arrays, checking each antenna, every signal amplifier, the timing synchronization between stations. The blinking indicators and the diagnostic software all reported nominal operation. "Everything's functioning as expected," she muttered, more to herself than to anyone else. "No interference, no anomalies in the equipment. If anything, the sensors are overperforming." And yet, her voice trailed off, catching in disbelief. Lena swallowed hard, pressing her palms against the console. "Check the orbital paths manually, Rajiv. Recalculate everything, every fragment, every decay rate, every predicted position." Rajiv's fingers moved like lightning over the keyboard, inputting orbital elements, running predictive simulations, cross-referencing decades of tracking data. Minutes passed in tense silence, interrupted only by the soft whirring of servers and the occasional click of a mouse. Finally, he exhaled slowly, leaning back in his chair. "They're gone. Not decayed, not burned up in the atmosphere. They're gone. Entire fragments, massive pieces of metal, just vanished from orbit." Emma's eyes darted from her radar display to the central screen. "That's impossible," she whispered. "Even if the atmosphere had expanded somehow, none of these objects are low enough to decay naturally this quickly. It's not supposed to happen. Our calculations, the models, none of them account for this." Lena felt a cold shiver crawl along her spine. "We're not imagining it. We've been tracking these pieces for decades. Every satellite, every rocket stage, every tiny fragment. We know their orbits. And now, nothing." The data doesn't lie. She rubbed her temples, trying to steady herself. "Check the timestamps. Every reading. There has to be an error somewhere. There has to be." Emma tapped rapidly on the console, calling up a comparison of orbital predictions versus real-time measurements. "I've cross-checked this with both radar and optical observations." "No, Lena, Rajiv, they're actually gone. I don't know how, but they are." Rajiv pinched the bridge of his nose, leaning back in exasperation. "Even the fragments that are normally stable for decades, the ones in perfectly predictable orbits, gone. Overnight. Nothing in the physics I've studied explains this. Nothing in human engineering could do this, either. And it's selective. Some clusters are missing entirely, others untouched. It doesn't follow a decay pattern or known natural phenomena. A low, incredulous whistle escaped Lena. You're telling me all of our worst-case simulations, all the predictions about Kessler cascades, the debris storms, the chain reactions, they're irrelevant now. The entire environment we feared for years is just gone. Emma's hand hovered over the radar controls. At first, I thought maybe it was a software rollback, a glitch, but we've double-checked everything. Raw telemetry shows it clearly. Hundreds of fragments missing, some of them large, satellite-sized, and not just in one orbital band. This is across low Earth orbit, mid-Earth orbit, even fragments in higher trajectories. Rajiv's voice was tight with disbelief. I've rerun the simulations 10 times, using both standard and experimental orbital mechanics models. Nothing predicts this. The missing objects can't be accounted for by atmospheric drag, solar activity, or gravitational perturbations. We're dealing with something outside any conventional explanation. Lena's hands trembled slightly as she scrolled through the telemetry logs, noting the precise disappearance times. They didn't just decay gradually, they vanished in a matter of hours. Look at the timestamps. Every observation cycle confirms it. This isn't gradual attrition, this is systematic removal. Emma's lips pressed into a thin line. Systematic. But by whom? Or what? There's no launch, no known intervention, nothing capable of removing debris at this scale, at this speed. Not even the most advanced debris mitigation technology we've ever proposed could do this. Rajiv shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping him. Then it's not human. And if it's not natural, then we're staring at something that we literally cannot comprehend. Something with capabilities beyond all known science or engineering. Lena's mind raced. Check other observation data, international radars, telescope feeds. Compare timestamps. Make calls if you have to. I want confirmation from every source we trust. If this is real, she stopped herself, swallowed hard. Then we're witnessing the impossible. Emma's fingers flew over the console, pulling raw data from European, Russian, and Japanese tracking stations. Preliminary feeds coming in. Same anomalies. Fragments missing. Entire clusters absent. This isn't a local system error. It's everywhere. We've reached the same conclusion independently. It's true. Rajiv's shoulders slumped. I can't even start to quantify the probabilities. I've never seen anything like this. All of our models, every formula we've relied on, none of it applies anymore. The rules have changed, whether we like it or not. Lena exhaled slowly, trying to maintain composure. Alert the rest of the team. Document everything, every fragment, every timestamp, every orbital band. We need a record of exactly what has vanished and when. If nothing else, we need a starting point to understand this. Emma nodded, tapping into global feeds and logging anomalies. I'm compiling it all, but Lena, this isn't just a technical issue. Even if we could track it perfectly now, it's gone faster than we can observe. Entire swaths of orbit removed in hours. And there's no pattern, nothing we can predict. Rajiv's eyes drifted to the ceiling, as if seeking an explanation in the blank expanse above. We've spent our careers studying orbital dynamics, debris mitigation, chain reaction risks. And in a single morning, decades of accumulated clutter, what we feared would endanger every satellite, is just gone. I don't know whether to feel relief or terror. Lena's voice was quiet but steady. Both. Relief that it's not colliding yet. Terror because we have no idea why this is happening, or what comes next. If it's removing debris with this level of precision, what else could it affect? Emma leaned back slightly, still staring at the empty patches on the monitors. I don't think we'll see a repeat pattern. The next anomaly could be anything. Anything at all. Rajiv closed his laptop and rubbed his eyes, the weight of the moment settling over him. We have to prepare, document, simulate, monitor. But we need to accept that this is beyond human control. We've just witnessed the impossible. And whatever is doing this, it doesn't negotiate. It doesn't explain. It doesn't pause. Lena took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping the room, over monitors, servers, and blinking lights. Then we do the only thing we can. We observe, we record, we report, and we try not to panic while the orbit itself rewrites the rules we thought were immutable. The three of them sat in tense silence, each lost in thought, staring at the glowing, empty maps of Earth's orbit, knowing that the world they had studied, the environment they had sworn to protect, was now subject to forces utterly beyond comprehension. The morning sunlight filtered weakly through the blinds of the orbital tracking center, casting long, pale stripes across the room. Yet no one noticed. Lena Morales sat rigid in her chair, staring at the central monitor, her coffee untouched at her side. Every few minutes, a new alert blinked on one of the secondary displays. Radar stations in Europe, Japan, Russia, and even private orbital tracking firms were reporting the same anomaly. Hundreds of debris fragments, some of them as large as small cars, were missing from predicted positions, and the disappearance wasn't isolated. Emma Chen's fingers flew over her keyboard, cross-referencing the incoming data streams. I've got confirmation from 3 stations in Germany, 1 in France, and 2 private orbital monitoring companies in Canada, she said, voice tight with disbelief. All reporting the same thing. Entire orbital bands are empty where they were full yesterday. Rajiv Singh leaned back, rubbing his temples, a frown carved deep across his forehead. This is systematic. It isn't random. It isn't a coincidence. Someone, or something, has removed clusters of debris with surgical precision. Lena reached for the secure conference line and initiated calls with her international colleagues. One by one, scientists from China, India, the European Space Agency, and even Russia appeared on the holographic screen. Faces bleary with early hours and expressions etched with disbelief mirrored their own. Have you confirmed your raw telemetry? Lena asked, her voice sharper than intended. We need to make sure this isn't a software anomaly or sensor failure on your end. Dr. Pavel Morozov from Moscow's Space Debris Observatory, adjusting his microphone, replied with a mixture of awe and tension. Confirm. We've double-checked our instruments and cross-referenced optical telescopes. Satellites and fragments that should have been in orbit for decades are absent. Completely. The logs are clear. They just vanished. From Tokyo, Dr. Aiko Takahashi chimed in, her voice steady but pale. Same here. We've been tracking debris since the early 2000s. Our automated systems flagged multiple missing clusters overnight. Initial thought, calibration error. But multiple independent sensors, both radar and optical, confirmed the absence. Lena, this isn't just in low Earth orbit. Mid-Earth orbit is showing identical discrepancies. Emma leaned closer to Lena, whispering, it's everywhere. Every major orbital band we monitor, and every independent observation confirms it. We're not missing anything. These objects aren't just displaced. They're gone. No natural decay could account for this. None. Lena nodded slowly, feeling a tight knot forming in her stomach. Rajiv, compile the comparative charts. Overlay every missing object across all confirmed observation sites. We need a visual representation of the scale. Rajiv's hands moved swiftly over the laptop, tapping commands and watching the data update in real time. The room grew quiet as a map of Earth's orbit appeared on the central display, orbit lines and debris clusters color-coded. The empty bands glowed starkly against the remaining fragments. Look at this, he murmured. It's like someone painted large sections of orbit out overnight. The gaps are too neat, too precise, to be random. Lena's voice was low, almost trembling. It's like someone hit the delete button on decades of space activity. Entire swaths gone without a trace. Emma, staring at her monitor, let out a shaky breath. And yet, some areas remain untouched. Some clusters are still there, untouched. Whoever, or whatever, did this wasn't indiscriminate. It was selective, efficient, and completely beyond anything humans are capable of. From Paris, Dr. Luc Moreau spoke up, frowning. We initially considered solar activity or magnetic anomalies. High-altitude charged particles or sudden atmospheric expansion could, in theory, accelerate decay. But the scale, the consistency across multiple altitudes, the precision, it's physically impossible. Our best models don't even begin to explain this. Lena pinched the bridge of her nose. We've spent decades planning for debris mitigation, building models for chain reactions, worst-case scenarios. None of it prepares us for this. Not even close. And the speed at which these objects disappeared. Her voice trailed as the gravity of the situation settled like a heavy weight in the room. Rajiv leaned forward, tapping his keyboard furiously. I'm running predictive models to see if we can anticipate where the next gaps will appear. But every simulation fails. Orbits that are highly stable are being cleared faster than any natural process allows. No human technology exists to remove debris at this rate. Not ground-based lasers, not capture satellites, not orbital nets. Nothing. We're watching the impossible happen, and we can't intervene. Emma muttered, more to herself than anyone else. Could it be an advanced intervention? Military? Experimental? Secret? I can't think of a human capability that matches this. And even if someone wanted to, why start with the debris first? And why be so precise? Lena shook her head, exhaling sharply. We have to consider all possibilities, Emma. Human error, yes, but also anomalies beyond our current understanding. But we need evidence, patterns. Any clue, no matter how small, could help us begin to understand this. The room buzzed with quiet chatter as the team coordinated global data, voices overlapping as they compared orbital elements, cross-checked timestamps, and debated anomalies. Faces were pale, eyes wide with disbelief and anxiety, hands trembling slightly as they scrolled through endless feeds. Dr. Elena Vargas from ESA spoke over the conference line, tone clipped but concerned. Our automated telescopes tracked debris from the 1990s, decommissioned satellites, booster remnants, collision shards. Nothing is left. The objects that were projected to remain in orbit for decades, gone in hours. This is unprecedented. I've been in orbital research for over 20 years, and nothing even comes close. Rajiv looked at Lena, his voice low and urgent. Even if it's beneficial, even if the debris is being removed before causing collisions, we don't understand the mechanism. We can't trust it. We can't control it. This isn't mitigation. It's unknown. And unknowns at this scale, they're terrifying. Emma nodded grimly. Every day we wait, we're watching the rules of orbital mechanics being rewritten. If it's intentional, it's smarter than anything we've built. If it's natural, it's entirely outside our comprehension. Either way, this is bigger than all of us. Lena ran a hand down her face, staring at the glowing holographic map displaying a now almost empty low Earth orbit. Prepare a full report. All data, all timestamps, all anomalies. I want visualizations, numerical logs, and comparisons across every station. Call every tracking center we have contacts at. We need confirmation. If it's real, the world needs to know. Emma hesitated, swallowing hard. Do we even know how to explain it? How do you tell anyone that decades of debris, a threat that could have crippled humanity's space infrastructure, has vanished overnight, and that no one knows why? Lena's eyes met Rajiv's, silent communication passing between them. We explain it with what we have. Evidence, data, and caution. Panic won't help anyone, but the truth is that humanity has just witnessed something beyond its control. The screens flickered as more data arrived from South Korea, India, and the Middle East. Each new feed confirmed the same pattern. Precise, selective disappearance of orbital debris, both large and small, across multiple altitudes and inclinations. Rajiv whispered under his breath, almost to himself, we can't predict it. We can't stop it. And if this is just the beginning, he let the sentence hang in the air, a shadow over the team's collective consciousness. Lena leaned back, her hands gripping the edges of her console, her voice steady but heavy with gravity. This is no longer just about mitigation, prediction, or safety. We're staring at a phenomenon, systematic and efficient, that no human technology can replicate. We're observers, not controllers, and everything we thought we knew about orbit, about debris, about space itself, may no longer apply. The team sat in tense silence, the hum of servers and blinking monitors filling the void. Each of them felt the creeping realization that the universe, or something beyond it, was acting with precision and efficiency far beyond anything humanity had ever achieved. The hum of servers and cooling fans filled the orbital tracking center, an almost comforting backdrop to the chaos unfolding on the screens. Rajiv Singh sat hunched over his laptop, fingers moving in a blur as he initiated yet another round of simulations. Beside him, Lena Morales and Emma Chan leaned over monitors, scanning the incoming streams of telemetry and radar data. The room smelled faintly of stale coffee and the tang of electronics, a small reminder of the humanity at the heart of this technical nightmare. The faint blue light of the screens cast long shadows across the walls, elongating the tense expressions of everyone in the room. Rajiv exhaled sharply, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. I've run predictive models for every major debris cluster in low, medium, and high Earth orbit. Nothing works. Orbits that have been stable for decades, stable to the microsecond, are vanishing. The models, they can't even begin to approximate the pattern. His voice carried an edge of disbelief, almost as if he were arguing with the universe itself. Lena rubbed her temples, her fingers leaving faint impressions in the skin. Stable orbits, Rajiv. Not random, not eccentric. They were calculated to the tiniest fractions of a degree. If something removes a single fragment, I can account for it. But entire swaths, completely erased. She leaned closer to a holographic display, tracing the contours of orbital bands that had once teemed with thousands of fragments now reduced to emptiness. Emma's voice broke the tense silence, a note of disbelief coloring her words. I just tried to capture a visual confirmation using the optical arrays. Every satellite we pointed at expected debris fields reports nothing detected. We've tracked fragments from the 1980s. Small shards, bolts, paint chips, and now, nothing. Not a trace. She tapped the screen in frustration, the light reflecting off her glasses. It's like the sky itself is swallowing our history. Rajiv's fingers hovered above the keyboard, as if even touching the keys might somehow disrupt the reality outside their comprehension. I don't know how to put this. It's not just random decay or atmospheric drag. None of the mechanisms we've studied can account for the scale, speed, or selectivity. This isn't physics as we understand it. I keep running every model I can think of, but they all collapse under the weight of whatever this is. Lena leaned in, her voice steady but tense. Okay, let's be systematic. Emma, cross-verify radar returns with optical tracking. I want timestamps, orbital parameters, and any anomalies flagged. Rajiv, keep the predictive models running. Change every variable. Orbital altitude, inclination, object mass, size, reflectivity, everything. I don't care if it takes hours. We need a pattern, or at least a starting point. Emma's fingers moved in a practiced rhythm, running scripts and filtering out background noise, but her face betrayed her frustration. I'm not seeing anything. Lena, radar cross-sections, Doppler returns, all normal. And yet, the objects, fragments, old satellite bodies, should be right there. They were confirmed in the last observation cycle. They're just gone. She exhaled sharply, biting her lip. It's like someone erased them from existence with absolute precision. Lena's jaw tightened. Rajiv, are you seeing the same thing in your simulations? Anything at all that hints at what's happening next? Her voice wavered slightly as she struggled to maintain control, an unspoken fear pressing behind her professional calm. Rajiv's gaze didn't leave the screen. No, I've tried extrapolating disappearance sequences. I've tried probabilistic models, Monte Carlo simulations, even recursive pattern recognition. Every time, the model fails. Even fragments in geostationary orbits, which should be practically immobile relative to the Earth's surface, they vanish. It doesn't make sense. There is no predictive algorithm that can account for this. None. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. And it's happening faster than we can even process. Emma ran a hand down her face, letting out a low sigh. And the optical arrays aren't lying. I've personally checked telescope logs, calibration files, and imaging data. It's not a glitch. It's not a misalignment. The debris is gone. All of it. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Every single piece, from centimeters to meters across. Gone. The team fell into a strained silence, the kind that weighs heavier than any alarm tone. Outside, the hum of the facility continued, the gentle, unceasing sound of humanity's technological heartbeat. But inside, the absence of orbiting debris felt like a silent scream. Lena broke the silence, voice low but urgent. We've spent decades developing orbital mechanics, tracking, prediction models, collision avoidance. This undermines every assumption, every calculation, every policy we've relied on. Rajiv, Emma, we need to document this meticulously. Every missing fragment, every unexpected gap in orbital bands, every optical and radar discrepancy. We need a log so precise it can withstand scrutiny. Because if the world sees this and we can't explain it, panic will follow. Emma nodded, tapping her tablet rapidly. I've already started cross-referencing all anomalies with past collision reports and debris catalogs. Every single fragment we've tracked since the 1990s, most are gone. And the gaps aren't random. You can almost see corridors where debris used to be completely empty now. It's organized, Lena. Something, or someone, is doing this intentionally. She leaned over the holographic map, tracing with a finger the faint lines where swaths of debris had disappeared. Look here. And here. Entire sectors vanished. Rajiv ran his hand through his hair, leaning back for a fraction of a second, eyes wide. Intentional or not, it's not human. We don't have the technology to remove thousands of objects with this level of precision, and certainly not at this speed. Lasers, nets, capture satellites? Even if we launched the entire fleet of debris removal tech tomorrow, we couldn't replicate this. Not by orders of magnitude. He swallowed hard, and yet, it's happening without any detectable emissions, maneuvers, or signals. No known propulsion, no energy signature. Nothing. It's as if the debris ceases to exist entirely. Lena pressed her palms to her face, taking a slow breath to steady herself. Let's not jump to conclusions. We document, we simulate, we observe. That's all we can do right now. But, she trailed off, looking at the glowing holographic map in the center of the room. The orbital lines now punctuated by glaring, empty gaps where clusters of debris had existed just hours ago. We are witnessing something unprecedented, something that rewrites the rules. Emma's voice was quieter now, almost a whisper, yet it carried a weight that made the room feel colder. I can't stop staring at it. The precision, the efficiency, the fact that it's happening across altitudes, across orbital planes. It's like someone with perfect knowledge of orbital mechanics is playing God. Rajiv's voice, too, lowered, tinged with awe and fear. And whatever it is, it's faster than our ability to track it. The disappearances occur between our observation cycles. We confirm something exists, and the next check, it's gone. No time for intervention, no time to understand. Just gone. He shook his head slowly, voice breaking slightly. I keep thinking about the implications if even a single operational satellite disappeared next. Communication, GPS, everything. Complete disruption. Lena leaned back, finally allowing herself a moment to exhale. Her gaze swept the room, at the consoles, the screens, her team's tense faces. We're trained for anomalies, for errors, for natural decay and collisions. But this defies everything. We've crossed into territory that's not just unknown. It's unknowable, at least with current tools and understanding. Emma looked at Lena, eyes wide, voice trembling slightly. If we can't predict it, how do we prepare? How do we even warn anyone else? She tapped her tablet again, scrolling through past orbital logs, every number now seeming to mock her. Months of planning, decades of tracking, gone in hours. Rajiv shook his head slowly. We can't. We're watching decades of orbital clutter disappear, and there's nothing we can do but observe. Every piece of metal, every old satellite, every fragment that could have triggered collisions, gone. And we have no idea where it's going, how, or why. Nothing. He paused, then muttered, almost to himself, it's like the universe just pressed the reset button on our orbit. The hum of the facility continued, relentless and indifferent, as the team typed furiously, logged every anomaly, and double-checked every sensor feed. Their minds raced with possibilities, none comforting, all terrifying. And as the sun rose fully outside the tracking center, illuminating a world oblivious to the orbital vacuum forming above it, the weight of helplessness settled in, pressing down on the room like a physical force. The control room of the orbital tracking center buzzed with urgent voices, the rapid clatter of keyboards, and the steady hum of cooling systems. Every screen flickered with real-time telemetry, orbital trajectories, and radar returns. Yet something about the displays seemed fundamentally wrong. Fragments of satellites, old rocket stages, even minuscule chips of metal that had drifted in orbit for decades, objects that should have been immovable on a human timescale, were simply absent. Dr. Lena Morales leaned forward, her elbows pressing into the edge of the console, eyes scanning the streams of numbers that flashed in rapid succession. We've tracked this for decades, she said, her voice trembling slightly despite her usual calm authority. I don't care how many times we double-check the data. This is impossible. Rajiv Singh, seated beside her with his laptop open, ran a hand over his face, dragging his fingers through hair that was already mussed from hours of tense work. I know, he replied quietly, eyes not leaving the screens. I've been comparing decay models to the observations. Objects that normally take decades to lose altitude naturally, or that should have been stable in geostationary orbit for centuries, gone. Completely gone. The efficiency. It's eerie. He shook his head, voice low, almost disbelieving. It's like someone, or something, has perfect knowledge of every orbital path and is selectively removing objects at will. Emma Chen stood behind them, arms crossed, her fingers drumming against her forearm. She tapped her tablet repeatedly, pulling up radar cross-sections and optical verification data. I'm seeing the same thing. A small cluster of fragments from that old collision in 1997, she said, scrolling through time-stamped imagery, was visible during the last observation cycle. We had precise coordinates for each fragment. And now, not one trace remains. Nothing. The sensors confirm it. The optical arrays confirm it. Even the secondary radar feeds that we don't usually trust because they're less precise are showing empty space where there should be clutter. Lena's jaw tightened as she swallowed. We need to make sure we're not missing something fundamental. Check the calibration logs. All of it. Every sensor, every array, every data point from the past 24 hours. She gestured sharply toward Rajiv. Rajiv, cross-reference the predicted positions with the actual radar and optical returns. I want a log of every missing object, timestamped to the second, with orbital parameters, debris type, and expected decay if left alone. We need a map of emptiness, not just of what's gone, but what should have been there and isn't. Rajiv nodded, the screen reflecting the growing tension in his eyes. Already on it, he murmured, fingers flying across the keys. He muttered to himself as he ran complex algorithms, testing for system errors, atmospheric anomalies, even solar wind perturbations. Nothing matches. Nothing even comes close. Not solar drag, not gravitational perturbations, not collision cascades. Every variable we know, every factor that should influence orbital decay, fails to account for what's happening. Emma sighed, running a hand over her face. Her voice quieter now, almost a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might somehow trigger disbelief. And it's happening faster than we can observe. Even the intervals between our observation cycles are too long. I've tracked particles from micro-debris, less than a centimeter, and they're vanishing before the next imaging sequence completes. There's no warning, no trajectory we can use to anticipate disappearance. It's like the objects simply cease to exist while we watch the last data point fade on the screen. Lena exhaled sharply, closing her eyes for a brief moment, trying to center herself. This undermines everything. Orbital mechanics, decay predictions, collision risk models. If we can't track what's up there, if we can't even predict it, then every simulation we've built is obsolete. Every policy we've proposed to mitigate debris, every avoidance maneuver planned for active satellites, it's meaningless if the environment itself no longer behaves according to physics as we know it. Rajiv leaned back in his chair, voice tight. And the psychological impact is enormous. Space agencies, satellite operators, even defense contractors, they all rely on accurate models, on predictability. If the debris disappears without explanation, what's left? Panic, confusion, miscalculations. Collisions caused not by density but by misinformed maneuvers. He rubbed his temples, breathing heavily. We've trained for anomalies, for errors, for occasional sensor malfunctions. But nothing in our collective experience prepared us for this level of unpredictability. Emma's eyes darted between the multiple monitors displaying radar overlays, optical feeds, and simulation data. It's systematic, she said, almost to herself. Look at these gaps. Entire corridors of orbit, completely empty. It's not random. It's organized. And it's selective. Objects of every size, from millimeter-scale fragments to satellite remnants weighing hundreds of kilograms, they're all affected. Nothing is safe. Nothing is predictable. It's as if the entire orbital environment is being rewritten in real time. Lena's fingers tapped a staccato rhythm on the edge of the console, an unconscious attempt to impose order on the chaos. We need to alert international colleagues, but carefully. We can't say it's just missing debris. They'll think it's a glitch. They'll demand verification. And verification is impossible. Even if we share raw telemetry, anyone else trying to confirm it will see the same thing. And yet no one will be able to explain it. It will sound insane. Rajiv's hands hovered over his keyboard, hesitating. Insane isn't the right word. Surreal, dreadful, something outside human comprehension. Yes, and the speed. The speed is what terrifies me most. It's not happening over months or weeks. Entire swaths are disappearing within hours. There is no lead time. No opportunity for mitigation, for study, for intervention. We're observers, not participants. and observers have no power. Emma leaned closer to Lena, voice edged with fear. What if it's selective for operational satellites too? Microdebris is one thing, fine and unsettling. But if active satellites disappear, navigation systems, communications networks, weather monitoring, everything could fail overnight. We don't know if it stops at derelict fragments. We don't know the rules, if there are any. Lena shook her head slowly, staring at the holographic orbital map projected above the center console. Trails that had once shown chaotic swarms of debris were now empty lines, gaps where physics itself seemed absent. We document, we simulate, we observe, that's all, but even documenting is terrifying. Each record, each log, is proof that the environment has been altered in ways no human or known natural process could produce. A low alarm chimed from one of the consoles. Emma jumped slightly, scanning the feed. Another cluster, predicted debris from the 2005 collision in Leo, is gone. Timestamp disappearance, between 0342 and 035 UTC. We caught the last radar return, and then nothing. No trace, no debris cloud. Nothing. Rajiv leaned forward, voice barely audible. It's faster than we can react, faster than observation. This is rewriting the rules of space before our eyes. And the implications, they're enormous. Satellite operators, communication networks, Earth observation, navigation, scientific missions. They're all vulnerable. Entire systems we depend on could fail without warning, and there's nothing anyone could do. Lena took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. We're trained for anomalies, for system errors, for unpredictable collisions. But this is beyond training, beyond prediction, beyond human control. And yet we have to maintain composure, document everything, preserve every record. If nothing else, we must ensure the world has an accurate account of what occurred, even if we can't explain it. Emma finally allowed herself to sit, rubbing her eyes. I've tracked debris, manually, with optical telescopes and radar for years. I've logged collisions, predicted decay, and contributed to avoidance strategies. But nothing in my experience prepared me for objects to vanish entirely, systematically, in the span of hours. It's unsettling, terrifying. Rajiv leaned back, voice tight. We need contingency protocols, but we can't even define what contingency would look like. Without knowing the mechanism, without a pattern, there is no mitigation, no plan, no safeguard. All we can do is watch, and record, and hope that we understand enough to protect anything that remains. The room fell silent except for the soft hum of the servers and cooling fans. The orbital map above continued to glow, lines and dots disappearing into emptiness. Lena, Rajiv, and Emma stared, united in awe, fear, and helplessness, understanding that everything they knew about space, about debris, about human control of orbit, had just been rendered obsolete. By the time Lena, Rajiv, and Emma had compiled preliminary logs of the missing debris, calls were streaming in from around the globe. Representatives of space agencies, corporate satellite operators, and observatories demanded immediate briefings. Every country with a stake in orbit was scrambling to verify what their own sensors were reporting. Lines of communication crackled with confusion and fear, and every incoming message seemed to carry a hint of panic. ESA confirms it, Lena said, her voice tight as she spoke into a secure video line. All tracked debris in several low and medium Earth orbit bands. Missing. The data matches our telemetry. A man with a trimmed beard and sharp glasses appeared on the screen. Drive. Laurent Berger, the head of orbital operations at the European Space Agency. We've checked every radar installation, every optical telescope. Same results. Thousands of objects that should be there, gone. I have never seen anything like this in my 30 years. We are sending crews to recheck ground-based arrays, but the preliminary numbers match yours. Nor have we, Lena replied, trying to maintain calm. We're documenting everything. Times, positions, orbital parameters. We'll provide a consolidated report within the hour. Meanwhile, the private satellite operators were in an uproar. Across the world, high-rise offices of communications, imaging, and broadband constellations were filled with technicians and engineers frantically checking mission control panels. On the West Coast, a corporate operations room buzzed with nervous energy. One engineer muttered to her colleague, "If these orbital lanes really are empty, It's unprecedented. And if it's selective, that could mean... She stopped herself, eyes wide. Her supervisor, a tall man with graying hair, shook his head. Don't speculate. Run the systems check. Verify telemetry. If this is true, we need to know what went missing and what remains. Every second counts. In India, ISRO convened an urgent team, gathering operators and engineers around glowing screens. The lead engineer whispered in Hindi, "We've tracked decades of debris here. And now, entire swaths are gone. Our launch plans, our satellites, they all depend on knowing what's in orbit." This changes everything, colleagues murmured anxiously, scanning sensor logs and reconciling historical data. Across the globe, amateur astronomers and observatories began noticing anomalies. Reports flooded online forums and coordinated observation networks. Satellite hobbyists uploaded images of geostationary belts and low Earth clusters, showing gaps where debris had been dense just hours prior. Discussions turned to disbelief, awe, and fear. "This isn't just missing paint flakes," one amateur wrote. "This is entire satellites. We're witnessing something unimaginable." In Tokyo, Ambassador Kuroda's office was in turmoil. Security officers and aides crowded the room as Kuroda listened to updates from JAXA and private companies. "If this is true," the ambassador said, voice calm but urgent, "we are witnessing decades of orbital hazard removed overnight. This changes everything. Our defense posture, our commercial plans, our understanding of space. We must convene immediately with international partners. We cannot act alone." A junior aide asked, "Ambassador, should we inform the Prime Minister?" Kuroda nodded. "Immediately. Every leader must know. This is global in scale." Similarly, in Washington, General Martinez convened a rapid briefing with military and civilian advisors. "If debris is disappearing systematically, it affects satellite defense, navigation systems, and reconnaissance," he said. "We cannot assume it's human, but whether natural or unknown, we need contingency protocols for communication networks, GPS-dependent infrastructure, and early warning systems. Our entire strategic model depends on predicting orbital threats, and that's gone out the window." At the United Nations, an emergency session of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space began. Delegates from every member state demanded real-time data. Arguments broke out between representatives of major space powers, some accusing others of concealing experimental debris removal technology, others citing natural or unknown phenomena. An observer from a non-spacefaring nation whispered to her colleague, "If this is true, it changes how we approach every satellite launch, every mission. We are completely exposed." During one conference call, a Russian delegate argued sharply, "We have no technology capable of this. Any suggestion otherwise is baseless speculation. Perhaps this is a natural solar-wind interaction or magnetospheric anomaly." A corporate lobbyist from a major satellite constellation cut in, voice tense. "Regardless of cause, our assets are affected. Liability issues, insurance coverage, collision risk. All policies rely on the assumption that debris behaves predictably. That assumption no longer exists. We need immediate clarification before launching any new satellites." As these debates swirled, news media began to pick up fragments of the story. Headlines flashed across screens. "Decades of space debris vanish overnight. Scientists baffled. Orbital clean sweep. Miracle or mystery." And, "Are satellites safe again?" Experts warn uncertainty remains. Anchors interviewed scientists, corporate executives, and officials, all struggling to articulate the scale of what had happened. Visualizations showed empty swaths of orbit where debris had been concentrated for decades. Public reaction ranged from wonder to alarm. In Beijing, CNSA held an internal emergency review. Engineers scanned decades of tracked debris, finding the same gaps Lena's team had documented. A senior scientist muttered in Mandarin, "This is not human-made. The precision, the timing, it cannot be explained by any current technology. We need to alert global authorities immediately." Another engineer added, "We need to run simulations to determine what remains in orbit. Any miscalculation could still put active satellites at risk." By the afternoon, social media and international news cycles were flooded with data visualizations, charts, and simulations showing empty corridors in orbit. Citizens began to grasp the scale of what had occurred. Decades of accumulated orbital fragments, rocket bodies, old satellites, paint chips, metal bolts, had vanished. Online forums were filled with speculation. Some people celebrated, calling it a miracle, while others panicked, fearing unknown forces or cosmic interference. Scientists cautioned against hyperbole, urging careful observation, but even the most rational minds were shaken. Back in the Orbital Tracking Center, Lena watched as reports poured in from Africa, South America, Australia, and the Middle East. Each report confirmed the same pattern: debris missing systematically, faster than any human or natural process could account for. "Rajiv," she said, voice taut, "look at this. From Cape Town to Santiago to Canberra, complete swaths cleared. And it's happening in the same manner. This isn't random." Rajiv leaned back, exhausted. "It's global, and it's precise. Even debris that should have taken centuries to decay naturally, gone. It's like a hand has swept through the skies, removing the danger before it could act. We need to make sure governments, corporations, and the public understand this isn't a miracle. It's a phenomenon we cannot control." Emma spoke up, her voice softer now, yet urgent. "People need to know the scale. They need to understand that we were living on borrowed time, and that whatever did this is acting faster, more efficiently, and more selectively than we ever could. Humanity is stunned, and we have to convey the magnitude of that. Not just the disappearance, but what it meant. We were one collision away from catastrophe, and now it's gone." In conference calls and emails, Lena's team tried to compile a comprehensive report. Charts, visualizations, historical logs, and predictive models went into a single database. Every operator, every observatory, every satellite company was being asked to cross-check data. Humanity, collectively, began to feel the weight. Decades of hazard had vanished overnight. The planet's orbital environment, once a ticking time bomb, was now inexplicably cleared. The realization rippled outward, through offices, laboratories, newsrooms, and homes, capturing the awe and fear of a civilization that had been unprepared for both the risk and its sudden removal. Governments began drafting emergency briefings for citizens. Press releases were prepared cautiously, warning of the unknown phenomenon while acknowledging that the immediate threat had vanished. Economists predicted a temporary boom for satellite insurance and launch scheduling, while ethicists and philosophers debated the implications of what some called intervention by unknown intelligence. And yet, even as humanity tried to digest the scale of the event, the question hung in the air, unspoken and terrifying. Who, or what, is responsible, and will this intervention continue? The hum of the Orbital Tracking Center persisted, but now it carried a new weight. Not just the weight of frantic activity, but of history witnessing itself, of civilization beginning to grasp the scale of an event that could have annihilated decades of technological infrastructure overnight. For the first time, humans understood just how precarious their place in space had been, and how completely powerless they were to control it. The activity in the Orbital Tracking Center buzzed steadily, but the usual rhythm felt tense, almost strained, as if the air itself carried the weight of impending disaster. Lena Morales stared at the bank of monitors before her, eyes scanning the telemetry feeds with a precision honed by years of experience. Rajiv Singh sat beside her, leaning forward over his laptop, fingers poised above the keyboard, ready to run simulations at the first hint of irregularity. Emma Chen tapped furiously at her console, coordinating radar feeds and optical arrays, her face pale beneath the harsh fluorescent lights. "Okay, first commercial satellite cluster," Lena said, pointing at a series of orbital paths displayed in holographic layers above the console. "Telemetry looks normal so far. Position stable, altitude confirmed. For a moment, everything seemed routine, until the feed blinked and froze." "Wait," Emma whispered, leaning closer to the radar display. It's gone. All of them." Rajiv's fingers hesitated midair. "Gone? Entire cluster?" "Confirmed," Lena said, her voice taut. "Radar feed, optical verification, all sensors cross-checked. Nothing. No signal, no reflection, no telemetry. It's like it never existed." The room fell into tense silence. The steady hum of servers and fans was suddenly deafening, punctuated by the quiet beep of alarms triggered on secondary systems. Lena pulled up historical orbit data, comparing it to current positions. Every satellite, including the ones on highly stable geosynchronous orbits that had been operational for years, was missing. Rajiv ran a series of simulations, recalculating orbital paths and predicting potential anomalies. Each iteration returned the same impossible result. Even those in perfectly stable orbits, adjusted for gravitational perturbations, atmospheric drag, and solar radiation pressure, gone. It's not a drift, not a collision, not decay. They've vanished. Emma shook her head, running diagnostics on radar arrays and optical instruments. Everything's functioning within nominal parameters. No system errors, no interference, no anomalies in hardware or software. Lena, they're really gone. Lena pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling slowly. This isn't just an equipment glitch. This isn't a miscalculation. Our telemetry and optical tracking lines up perfectly. Rajiv, what about redundancy checks? Already running, he said, voice tight. I've cross-referenced every possible alternate orbital propagation model, even adjusting for sensor error margins. The results are the same. Satellites that should be visible for decades just disappear. Across the center, monitors flickered as Emma switched to alternate radar frequencies, cross-checking every band. Look at this, she said, voice shaking slightly. Even fragments from previous micrometeoroid impacts, tiny shards of satellites, debris that should have been tumbling for years, they're gone too. Complete gaps where orbital clutter used to be. It's systematic, not random. Lena tapped a sequence into her console, overlaying past collision data with current tracks. The gaps aligned almost perfectly with historical debris fields, a chillingly precise absence. Rajiv, this isn't normal. Something, or someone, is removing objects from orbit. And it's not following any pattern we understand. Rajiv's face tightened as he scrolled through hundreds of simulation logs. I've tried every variable. Altitude, inclination, mass, shape, reflectivity. Nothing predicts which satellite disappears next. And it's happening across all orbits. Low, medium, high. Even geostationary satellites. Those aren't supposed to vanish without a reason. Yet here we are. Emma leaned back, taking a shaky breath. We've tracked debris in satellites for decades. We've accounted for every natural decay process. Drag, collisions, radiation pressure. Nothing explains this speed. Nothing explains the selectivity. And it's spreading. More objects are disappearing by the second. Lena's jaw clenched. We need to notify agencies immediately. This isn't something that can stay contained here. But we can't even tell them what to do. There's nothing they can do. It's beyond us. Rajiv's fingers tapped nervously on the keyboard. We should log every missing object, every timestamp, every orbital parameter. Build a comprehensive map. If anyone's going to understand this, it will be us. But even then, I don't know if it's interpretable. Emma's voice was quieter now, almost a whisper. The implications. Every operational satellite, commercial and scientific, is at risk. And if it can take these without warning, what about launches in progress? What about new satellites we just deployed? They could vanish instantly. Lena exhaled sharply, her eyes flicking across the room at her team. We've crossed a threshold. This isn't just unusual. It's catastrophic. And yet, we're powerless to stop it. Every orbital asset we depend on, vanishing. She swiveled to a secondary console, pulling up live feeds from observatories in Europe, Asia, and South America. Look at this. Rajiv, Paris, Beijing, Sao Paulo. Reports are coming in simultaneously. Missing satellites, gaps in orbital belts, real-time disappearances. The world is seeing this too. Rajiv leaned closer, scanning the feeds. We're not just isolated here. This is global. And the precision. Every missing object aligns with no known decay model. Even satellites that should have remained operational for decades, gone. Entire corridors of orbit empty. Emma adjusted the radar scope. I've checked timestamps against scheduled maneuvers and orbital corrections. Nothing matches. No propulsion events. No course changes. It's like an invisible hand is sweeping through space. The orbital tracking center's phone lines lit up. Operators fielded calls from agencies across Asia, Europe, and North America. Lena answered a video call from Tokyo. Ambassador Kuroda's office appeared, tense and bustling with aides. We're seeing the same here, Kuroda said. Operational satellites, scientific instruments, even recently launched deployments. Missing. Our observations confirm yours. Lena nodded. We're logging every disappearance, cross-referencing orbital data, and simulating potential sequences. We can provide full reports, but her words faltered. We can't explain why this is happening, or how, Rajiv muttered, scanning additional simulations. Even accounting for solar radiation anomalies, geomagnetic storms, or gravitational perturbations. None of this accounts for speed or selectivity. And the fact that it's expanding across latitudes and orbital planes, it defies physics as we know it. Emma, voice tight, added, "We've tracked satellites from the 1970s. Experimental CubeSats, decommissioned constellations. Every piece of debris that was cataloged and expected to persist vanished. And the rate, it's accelerating. More disappearances in every observation cycle." Lena pressed her palms to the console edge. "We document, we map, we prepare for the next cycle. The world needs facts, not panic." But, she paused, voice low, "we are witnessing the limits of human control. Our infrastructure, communication, observation, everything we've built in space, vulnerable in an instant." Rajiv's hands hovered over the keyboard. "How do you prepare for an event you can't predict? A chain reaction we can't simulate? Every second counts, but every second we spend calculating, another satellite disappears." Emma looked out at the glowing monitors, whispering, "The implications. It's worse than we realize. A single lost communication satellite can cascade into flight disruptions, maritime navigation errors, weather model failures. Multiply that across dozens of vanished satellites. Entire systems collapse before anyone has time to react." Lena's eyes hardened. "Then we do what we can. Record every anomaly, cross-check every sensor, coordinate with agencies worldwide. We can't stop it, but we can at least bear witness." That's all we have. Outside the control room, the sun was rising over the city, but inside, the weight of the unknown pressed down, heavy and oppressive. Across the globe, observatories began reporting the same phenomenon. Telemetry from other tracking centers matched exactly. Operational satellites missing, entire bands of orbit empty, gaps where decades of technology had once floated. The room fell silent, save for the steady hum of the servers and cooling fans, now heavy with drip. Lena, Rajiv, and Emma exchanged grim glances. The reality had settled in fully. Operational satellites, technology humanity depended on for communication, navigation, and observation, were disappearing. And there was nothing anyone could do. Inside the orbital tracking center, the three scientists worked furiously, documenting each loss, recalculating the impossible, and confronting the profound helplessness of their situation. Every disappearing satellite confirmed one truth. Humanity had reached the limits of control over the skies, and the universe, or whatever force intervened, was rewriting the rules of orbital mechanics in real time. The sun had barely crested the horizon over the Pacific launch facility when the crew hustled into position. Launch controllers, engineers, and technicians checked their consoles, monitors, and telemetry feeds one last time. The excitement of another routine deployment was tempered by the creeping tension from the recent anomalies in orbit. Lena Morales, observing remotely from the orbital tracking center, felt her stomach tighten. She and Rajiv Singh had been tracking the disappearance of operational satellites for hours, and now a new communication satellite was about to join the void, or so it seemed. "Final check on trajectory, propulsion systems, and signal integrity," called out Marcus Reynolds, the launch director, his voice steady but strained. Beside him, flight engineer Priya Desai tapped rapidly on her terminal, verifying telemetry alignment. "All systems green. We're ready for liftoff in T-minus 30 seconds. "Copy that," the mission commander said over the comm line. "Launch pad secure. Countdown proceeding." Emma Chen's voice came over the secure video link from the orbital tracking center. "Lena, I'm watching the orbital insertion feeds live. All tracking instruments online. We'll confirm deployment immediately." "Understood," Lena replied, voice tight. "Rajiv, keep the predictive models running. I want every orbital parameter logged as it deploys." The rocket engines ignited, sending vibrations through the concrete pad and a deep roar across the launch complex. Smoke and flames spewed into the early morning sky as the communication satellite ascended gracefully into its transfer orbit. The tracking feeds displayed the usual telemetry. Altitude climbing, velocity normal, rotation stabilized. The countdown had gone flawlessly. And then, silence. "Wait," Emma's voice broke into the comm line. It's gone. Altitude readings just dropped to 0. Radar return? Nothing. Optical confirmation? Nothing. Lena? It's really gone. Lena's heart skipped a beat. Gone? Complete disappearance? Cross-check all bands, Emma. Rajiv's hands hovered over his keyboard. Impossible. He muttered, eyes scanning live telemetry. I've run the insertion model against all gravitational parameters, including lunar perturbations. Atmospheric drag. Nothing accounts for a loss this sudden. It should still be in orbit, fully visible. Back at the launch pad, Marcus froze mid-command. Telemetry confirmed lost? Visual tracking? Nothing? That's impossible. Priya? Status? She shook her head, panic creeping into her professional demeanor. All sensors are online, sir. Every feed shows the satellite as non-existent. Even the secondary camera arrays mounted on the rocket booster saw it enter orbit, then vanish. A communications officer, Javier Morales, spoke from the adjacent console. Sir, backup telemetry from the upper stage transponder shows no ping. Even Doppler tracking is silent. We have zero confirmation of location. Across the globe, simultaneous launches were underway. In French Guiana, the European launch crew was preparing a scientific observation satellite. In Baikonur, Kazakhstan, a medium-lift rocket had deployed a communications relay. Each of these new satellites disappeared moments after deployment, exactly like the first. Mission control centers erupted into chaos. Engineers shouted across rooms, consoles beeped alarms, and staff scrambled to verify that sensors, networks, and radars weren't malfunctioning. At the Orbital Tracking Center, Lena, Rajiv, and Emma frantically coordinated with international teams. This isn't isolated, Lena said, voice firm but tense. We've got identical anomalies in South America, Europe, and Asia. Multiple new satellites gone immediately after deployment. There's no time for misalignment, malfunction, or human error. These objects simply do not exist anymore. Rajiv ran rapid simulations, cross-checking every possible insertion parameter, orbital plane, and propulsion vector. I've tried modeling instantaneous orbital decay, failure scenarios, even hypothetical capture mechanisms, he said, voice tight with disbelief. None of them result in disappearance this fast. Even low-mass CubeSats shouldn't vanish this way. Not without being destroyed or observed. Emma added, her tone sharp. I've recalibrated the radar arrays, switched optical bands, cross-referenced every frequency. Sensors are fine. We're not seeing ghost readings. These satellites are physically gone. She paused, then added quietly, even debris trails from booster stages are missing. Tiny reflective fragments that should have lingered for months, gone in seconds. In Tokyo, Ambassador Kuroda convened an emergency teleconference with JAXA engineers and private operators. The ambassador's aide, Hiroshi Tanaka, pointed to the live feeds projected on a wall. The pattern is global. Communications, Earth observation, and experimental satellites, completely missing. No anomalies in telemetry networks. No misalignment in orbit mechanics. It's as if someone took them out of the sky. Taken out. An operations engineer muttered, voice barely audible over the comm chatter. Are we seriously suggesting this could be intentional? Military? Secret technology? Kuroda shook his head, exhaling slowly. We cannot assume human causation yet. We can only confirm that satellites are disappearing. Our first priority is to secure data, verify instrumentation, and coordinate with other nations. Then we analyze. Meanwhile, in Washington, General Martinez convened his Rapid Response Orbital Task Force. We have real-time confirmation of new satellite losses at multiple launch sites, he said to his team. If this is selective, if operational satellites are being removed systematically, we must prepare for cascading effects on navigation, communications, and surveillance. An analyst, Lieutenant Hannah Blake, spoke up, tension in her voice. Sir, if this continues, every GPS-dependent operation, logistics, aviation, military, will fail within hours. Even emergency services could be compromised. Martinez's jaw tightened. Understood. Begin contingency protocols immediately. Cross-check redundant satellite constellations and alert civil agencies. Prepare for global communication outages. Back at the Orbital Tracking Center, Lena, Rajiv, and Emma shared a grim look. It's no longer about individual satellites, Lena said, her voice low and steady. It's the integrity of orbit itself. Anything we launch now, Anything we send into space could vanish immediately. Rajiv's fingers tapped frenetically. Even if we scramble to deploy replacement satellites, there's no guarantee they'll remain. We have no predictive pattern, no temporal window, no intervention method. Anything launched is a risk of disappearing the moment it reaches orbit. Emma leaned back, voice barely audible. We've trained for anomalies, failures, collisions, but this is beyond our experience. Human technology, our calculations, our entire system of orbital management. Useless. And the launch crews? They're watching this happen in real time, powerless. Marcus Reynolds muttered under his breath at the pad. We prepare for years, simulate every contingency, and none of it matters. None of it. As the morning stretched into midday, reports continued flooding in from every launch site. New satellites disappeared, some in low orbit, some in geosynchronous belts. Each event was confirmed by multiple instruments. Across continents, operators looked at screens and monitors in disbelief, realizing that no intervention could prevent it. The planet's orbital infrastructure was failing in real time, and humanity's guardians, engineers, scientists, military, and corporate operators alike, were powerless. Lena leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. Document everything, she said firmly. Every launch, every disappearance, every orbital parameter. Build a master timeline. We can't stop this, but if anyone is going to understand it, it's going to be us. Rajiv exhaled, eyes still glued to his laptop. And we have to assume this is global. It isn't isolated to one launch site, one country, or one company. It's happening everywhere. If we don't communicate immediately, the consequences will cascade before anyone even realizes it. Emma's hands hovered over her console, trembling slightly. The operators at the launch pads, they're terrified. Some are refusing to initiate the next deployment. How do we reassure them? There's nothing to reassure them with. Outside the orbital tracking center, the city moved on as if unaware of the orbital void forming above it. Ships, aircraft, communication networks, all dependent on satellites, continued their routines, blind to the unfolding catastrophe. Inside, Lena, Rajiv, and Emma documented, cross-referenced, and verified, struggling to comprehend the scale of the vanishing. By the end of the day, the team had confirmed dozens of vanished satellites. Each disappearance was a punch to the gut. Commercial constellations, weather monitoring, GPS, and experimental platforms, all removed in moments. Humanity's grip on space had loosened further, and with each vanished satellite, the reality of their helplessness grew more acute. The room was heavy with unspoken fear. Lena, Rajiv, and Emma knew that no observation, no intervention, no human ingenuity could restore what was being erased. The only certainty was the unknown, and the terrifying realization that the skies, once mapped, measured, and controlled, were now beyond their reach. The first tremors were subtle, almost imperceptible, until the feedback from GPS networks across multiple continents began to spike with anomalies. Lena Morales and Rajiv Singh were stationed at the Orbital Tracking Center, eyes flicking between orbital plots, navigation overlays, and real-time telemetry streams. Lena's knuckles whitened as she gripped the edge of her console. Check this, she said, pointing at a satellite trajectory on her screen. Signal loss at 14:07 Coordinated Universal Time. Complete dropout. No ping, no data packets. It's gone. Rajiv leaned closer, fingers flying across keyboards as he ran rapid simulations across backup constellations. It's not isolated. All GPS satellites in low Earth orbit, vanishing as they hit certain altitude markers. Even older, supposedly redundant platforms are dropping offline. His voice carried the disbelief of someone watching decades of engineering vanish in seconds. Streams of telemetry from European, Japanese, Indian, and private tracking networks populated his monitors, each one confirming the impossible. Satellites were disappearing. Emma Chen, monitoring communication satellites, leaned forward, voice tight. I'm seeing the same with comms. Satellite channels flicker, then die. Internet providers report routing failures across Asia, Europe, North America. Phone networks drop mid-call. Broadcast feeds cut entirely. It's not interference. It's absence. No signals, Nothing to triangulate. Just gone. Technicians darted between consoles, running diagnostic sweeps across radar and optical arrays, cross-checking every frequency and redundant telemetry channel. Every check returned the same horrifying result. Satellites were physically gone. Not malfunctioning. Not offline. Gone. Lena grabbed her headset, voice cracking. Patch in the Pacific and Atlantic tracking facilities. I need real-time confirmation from every sender. This isn't a glitch. It's happening everywhere. Reports arrived in minutes. In Honolulu, radar operators noted GPS errors affecting shipping lanes. Aircraft en route from London to New York reported critical navigation failures. Emergency responders in Boston switched to terrestrial radio networks after automated dispatch systems failed. The world's infrastructure, largely invisible to ordinary citizens, was collapsing quietly but rapidly. Lena, Rajiv muttered, voice tight, these aren't just small nodes. Look at the constellation layouts. He overlaid dozens of orbit paths on a 3D model of the planet's surrounding space. Low Earth, medium Earth, geosynchronous, entire networks disappearing in minutes. Commercial, scientific, military, even observational satellites tracking debris, gone. Empty corridors where constellations should be. No traces, no fragments, nothing. A communications officer, Javier Morales, spoke from the adjacent console. Backup telemetry from older transponders. Zero return. Doppler tracking is silent. Upper stage transponders show nothing. I've never seen anything like this in my career. Lena exhaled slowly, rubbing her temples. This isn't a localized system failure. It's global. Every loss, timestamp, orbital parameter. We log everything. Every anomaly matters. If anyone is going to understand this, it has to be us. Across the Atlantic, Dr. Laurent Berger at the European Space Operations Center scrambled his team. Position data from every orbital vehicle, communication, navigation, Earth observation, is inconsistent. Signals vanish without trace. Redundant monitoring arrays. Nothing. Our models can't explain it. What the hell is happening? I don't know, Lena admitted, frustration and fear edging her voice. Satellites vanish mid-orbit. No debris, no collisions, nothing to explain it. We must assume all operational satellites are at risk. Primary task, log everything. Rajiv scrolled through layers of orbital mechanics simulations. I've tried modeling failures from atmospheric drag, solar radiation bursts, micrometeoroid impacts, even theorized magnetic anomalies. None account for this speed. Even if a satellite broke apart, fragments would remain. We're seeing nothing. Complete absence. Emma leaned forward, voice tight. Weather satellites are down. Predictive storm tracking and hurricane monitoring offline. Forecasting will fail within hours. Emergency management systems blind. Flood warnings, typhoon alerts, wildfire monitoring gone. Entire continents could face disaster without warning. In Washington, General Martinez convened an emergency briefing. Lieutenant Hannah Blake pointed to the live map. Air traffic control is issuing alerts. Cargo ships report positional errors. Urban transit, logistics networks, cascading failures are imminent. Martinez's jaw tightened. We cannot rely on standard protocols. Begin manual contingency routing. Mobilize terrestrial communications. Coordinate internationally. Back in the orbital tracking center, Lena and Rajiv exchanged grim looks. If this continues, Lena said, voice low, it's not just orbital. Every system reliant on satellites, navigation, communications, weather, reconnaissance, is at risk. Infrastructure collapse is imminent. Supply chains could fail. Financial networks destabilized. In Tokyo, Ambassador Kuroda convened an emergency session with JAXA. Hiroshi Tanaka, pointing to feeds from multiple observation arrays, said, all Earth observation platforms missing. Disaster monitoring, climate data, typhoon tracking, offline. Humanity is blind to its own planet. Even scientific CubeSats, gone. Across European spaceports, engineers attempted backup deployments. Rockets lifted, satellites deployed, then nothing. Screens flickered as telemetry dropped instantly. Panic rippled across mission control floors. Operators shouted, ran checks on thrusters, amplifiers, transponders. Each deployment was a gamble with zero chance of success. Javier Morales spoke up, voice shaking. 2 experimental satellites. Lost. Manual overrides, transponder beacons. Didn't matter. Nothing. Emma whispered, It's systematic, precise, selective. Nothing human-made could account for this. It's spreading, like an invisible hand is pruning the heavens. Hours passed. The Orbital Tracking Center and international counterparts logged every disappearance. Patterns emerged. Orbital altitudes, inclinations, timings. Maddeningly precise, yet inexplicable. Commercial constellations vanished alongside scientific and military satellites. Collision monitoring, debris tracking, repair vehicles. All gone. Humanity's eyes in the sky. Commerce, science, security, daily life, failing one by one. Lena leaned back, rubbing her eyes, cascading failure across all orbital layers. Low Earth, medium Earth, geostationary. Stripped systematically. If it continues, it's not just navigation or communication. It's control of orbital infrastructure. Rajiv exhaled. Shielding, stealth coatings, useless. Every object vulnerable. The physics themselves, irrelevant. Emma's hands hovered, trembling. Launch crews worldwide, terrified. Some refusing deployments. What do we tell them? Nothing reassures them. Outside, ships, aircraft, cities carried on, unaware of the void above. Inside, humanity's guardians understood. Systems civilization depended on were unraveling. Every second brought new disappearances. Every orbit emptied. And as the sun set across multiple continents, Lena, Rajiv, and Emma faced the realization. Humanity's dominance of the skies was ending, silently and without warning. By late evening, the Orbital Tracking Center had logged over 50 major satellite disappearances, each confirmed by multiple international feeds. Rajiv tapped furiously on simulations, trying to forecast which orbital planes were safe, only to find blank grids. Emma cross-checked weather satellites, noting the first typhoon of the season moving undetected across the Pacific, potentially catastrophic for coastal populations. Lena coordinated with global space agencies, trying to establish a master timeline of disappearances, but even with dozens of analysts, the data overwhelmed them. In New Delhi, the Indian Space Research Organization's lead telemetry engineer, Priya Rao, spoke urgently over a satellite conference call. Our communications array for disaster monitoring. Gone. We have no visibility on incoming cyclones or floods. Manual observation. Insufficient. Simultaneously, in Sao Paulo, a private constellation operator, Miguel Santos, reported failures affecting logistics drones and GPS-guided delivery systems. We've lost 4 satellites in medium orbit. Even our low-orbit backups are gone. Clients are panicking. Ports, airports, logistics hubs, everything's impacted. Even military assets were affected. NATO's Rapid Response Orbital Task Force reported vanishing reconnaissance satellites. Tomahawk missile guidance, early warning detection, and secure communications, all compromised. Commanders on multiple continents struggled to coordinate exercises, realizing global defense networks were blind. By nightfall, the Orbital Tracking Center was a hive of tension. Technicians ran redundant telemetry cross-checks. Emergency satellite deployment queues, already failing, were analyzed for patterns, to no avail. Every orbit, every layer, every constellation was vulnerable. Humanity's reach into space, once the foundation of modern civilization, was slipping away. Lena leaned back, voice tight. We've documented every loss, cross-checked everything. If humanity's going to understand this, it starts with us. Rajiv and Emma nodded, eyes glued to their consoles, as the invisible void above Earth continued to grow. An untraceable, unstoppable erasure of the technological scaffolding the planet relied upon. By midnight, more than 120 satellites across all orbital ranges had vanished. Airlines rerouted entire transcontinental flight plans using dead reckoning. Cargo ships relied on coastal beacons for navigation. Military exercises were canceled. Weather warnings were impossible. Emergency agencies across Africa, South America, Asia, and Oceania sent urgent messages to their capitals. Systems were failing, and nobody knew why. From Hawaii to Germany, Tokyo to Johannesburg, engineers, analysts, and operators were left staring at empty screens. Orbits that had been monitored for decades were now voids. Every orbital plane once packed with technological instruments had been reduced to empty space. By 2 a.m., the Orbital Tracking Center had become a war room of grim determination and helplessness. Lena and Rajiv coordinated a full global database of disappearances, cross-referencing feeds from the ESA, JAXA, ISRO, CNSA, private operators, and military networks. Emma cataloged weather satellites, scientific missions, and commercial constellations. Every new disappearance was logged with timestamps, orbital elements, and altitude. They would have to rebuild this dataset from scratch if humanity was ever to understand the scope. The invisible void had no mercy. Every signal that had connected civilization, financial networks, GPS, communications, disaster monitoring, military surveillance, was compromised. And through it all, the sun rose on a planet unaware that its technological scaffolding was being systematically erased, leaving humanity blind and disconnected in real time. The moment the first experimental satellites launched, the Orbital Tracking Center held its collective breath. Lena Morales, Rajiv Singh, and Emma Chen stood over their consoles, eyes glued to telemetry streams and orbital plots that refreshed faster than human intuition could keep up. Military and stealth platforms, some of which had existed only as classified schematics until days earlier, were being deployed to test new defensive, observational, and survivability technologies. These were not commercial relays or civilian research platforms. These were the systems nations relied on when everything else failed. Hardened reconnaissance assets, encrypted command and control nodes, and autonomous platforms designed to operate without ground intervention for months or years at a time. The rockets lifted smoothly from launch sites scattered across the globe. In California, Florida, French Guiana, Tanegashima, and Sriharikota. Countdowns executed flawlessly. Telemetry flowed cleanly. Separation events triggered exactly on schedule. For a brief, terrifying heartbeat, it looked like humanity might claw back a foothold in orbit, even if only temporarily. Then, as each satellite reached its designated orbit, the screens flickered, and they vanished. Lena swore under her breath, her hands gripping the edge of the console. That shouldn't happen. These are experimental platforms, reinforced hulls, layered radiation shielding, autonomous tracking transponders running independent clocks. They're designed to survive micrometeoroids, radiation bursts, even partial system failures. And now they're just gone? Rajiv was already scrolling through telemetry logs, his movements sharp, almost frantic. It's instantaneous. The moment they cross a certain altitude band, it's like they're erased from existence. Doppler tracking drops to zero. Radar cross-section collapses to nothing. Optical imaging shows a clean orbital path that just ends. He shook his head slowly. They're not offline. They're not malfunctioning. They're physically absent. I've never seen anything behave like this. Emma's fingers hovered over the keyboard, trembling slightly despite her effort to keep them steady. We can't even get photographs. Ground-based telescopes, high-resolution orbital cameras, adaptive optics systems. Everything we use to validate a launch is coming back blank. No debris, no signal scatter, no reflected light. It's like they were never launched at all. Across the room, engineers moved with growing desperation. Diagnostic teams in Europe, Asia, and North America were pulled into emergency coordination channels, tasked with analyzing raw feed data, triangulating orbital paths, and sweeping for anomalies using infrared imaging, phased array radar, and passive detection systems. Every attempt failed. Experimental satellites deployed into low, medium, and high Earth orbits vanished before a single usable measurement could be taken. In Japan, Hiroshi Tanaka monitored a stealth satellite intended to test advanced anti-jamming and signal masking systems. His voice came through the secure line tight and clipped. We've deployed the unit. Orbit insertion nominal. Telemetry nominal. There was a pause, longer than protocol allowed. Now, it's gone. Gone. I repeat. Zero signature on radar, optical, or infrared. It's as if it never existed. Lena leaned over Rajiv's console, scanning the empty plots. This isn't just a technical problem anymore. It's psychological. Operators, engineers, entire teams are starting to panic. If our most advanced, hardened systems can vanish like this, then nothing we build is safe. Nothing. Rajiv ran simulation after simulation, each one collapsing into the same empty outcome. I've modeled gravitational anomalies, electromagnetic pulses, deliberate cloaking failures, micrometeoroid cascades, even extreme interactions with the Van Allen belts. None of it predicts this behavior. The math just stops. The physics themselves seem irrelevant. Every model ends in blank space. Military contractors began reporting the same results. Platforms designed to survive missile threats, kinetic interceptors, and orbital debris fields disappeared without warning. Emergency briefings were convened in Europe, Asia, and the United States, but each ended the same way. No cause identified, no mitigation proposed, no confidence restored. The psychological impact was immediate and visible. Operators who had spent years tracking satellites and managing orbital constellations began to second-guess their own perceptions. "It's like the laws of physics are being rewritten in front of us," Javier Morales muttered, staring at a radar screen that showed nothing but noise. Emma's hands hovered over her controls, tense, as if she could somehow reach through the void and pull the missing satellites back. International collaboration started to strain under the pressure. In India, telemetry engineers attempted to coordinate with counterparts in Brazil and Germany, comparing timestamps and orbital parameters down to the millisecond. Each feed confirmed the same impossible pattern. Satellites deployed to test encrypted communications, navigation resilience, and orbital durability were gone within seconds. No photographs, no radar returns, no signal remnants, total absence. In North America, experimental military satellites carrying classified reconnaissance payloads disappeared mid-orbit. Analysts overlaid predicted trajectories with ground-based optical observatories, airborne sensors, and even improvised visual tracking attempts. Nothing appeared. The satellites didn't drift. They didn't break apart. They didn't decay. They simply weren't there. The implications were chilling. Entire classes of intelligence gathering capabilities were being nullified before they could even activate. Lena raised her voice to cut through the rising noise in the room. Every new launch is a gamble. Every deployment is now an experiment in futility. If assets can disappear the instant they exist, then this isn't just about technology anymore. It's about survival. How do you protect something that can be erased the moment it becomes real? Emma spoke quietly, almost to herself. We've trained for failure scenarios, partial losses, chain reactions. But this isn't failure. This is erasure. And it's affecting everyone. Fear, disbelief, hesitation. It's spreading as fast as the disappearances. By mid-afternoon, the number of missing experimental satellites had doubled. In Europe, mission control operators shouted across rooms, some slamming fists into consoles, others staring silently at empty screens. In the United States, engineers authorized the launch of a secondary stealth platform designed specifically to observe the phenomenon itself. It achieved orbit, transmitted for 28 seconds, and then vanished. Panic rippled through the control room like an electrical surge. Civilian space agencies were not spared. CubeSats and small research platforms launched for climate modeling, oceanography, and asteroid monitoring disappeared just as quickly. Students and professors watched live feeds from university control centers as years of work vanished in real time, the screens going blank without explanation. Rajiv rubbed his eyes, leaning back hard in his chair. This isn't random. There's a pattern we're missing. Altitude bands, orbital planes, inclination angles. Something is selecting targets with surgical precision. Nothing human-made could do this, not even our stealth systems. Especially not our stealth systems. They're completely exposed. Lena's jaw tightened as she surveyed the room. We're running out of tools. Observation platforms, reconnaissance assets, experimental communications, all gone. If this continues, there won't be any orbital infrastructure left. Every team watching this is witnessing the collapse of everything they've built their careers around. The psychological pressure alone is unprecedented. Reports from other nations confirmed the same cascading effect. Engineers refused to authorize further launches. Technicians froze at consoles, unwilling to press confirmation keys. Mission directors argued behind closed doors about whether continued deployment was merely pointless or actively destructive. Anxiety, fear, and disbelief became as tangible as the satellites themselves, infecting every control room on the planet. By evening, not a single experimental satellite remained in orbit. Every stealth, military, or test platform, designed to survive the harshest conditions imaginable, had vanished as though erased. The toll on operators was unmistakable. Shaking hands, clenched jaws, unfocused eyes, whispered mutterings about impossibility and invisibility. Lena, Rajiv, and Emma huddled over a shared terminal, watching telemetry streams collapse into blank grids one by one. This isn't just a technical failure, Lena said quietly. It's a systematic removal of our ability to observe and control space. And the worst part is we have no frame of reference. Nothing we've designed, nothing we understand, is immune. Rajiv nodded slowly. It's not just engineering that's failing. Strategy, psychology, physics, they're all breaking down at once. We train for anomalies, for catastrophic loss, but never for erasure with zero trace. Everything we thought we knew about orbital operations is being invalidated in real time. Emma stared at the empty screen in front of her. We can't photograph them. We can't track them. We can't stop them. And every second, more eyes in the sky vanish. Every team watching loses a little more faith. By nightfall, international control centers were in varying states of disarray. Emergency meetings convened and dissolved without resolution. Launch schedules were frozen. Contingency plans were rewritten, abandoned, rewritten again. Analysts struggled to maintain focus as the void above Earth grew larger with each passing minute. The disappearance of experimental and stealth satellites made one truth impossible to ignore. No matter how advanced, human technology was fundamentally powerless against what was happening. And as the world's guardians of space infrastructure watched helplessly, the psychological strain deepened, rivaling the technical loss itself, while the sky above emptied in silence. The control room was suffused with the pale glow of dozens of consoles, each screen a stark reminder of absence. Lena Morales, Rajiv Singh, and Emma Chen sat shoulder to shoulder, exhaustion heavy on them, their eyes scanning the endless, empty grids representing orbits where satellites once circled the Earth. Experimental platforms, military satellites, stealth reconnaissance units, civilian communications arrays, hundreds of them, meticulously built and deployed, had vanished into nothingness. Entire constellations ceased mid-orbit, leaving humanity blind to its own sky. Rajiv exhaled, running his fingers through his hair. I've run every conceivable scenario. Lena, electromagnetic interference, micrometeoroid collisions, catastrophic system failures, EMP bursts, cyber attacks, orbital debris. Nothing fits. Nothing explains it. These satellites aren't failing. They're erased. Every single one. His voice quivered with the tension he had fought to contain. Emma leaned back, staring at a 3D globe surrounded by vacant orbital planes, blinking in disbelief. We're blind. Every layer, LEO, MEO, GEO, is compromised. There is no observation, no redundancy, no backup. If something happens, we won't even know it's coming until it hits. Lena's hands hovered over the keyboard, reluctant to engage with tools that could no longer help. It's not just the satellites. It's our ability to act, to respond, to even understand what's happening. We're powerless, absolutely powerless. Silence enveloped the room. Outside, cities moved as if nothing had changed. Planes followed flight paths. Ships entered ports. Streetlights blinked on schedules. But above, all human eyes in orbit had vanished. The infrastructure sustaining navigation, communication, weather forecasting, defense, and scientific observation had been stripped away with surgical precision, leaving no trace of what had once existed. Rajiv scrolled through the cumulative logs of the last 24 hours, his jaw tight. Every single deployment has failed. Reconnaissance satellites, stealth platforms, experimental communication arrays, even hardened military constellations designed to survive nukes, debris, and EMPs. They're all gone. Physics doesn't matter. Engineering doesn't matter. Strategy doesn't matter. We can't control this. Nothing we do works. Emma's voice cracked. We've trained for cascading failures, for partial constellation losses, even for systemic emergencies. But we never trained for this. Complete erasure with zero trace. It's like the universe itself is rewriting reality above our heads. Lena rubbed her eyes, the strain evident in every line of her face. We've documented every disappearance, cross-checked every feed, validated every trajectory. It's all useless. Nothing is left to protect. All our eyes in the sky are gone. We have nothing. Rajiv slammed a fist on the console. We're trying to apply logic to an illogical phenomenon. Human intervention, technology, safeguards, they're meaningless. Every mitigation attempt fails. Every safety net evaporates. We're standing at the edge of something unknowable. Control is gone. Emma turned toward him, eyes wide, voice barely above a whisper. Fear, disbelief, helplessness. It's everywhere. Operators, engineers, mission directors, they're all feeling it, and there is no countermeasure, no backup plan. No one in the world can intervene. We're alone in understanding the scale, and that isolation makes it worse. Outside, the world moved on. Aircraft passed silently overhead. Freight ships docked and departed. City lights glimmered. Yet above, humanity's reach into space had been obliterated. The sky had emptied of human constructs, leaving only the vacuum of possibility. Lena's fingers hovered over the keyboard. There won't be a warning. There won't be a signal. If anything else manifests, we won't know it exists until it's already here, already gone, already irreversible. That's reality. Absolute, unalterable reality. Rajiv stared at the blank orbital maps, the silence of empty space pressing down. Powerless. That's it. Nothing we do matters. No data, no action, no intervention. Nothing. This is beyond physics, beyond engineering. It's over our heads in every sense. Emma's gaze flicked between empty telemetry grids and the growing logs of disappearance. And the psychological impact, it's spreading like wildfire. Every operator, engineer, mission director, once they grasp the futility, they'll freeze, panic, or simply give up. Even the best trained personnel can't maintain focus when the foundation they relied on vanishes beneath them. Lena leaned forward, voice low, trembling slightly. It isn't just a technical failure. It's a failure of comprehension, a failure of control, a failure of reach. Every measure we took, every plan, every safeguard, all meaningless. Our hands, our eyes, our instruments, they've been erased. The sky is empty, and with it, every safety net we thought we had. Rajiv whispered, disbelief thick in his tone. And the rest of the world? They're blind, oblivious. They have no idea what's happening above them. We're the only ones who can see the scale, and it's terrifying, because understanding it doesn't help. It doesn't save anything. Emma's hands hovered above her console, hesitating before dropping into her lap. We've witnessed humanity's orbital infrastructure collapse, and there is nothing we can do to stop it. That is the truth we have to live with. A tense silence settled over the room, punctuated only by the soft, irregular beeps of failing telemetry feeds. Lena, Rajiv, and Emma sat side by side, each grappling with the immensity of the loss. They had been witnesses to decades of human effort vanishing into the void, erased without trace, leaving nothing to monitor, no signals to decode, no debris to study. Lena's voice, barely audible, cut through the quiet. Every operator, every engineer, every agency, once they understand, it will spread like a virus. Panic, despair, indecision, fear, and there will be nothing they can do to stop it. Rajiv's eyes remained fixed on the blank orbital map. We can't warn them. We can't give them a strategy. There is no strategy. There is no plan. We can't even confirm if anything new is arriving or changing. It just happens, and there is nothing to see it, nothing to prevent it. Emma swallowed, her throat tight. It's relentless. Every second, another instrument that might have alerted us, measured an anomaly, given us a chance, gone. Every operator watching feels it, the growing void. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing to do. They sat in silence again, the weight of their helplessness pressing like gravity. The world outside remained oblivious, the mundane motions of humanity continuing, unaware that its reach into the heavens had been annihilated. Within the orbital tracking center, however, fear, disbelief, and helplessness were palpable, saturating the air with an intensity that no alarm could signal. Lena exhaled slowly. We've lost control. We've lost observation. We've lost understanding. The sky itself, is gone. And with it, our connection to the systems we thought we mastered. There is nothing left for us to do. Rajiv's gaze dropped to his console, fists clenched. We can document it, analyze it, try to make sense of it. But in the end, we are powerless. Nothing else matters. Nothing will matter until we understand, or until it's too late. Emma's hands trembled as she closed her eyes, picturing the empty skies, the missing satellites, the blind humanity below. We've seen the collapse, and there's no intervention, no countermeasure, no escape. We can only watch and wait. The three of them remained frozen, staring at the blank grids, listening to the intermittent beeps of dead telemetry. The world carried on outside, yet inside, they faced the stark truth. Humanity's dominion over the skies was gone. Fear, disbelief, helplessness, the full weight of loss had settled into their bones. Above, the sky remained empty, a vast and silent expanse that had once been filled with the glint of satellites, the steady hum of technology, and the carefully orchestrated ballet of human observation. Every orbit, every trajectory that had carried decades of knowledge, monitoring, and security had been stripped away, leaving only the cold, indifferent void. The engineers, scientists, and operators who had once looked upward with certainty now faced nothing but absence, their instruments useless, their calculations meaningless, and the once reliable frameworks of human control rendered impotent. They realized, with a sinking weight that pressed against every nerve, that there was nothing they could do to restore what had been lost. Every launch, every contingency plan, every measure of preparation had failed, and the phenomenon operated beyond comprehension, beyond intervention, beyond reach. The emptiness above was absolute, and so too was their helplessness, a stark reminder that the sky was no longer a domain under human command, and that for the first time, civilization had to confront its own vulnerability in silence. Colonel Isaac Thornton sat rigidly in the command chair of the U.S. Space Command Operations Center, the pale glow of multiple displays reflecting off his sweat-slicked forehead. Normally, the room hummed with controlled efficiency. Satellite feeds streaming live telemetry, orbital maps updating in real time, alerts methodically parsed and routed. Tonight, it was chaos incarnate. Every screen that had once displayed familiar constellations of American, Allied, and experimental satellites was blank, replaced by jagged warnings, failed data streams, and static-laden communications. It was as if the entire orbital infrastructure had been swallowed. Status report, Thornton barked, his voice tight but steady. His staff, a cadre of seasoned satellite operators and intelligence officers, scrambled to provide readings from terrestrial backups and last-known positions. But the numbers were meaningless. Reconnaissance satellites that had watched borders, tracked missile movements, and relayed secure communications, gone. Missile warning early alert constellations, gone. Military communications relays designed to connect every Allied command center in near real time, gone. Lieutenant Sarah Bishop's voice cracked as she struggled to speak over a shaky, static-ridden radio. Colonel, the Northern Hemisphere coverage is completely blank. No signal from GEO or LEO layers, even classified experimental payloads. Thor, Atlas, and Helios arrays are missing. We have nothing visual, nothing telemetry, nothing. Thornton pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to process the impossibility. Is it all? His voice dropped to a low growl. Bishop swallowed. Yes, sir. All satellites, American and Allied, simultaneously gone. The room fell into a tense silence. Each operator stared at the empty orbital plots, their experience useless against a phenomenon that obeyed no known law of physics or engineering. Thornton's fingers drummed against the edge of the console. He had faced crises before. Attacks, natural disasters, cyber incursions. But this was unlike anything in his decades-long career. Get me terrestrial backup feeds on every critical missile early warning site, every radar station in the Northern Hemisphere, and any Allied comms still operational, Thornton ordered. Now, I want a situational picture, even if it's partial, even if it's fragmented. I need eyes, ears, something. Operators tapped furiously at keyboards. Fiber optic links hummed, microwave relays activated, and old-school HF radio channels crackled into life. Data trickled in, fragmented, incomplete, sometimes contradictory. Radar sweeps detected objects in some areas, but gaps were enormous, leaving entire swaths of territory blind to observation. Sector 4, Northeast Pacific, reported Captain James Reddick, pointing to a half-complete orbital overlay. We've got coverage here, sir, but all other nodes are either gone or returning corrupted data. There's nothing to triangulate positions for Allied assets in the Northern Hemisphere. Thornton's jaw tightened. And missile warning? All offline, sir. Ground radars are picking up some anomalies, but we can't confirm trajectory or origin. Our satellites were our guarantee for seconds to minutes warning. That guarantee is gone. He leaned back, eyes narrowing as he scanned the room. Anxiety was creeping in. Junior officers whispered among themselves, their voices rising and falling in fear and disbelief. Veterans of conflicts across the globe looked equally stunned, unable to reconcile their training with the total loss of orbital oversight. "Send out immediate secure comms to NATO and Allied space commands," Thornton barked. "Tell them to switch to backup terrestrial lines. Only terrestrial. GPS is down. All orbital assets are compromised. We have to coordinate blind." The response came in near real-time via slowed, limited channels. Panic had already spread. Allied command centers reported similar collapses. The French Armée de l'Air could not confirm missile test activity in the Mediterranean. British Space Command had lost all geo-coverage. Germany's reconnaissance constellations had disappeared mid-insertion. The picture was global, instantaneous, and catastrophic. Thornton pressed his hand against his forehead. He had spent years building redundancy, hardening satellites, developing cloaked and EMP-resistant platforms. He had anticipated solar flares, cyber attacks, even orbital debris collisions. Nothing had prepared him for a universe where the satellites themselves simply ceased to exist. "Colonel, we're trying to maintain a command grid, but it's like running a battlefield with half the troops blindfolded," said Lieutenant Bishop. Her voice trembled with frustration. "We're coordinating on fragmented HF and UHF links, but without the satellites, we can't verify movements. We can't confirm positions. We can't even know where our own forces are with certainty." Thornton exhaled sharply, then barked into his headset. "All units, listen carefully. No satellite data, no GPS, no orbital observation. I want manual tracking on all strategic assets, visual confirmation where possible, and immediate reporting on any anomalies. Assume nothing is where it should be." Outside the command center, the world was oblivious. Cities thrummed with light and energy. Aircraft followed their flight plans. Ships moved through ports with precision. Yet above them, the orbital net that had allowed real-time global awareness, instantaneous strategic communication, and the oversight of humanity's most critical assets had vanished. Thornton felt the weight of that absence physically press against him. Every contingency plan, every training exercise, every simulation he had run now seemed meaningless. He turned to his deputy, Major Hector Alvarez, a stoic officer who rarely displayed emotion. "Major, are we coordinating with Lena Morales and her team?" Thornton asked. Alvarez nodded. "Colonel, they've confirmed the same. They're tracking what they can, but with the loss of experimental and reconnaissance satellites, their monitoring is limited to terrestrial observations. Their data helps marginally, but it's not enough to fill the gaps." Thornton rubbed his eyes, trying to hold it together. "Then we're on our own. Every decision, every launch, every defensive maneuver. We're flying blind. Literally blind." One of the junior officers, pale and shaking, raised her hand. "Sir, what about nuclear early warning systems?" Thornton's eyes hardened. "We cross-check with ground radars. We do not launch based on guesswork. We maintain protocol and assume the worst-case scenario. No satellite confirmation, no orbital support. Every decision is life and death. Treat it accordingly." The room had descended into a controlled panic. Officers whispered about contingencies, emergency drills, and worst-case scenarios. Thornton's mind raced through all the calculations, all the what-ifs, but none provided clarity. Every path led to gaps, blind spots, uncertainty. Minutes stretched into hours. Terrestrial communications carried fragmented messages from allies across Europe, Asia, and the Americas. Reports of airspace violations, misidentified objects, and uncorroborated sightings came in waves. Thornton realized that, without satellites, coordination with even the most disciplined allies was perilously slow. Miscommunication and misinterpretation became inevitable, and the slightest error could cascade into catastrophe. "Colonel," Bishop said quietly, "we're going to have to accept that some areas are completely unmonitored. We can only patch what we can see. We can't control everything anymore." Thornton's hand trembled as he adjusted his headset. "Then we make the best decisions with what we have. We cannot panic. We cannot surrender to the void. We coordinate with eyes on the ground, radar, and human observation. Every minute counts." He exhaled and leaned back, the room vibrating with tension. Outside, the world continued, oblivious to the void above. While inside the command center, the realization settled like stone. The satellites that had defined modern military awareness, guaranteed security, and enabled strategic foresight were gone, and humanity's command over its own orbital domain had evaporated in an instant. Thornton closed his eyes briefly, letting the enormity sink in. "We are blind," he whispered. "Allies, adversaries, every single system we trusted. Powerless. And there's nothing we can do about it." Dr. Sofia Alvarez sat hunched over the central console of the Global Aviation Coordination Network, the digital map of the world's air traffic flashing rapidly with alerts. Normally, the system displayed the positions of tens of thousands of aircraft in real time, each flight icon moving smoothly along established airways, with redundancies built into every layer of communication. Tonight, the map was chaos. Thousands of planes flickered intermittently or disappeared altogether. GPS coordinates were unreliable. Transponder signals lagged or failed entirely. Alvarez's hand hovered over the emergency communications panel, her eyes scanning erratic blips that no longer corresponded to the careful choreography of scheduled flights. "Control Tower, Stockholm, confirmed visual," she barked into the headset. Static crackled back. After a tense pause, a voice came through, breathless. "Dr. Alvarez, visibility is fine, but the instruments, everything's gone. I don't have GPS. I don't have radar feeds. We're blind up here." Her stomach tightened. "Copy that. Divert flights to manual navigation. Use checkpoints. Use pilot reports. Keep airspace separation at minimum safe standards. Repeat. All flights manual until further notice." Across the globe, chaos mirrored her own nightmare. In the dense airspace above Europe, flight crews struggled to maintain orientation. Planes veered off course as autopilot disengaged automatically when satellites failed. Pilots squinted at aging compasses, cross-checked with radio beacons that were quickly becoming overloaded. Controllers shouted coordinates at crews as they tried to compute positions from dead reckoning. "Altitude 290, heading 120, Alvarez called to a pilot over London airspace. "Verify visually with neighboring flight. Adjust course 2 degrees north to avoid conflict." "Dr. Alvarez, we can't see traffic on radar. I have multiple blips missing. Some aircraft are completely unresponsive," the pilot exclaimed. I know, she snapped, her fingers flying over the console. "I'm recalculating separation manually. You need to maintain visual contact with nearby aircraft. Report deviations immediately." In major ports, the situation was equally precarious. Ships that normally relied on GPS navigation drifted perilously close to each other. Automated docking systems froze. Tugboats worked overtime to avoid collisions, and port authorities scrambled to coordinate arrivals using paper charts and radio signals. A cargo vessel approaching Singapore had to be redirected at the last minute, narrowly avoiding a collision with a container ship whose ice signal had disappeared entirely. Alvarez ran her fingers through her hair, heart pounding as she tried to maintain a semblance of control. "We're losing situational awareness faster than we can compensate," she muttered under her breath. "Manual navigation isn't enough. Communication lines are breaking. Pilots are panicking. Ships are drifting. We're spiraling." "Dr. Alvarez, incoming report from Los Angeles Control," said her deputy, Chen Wei, urgency in his voice. "2 flights over the Pacific have lost GPS mid-route. They're attempting visual navigation, but air traffic separation is compromised. 1 flight has reported a near miss with another plane. They're relying solely on pilots' estimations and celestial navigation. This is spreading." Alvarez closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. "Deploy all available air liaison officers to coordinate alternate routes. Use terrestrial beacons exclusively. Get emergency flight corridors cleared. Every airport must implement manual landing protocols. Every crew must confirm visual navigation before descent." Her voice trembled despite her effort to remain authoritative. She knew this was unprecedented. Modern aviation had been designed under the assumption of constant satellite support. Systems were redundant, yes, but redundancy meant overlapping satellites, automated course correction, and constant position updates. Without GPS, even simple flight planning became a hazard. In New York City, controllers at JFK Airport were frantically redirecting inbound flights. "Flight 723, you are now heading 045 degrees. Maintain visual spacing with Flight 619. Repeat, visual only," one controller shouted over the radio, his voice tight with panic. Pilots responded in clipped bursts, struggling to coordinate with distant flights, some of which had disappeared from their screens entirely. Alvarez's monitors displayed incoming alerts from all over the globe. Air traffic in South America was compromised, with multiple flights losing satellite-based communication mid-flight over the Andes. Africa's largest international hubs were attempting manual sequencing for takeoff and landing. In Asia, densely packed air corridors over Tokyo and Seoul required extraordinary intervention to prevent collisions. She leaned forward, voice urgent, directing one operator after another. Every flight must be tracked visually or by radio, cross-referenced with backup terrestrial radar. Every checkpoint must be confirmed by at least 2 independent sources. I don't care if it takes hours. Lives depend on it. Even as she coordinated, she could hear the rising panic in her own control room. Operators whispered about near misses, rerouted flights, and missing aircraft. Sweat gleamed on brows, hands trembled over keyboards, and the room seemed charged with collective dread. Every failure, every blank radar blip, was a stark reminder of the fragility of their reliance on orbital infrastructure. At one point, Alvarez pulled up a live feed from an airliner over the North Atlantic. The pilots' faces were pale, their hands tight on the controls. "Dr. Alvarez," the captain said, voice strained, "we've lost GPS and radar. All instruments are failing. We're flying blind. Visibility is clear, but I don't know if there are other aircraft at our altitude. Manual navigation is insufficient." "Understood," Alvarez replied, her voice firm despite her racing heart. "Adjust heading based on dead reckoning and celestial navigation. Maintain altitude. Visual checkpoints only. Report back every 5 minutes. You're not alone. We're coordinating all flights in your corridor. You can do this." It was a tenuous reassurance. Across the world, millions of passengers remained in the air, unaware of just how blind they were. Ships, planes, and trains, their movements meticulously orchestrated by satellite networks, were now reduced to human judgment, improvisation, and luck. The fragility of modern transportation had never been so stark. In her office, Alvarez scrolled through logs from the last 24 hours. Every failed GPS feed, every dropped transponder signal, every disrupted communication channel painted a picture of global vulnerability. She could see the ripple effect: delayed flights, grounded aircraft, panicked crews, near collisions, port congestion, and cascading delays in shipping. The world was unmoored, floating in a technological void. She glanced at her team, noticing the exhaustion etched into their faces. Junior operators leaned against consoles, heads in hands, muttering about failures they could not correct. Senior staff, though outwardly composed, whispered in corners about the impossible scope of the problem. Anxiety and fear radiated through the control room like static electricity. Alvarez clenched her fists. "We can't control what's happening out there, but we can prevent collisions, prevent disaster where possible. Focus on what you can do. Coordinate, communicate, keep calm." The hours dragged on. Flight after flight was rerouted manually, often with partial information. Pilots used compasses, visual landmarks, and temporary waypoints to navigate, but errors were inevitable. Ships relied on radio direction finding and manual charts, but miscalculations nearly caused catastrophic collisions. "Dr. Alvarez, we've got a potential collision in the Mediterranean. 2 freighters. GPS dead, radar intermittent," her assistant reported. "Alert all nearby vessels by radio," she instructed sharply. "Divert 1 vessel to port coordinates manually. Use visual signals if necessary. Every crew member must confirm position." She sank into her chair, staring at the global map. The blank spaces where satellites once provided continuous coverage seemed to stretch endlessly, a void above which every plane, ship, and vehicle was now exposed. Even emergency services faced delays. Paramedics attempting to navigate cities were disoriented, relying on paper maps and memory. Disaster relief coordination in earthquake-affected zones faltered, as GPS-enabled vehicles and drones could not operate. Alvarez realized that her work was only one layer of the global failure. Transportation, shipping, and communication, all intertwined with satellite navigation, were unraveling simultaneously. By nightfall, the sense of panic had grown far beyond her control room. Flight crews reported exhaustion, coastal authorities were stretched to the limit, and global logistics were teetering on collapse. Alvarez rubbed her eyes, jaw tight, realizing the full psychological toll. The public would not immediately understand the cause, but they would feel the effects in disrupted travel, shipping shortages, and visible chaos in the skies. "Everyone," she said finally, her voice steady though her insides churned, "we do what we can. We keep people safe. We maintain order where possible. The rest, we endure. Eyes on the skies may be gone, but we will do everything humans can to guide our world through the darkness. The map before her glowed faintly, dotted with erratic blips and empty corridors. Thousands of flights were still aloft, thousands more delayed or grounded. Every pilot, every captain, every operator was improvising. And yet, Alvarez knew with bone-deep certainty that the world's reliance on satellites, the delicate lattice of observation and navigation that modern civilization depended on, had been shattered, leaving humanity adrift in sudden, terrifying technological blindness. Elliot Kane's office at the Global Telecommunications Command Center had never felt so silent and alien. Normally, screens flickered with data, alert indicators pulsed, and feeds from satellites, relay stations, and fiber networks kept the pulse of global communications steady and predictable. Tonight, everything was off-kilter. Icons blinked erratically, some lines of data froze midstream, others vanished entirely. Communication satellites that normally formed a dense lattice over every continent and ocean had disappeared from the network entirely. Kane leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his forehead, staring at the feeds that now resembled a skeletal map of the planet. "We've lost the geo-arrays over North America," he muttered to his assistant, Nia Chen, her voice tense beside him. "And the LEO network is collapsing in real time. Repeaters, relay nodes, emergency comm satellites. Nothing's responding. They're gone." Nia's voice shook. "Sir, we're losing fiber optic redundancy alerts too. Systems that were supposed to back up the satellites aren't scaling fast enough. Overload warnings are popping up globally. Emergency protocols can't keep up with demand." Kane swallowed hard and activated the secure line to the satellite operations team. "Tell me the status of the low-orbit comm arrays. Every feed, every relay, now." A junior operator's voice stuttered over the line. Sir, the satellites, they've all disappeared. The backups are attempting to take over, but the volume, it's exceeding capacity. We're dropping millions of packets per second. VoIP, data, internet traffic, everything is affected." Kane's chest tightened. "And terrestrial backups? Are we at least maintaining partial coverage in populated areas?" "Not really," the operator admitted. "Relay stations are overloaded. Urban hubs are managing, barely, but rural and international traffic is dropping off entirely. Messages aren't routing. There's a cascading effect across the backbone. Social media feeds are delayed, emails fail to send, phones are silent. In large swaths, it's spreading like wildfire." Kane rubbed his face, his mind racing. Communication had always been his domain. His entire career had been built on optimizing satellite networks, ensuring redundancy, expanding global coverage. And now, the very infrastructure he had helped develop was evaporating before his eyes. He reached for a tablet to view real-time outage maps. North America glowed in red. South America flickered between red and black as services dropped. Europe, Asia, and Africa had sporadic coverage. Some cities managed to cling to terrestrial networks, but even those were straining under surges of traffic. "It's like the world is unplugged, one node at a time," he muttered. "Sir, we're getting panicked calls from government agencies, banks, hospitals," Nia said. "They're reporting network failures, ATMs offline, telemedicine down, even critical alert systems failing. The public is starting to notice." Kane nodded grimly. "We have to activate regional relays manually. Prioritize emergency services, government lines, critical infrastructure. Every other packet, we'll have to accept loss. Start rerouting now." As they worked, the scale of the collapse became increasingly clear. Airline flight control centers were sending frantic messages. Maritime ports were unable to communicate with incoming vessels. Hospitals were scrambling to maintain patient records offline. Entire populations were being cut off as if someone had pressed a cosmic reset on communication. "Elliot, social media is out of control," Nia said. "Even the bits that make it through are fueling panic. Rumors are spreading faster than any official communication. People are trying to verify information, but everything's failing. Governments can't respond fast enough." Kane stared at a dashboard of global chatter, half of it corrupted or truncated, half of it speculation and hysteria. "We've designed networks for overload, for emergencies, even for orbital failures, but never at this magnitude. Never for total erasure of satellite coverage. It's unprecedented." He called the International Communications Liaison, Major Henri Dupont in France, hoping for some coordination. "Henri, are your feeds operational? Can you confirm terrestrial backups?" The voice on the other end was tense, sharp with stress. "Elliot, partial coverage only. Our urban hubs are functioning, but rural regions are disconnected, and the system is unstable. Even fiber and radio backups are reaching maximum capacity. The public is panicking. Copy that. We'll prioritize critical channels, emergency services, government, hospitals. All other communication is deprioritized. Inform all regional operators to do the same," Kane instructed. Hours dragged on, each minute revealing more systemic collapse. Citizens attempting to reach family members found phones silent. Internet traffic that did get through lagged impossibly, cutting video conferences and chat sessions mid-sentence. Broadcast news relied on intermittent terrestrial links. Much of the world's information network now resembled a patchwork quilt of partial signals and dead zones. Even international coordination between space agencies and satellite operators was faltering. Kane and his team attempted to share situational data with counterparts in Tokyo, Berlin, and Brasilia. But each connection was tenuous, often dropping mid-conversation. Commands sent to relay stations were delayed or never received. It was as if the phenomenon had imposed not only blindness but active chaos. Kane leaned back in his chair, heart pounding. "We're losing control. This isn't just an outage. It's absolute systemic failure. Redundancy doesn't exist. Satellites gone, relays overloaded, governments scrambling, people are isolated. There's no mitigation at this scale." "Sir, we've got a problem," Mia said quietly, pointing to the global network map. "Emergency services are being delayed in multiple continents. Hospitals, first responders, even military communications, they're intermittent. Panic is rising, and misinformation is spreading faster than our interventions." Kane clenched his fists. "Then we have to accept triage. Focus on life-saving communications only. Nothing else matters. We've trained for failures, but not this. Never this." He could hear panic now, creeping into the voice of the operators around him. Technicians muttered under their breath about impossible loads, incomplete data, and passengers stranded mid-flight or isolated in cities. Junior engineers wept quietly behind consoles, overwhelmed by the enormity of the breakdown. Kane forced himself to take a deep breath, to project calmness, to focus on actionable tasks even as the network unraveled like a spiderweb in wind. Outside the center, the world began to experience the societal consequences of orbital blindness. People discovered they could not access banking apps, confirm flight itineraries, or receive emergency notifications. Social media, normally a tool for coordination, became a vector for confusion, fear, and rumors. Governments issued statements on emergency broadcast channels, but only fragments reached the public. The psychological impact of sudden, global isolation rippled through cities, towns, and remote villages alike. By midnight, Kane and his team were exhausted. Screens glowed red with failure alerts, blinking like warning lights on a sinking ship. Operators were being rotated out, though the relief crews faced the same hopelessness. "We're barely holding," Mia whispered. "Even the backups can't sustain this." Kane shook his head, voice low but firm. "Then we do what we can. Prioritize lives. Keep emergency communications open. Accept that the rest is beyond our reach. The rest is chaos." And it was, across the globe. Satellite-dependent systems had collapsed. Communications networks were fragmented, information flow throttled or obliterated. Humanity was, for the first time in decades, experiencing total isolation on a scale never anticipated, with fear, confusion, and mistrust spreading faster than any government or corporation could respond. In the command center, Kane exhaled slowly, leaning against the console. "We've lost control of the skies, the seas, the networks. We can only hold the line where we still can. But the rest of the world, they're blind, and we can't help them." The phenomenon had stripped civilization of its communications lifelines, leaving citizens, operators, and governments in sudden, unprepared darkness, exposed to the psychological weight of isolation, uncertainty, and fear that had never been imagined in the age of satellite connectivity. Kane rubbed his eyes again and leaned forward, staring at the tangled web of partially functional relays and blanked-out satellite maps. Every node, every channel, all of it is gone or failing. The systems we trusted to keep people connected vanished. And we can't even predict what will disappear next. Nia leaned closer, voice trembling. Sir, how do we even explain this? People are scared, angry. Panic is spreading. Governments are trying to issue instructions, but no one's receiving them. Kane pressed his fingers to his temples. We don't explain. We triage. Life-critical communications only. Everything else is gone. That's the only reality we have. Hours stretched into dawn, and the center remained in a state of tense, exhausted vigilance. Operators moved mechanically, relaying what little information could be transmitted. The quiet murmurs of fear, exhaustion, and disbelief filled the room as each alert pinged another reminder of the crumbling global infrastructure. Even for Kane, a man who had spent decades mastering satellite systems, the situation was unprecedented in scale and severity. He looked at Nia, voice low but steady. Remember this. This is what happens when humanity relies entirely on eyes in the sky. Every satellite gone, and every life on Earth affected. This is the consequence of orbital blindness. Outside, the world continued to operate as best it could, unaware of the full scope of the collapse. But inside the command center, the understanding was absolute. Nothing human-made could intervene now. Nothing could restore what had vanished, and the consequences of total communications failure would ripple for years to come. Dr. Amira Hassan sat at the edge of the control room, fingers drumming against her desk in a rhythm of frustration and disbelief. Screens that normally displayed live feeds from ocean-observing satellites now glowed with static, blank grids, or frozen frames from the last moments before the platforms disappeared. The global climate monitoring arrays, designed to track everything from sea surface temperatures to polar ice dynamics, had vanished, leaving her team, and the broader scientific community, completely blind. Her assistant, Mateo Rivera, leaned over a console, voice tight with tension. Dr. Hassan, the storm tracking satellites are gone. The hurricane models are based on old data now. We have nothing beyond what was recorded 24 hours ago. Amira exhaled, rubbing her temples. 24 hours is meaningless for real-time climate observation. We can't predict storm trajectories, sea level rises, or ocean currents accurately. Our disaster response recommendations are now guesswork. She tapped her keyboard frantically, pulling up global feeds from ocean buoys, weather stations, and research ships. Even the backup instruments can't compensate. We relied on satellites to cross-validate and synthesize all these inputs. Now we're just flying blind. Across the room, scientists muttered in disbelief, staring at blank grids where data should have been streaming in from hundreds of orbiting instruments. Dr. Hassan's colleague, Lin Wei, gestured at a three-dimensional simulation of rising sea levels. We can attempt projections using historical trends, but without live input from the satellites, everything is speculative. We could be off by meters in some regions. Amira's jaw tightened. Speculation isn't enough when coastal cities are evacuating, when disaster response teams are trying to coordinate rescue efforts in real time. Every hour we lose observational capability is another hour we leave communities exposed. She reached for the phone to contact international collaborators. Team, update me on the other arrays. Atmospheric monitoring, polar ice, ocean salinity. Are any feeds active? A frazzled operator responded. Dr. Hassan, all orbital feeds are gone. Some automated sensors are transmitting partial data, but the volume, coverage, and frequency are insufficient for operational research. Earth observation is effectively offline. Amira pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling the weight of helplessness settle over her like a storm cloud. We've trained for equipment failure, for data gaps, for communication lags, but never for complete disappearance. Every satellite, every platform, erased. This isn't just a technical failure. It's a collapse of our ability to observe the planet itself. Mateo shook his head, swallowing hard. Even if we switch to simulations, we'll be operating on outdated models. We can't validate anything without fresh observational input. It's all assumptions, Dr. Hassan. Nothing more? Amira rose from her chair, pacing the room as she tried to think through solutions that didn't exist. We can mobilize ships, buoys, and remote sensors, but that's nothing compared to the orbital coverage we've lost. Hundreds of instruments, real-time data, multi-spectrum imaging, gone. And while we scramble for terrestrial alternatives, time-sensitive phenomena, storm formation, rapid ice melt, algal blooms, will occur unnoticed, unmeasured, unmitigated. A younger scientist, Anika Rao, whispered from the corner. The psychological impact. Everyone is staring at blank screens. People are panicking, feeling powerless. Even the veterans of long-term climate research are shaken. Amira nodded grimly. That's because we are powerless. We are trained to solve problems, to mitigate risk, to anticipate natural events. But how do you act when the eyes of humanity in space vanish? We can try, but our influence is gone. Our data is gone. Our certainty. Gone. She looked around at the team, their expressions reflecting exhaustion, disbelief, and creeping panic. Focus on what we can do, she said quietly, though her voice trembled. Document everything. Maintain simulations. Track what terrestrial data we can, even if it's incomplete. At least we can preserve some continuity of knowledge. But understand this. The phenomenon has stripped us of our most fundamental tools. For the first time, science itself is in limbo. Hours passed in tense silence, punctuated only by the occasional alert from partially operational instruments or the low hum of failing servers. Amira and her colleagues attempted to maintain composure, documenting data manually, running simulations, and trying to create makeshift predictions for environmental disasters in progress. Each attempt, however, was shadowed by the realization that without orbital observation, their work was inherently compromised. By evening, Dr. Hassan paused at a viewport, looking out at the sunlit oceans and distant cities. The world appeared normal from this vantage, but she knew it was a fragile illusion. Below, ships relied on navigation signals now intermittent. Ports operated under growing confusion. Populations depended on weather forecasts that could no longer be trusted. And above, the satellites that had been humanity's eyes and ears were gone. She whispered to herself, voice heavy with frustration and fear, "We are blind. We cannot see, we cannot know, and we cannot warn. We've lost our tools, and with them, our certainty. The planet will continue to change, and we will not be able to follow it." The psychological toll was palpable. Even seasoned scientists felt the creeping weight of futility pressing down, a reminder that human knowledge and prediction were tethered to fragile infrastructure now removed from reach. Desks lined with notes, computers with frozen feeds, and walls once alive with data now displayed emptiness. The center was alive with nervous energy and whispered speculation, but every calculation, every plan, every alert bore the shadow of incompleteness. Dr. Hassan returned to her workstation, opening files that contained partially retrieved datasets. We document what we can. We maintain records, simulations, and predictions. But understand, we are operating in the dark. Every decision is guesswork. Every model is provisional. Every action is temporary. The world continues to move, and we are blind to its true state. She gestured to her team, trying to instill some sense of order despite the chaos. Check each incoming sensor, satellite-independent buoy, and regional station. Make sure the data we do have is logged accurately. Even small errors now will cascade into disaster assessments we can't correct later. Every reading counts, every observation, even if it's incomplete. Matteo murmured, voice low. It feels like we're patching together pieces of a puzzle without knowing the shape of the image. And the pieces we get, they're already wrong. Amira nodded, silently agreeing. She understood the psychological toll that compounded the technical disaster. Junior scientists were pacing, muttering, and wiping sweat from their brows as anxiety mounted. Even senior researchers who had faced hurricanes, tsunamis, and satellite failures seemed unnervingly hollow-eyed. She leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples again, and muttered aloud, "Science isn't just slowed, it's paralyzed. Every experiment that relies on real-time observation, every model calibrated against fresh data, every prediction for disaster response, all of it is compromised. And the public, the governments, the response teams, they rely on us to see what's coming. We can't. Not anymore." Amira glanced at the global map of environmental hazards projected on her screens. Storm systems were evolving, ocean currents shifting, ice sheets fluctuating, and every change went unnoticed, untracked. "We can try to extrapolate from historical trends, but that only gets us so far," she said. "Every projection carries uncertainty, and without confirmation, it's just theory. Decisions will be made blind. People will be at risk, and we will have no idea until after the fact." The team worked late into the night, documenting partial readings, coordinating with international partners via sporadic terrestrial communications, and attempting to maintain simulations despite the growing gaps. Each notification of missing data, each blank feed, each failed backup reinforced the sense of helplessness. Amira felt the weight of responsibility pressing on her chest, knowing that she could do nothing to replace what had vanished. Finally, she stood again and addressed her exhausted team. Record, simulate, validate what we can, but understand this: every hour we operate without orbital observation, the world drifts further out of our reach. And when events unfold beyond our perception, there will be no warning, no early intervention, no recourse. We are entirely exposed. The control room remained tense long after the sun dipped below the horizon. Every team member knew that the phenomenon affecting satellites was not just an interruption in data flow but a systemic failure that rendered even the most sophisticated scientific infrastructure obsolete. They had trained for anomalies, for sensor errors, even for catastrophic equipment loss, but never for total erasure. Dr. Hassan leaned back, closing her eyes briefly, heart heavy. Science isn't just slowed, she murmured to herself. It's paralyzed, and with every hour that passes, the consequences of ignorance grow. We can only hope that we've done enough to minimize harm, but the truth is, we are entirely exposed. Lena Morales, Rajiv Singh, and Emma Chen sat in the dim glow of the orbital tracking center, screens flickering with fragmented reports, social media feeds, emergency bulletins, and urgent messages from government and scientific contacts around the world. The sheer volume of incoming data was overwhelming, yet every thread carried the same message: systems humanity relied on had failed, and the consequences were cascading with terrifying speed. Military command centers reported blind spots over critical regions, reconnaissance and missile warning satellites gone. Air traffic controllers scrambled to reroute flights using partial GPS signals. Telecommunications networks were collapsing under the loss of orbital relays. Climate scientists cried out for observational data that no longer existed. The scale of global paralysis was unlike anything the three had ever imagined. Emma leaned forward, fingers hovering over a console, eyes wide. Lena, Rajiv, look at this. Europe's airspace just reported 12 near-miss collisions in the last hour. South America is experiencing simultaneous port shutdowns. And North America. Hospitals, banks, emergency services, they're failing to communicate. The chaos is total. Her voice wavered, the strain of processing the information bleeding through. Rajiv rubbed his eyes, trying to make sense of the incoming feeds. Every system we tracked is affected. It's like someone pulled the plug on civilization's eyes and ears in space. Military, aviation, shipping, communications, climate monitoring, everything. Every redundancy we built, every backup, every contingency plan. Worthless. Gone. His hands shook slightly as he scrolled through reports from Colonel Thornton, Dr. Alvarez, Elliot Kane, and Dr. Hassan, each one detailing failures that compounded the others. Lena's fingers hovered over a keyboard, but she didn't type. Instead, she leaned back in her chair, staring at the network of alerts, simulations, and live messages that represented humanity's unraveling. And people don't even know how bad it is yet. Governments are trying to issue warnings, but only fragments are getting through. People are panicking, hoarding, mistrusting. The social cohesion is fraying by the second. Emma swallowed hard. It's the psychological weight. The world is realizing just how dependent we were on satellites. Navigation, weather, communications, defense. Every thread of society is tethered to space, and now the tether's gone. Rajiv nodded grimly. And it's not just external. Look at the reports from our teams. The operators, the engineers, the scientists. They're panicking, frozen, or just shutting down. People trained for emergencies can't handle this. The stress, the fear, it spreads like a contagion. Everyone becomes unreliable at the worst possible time. On a separate monitor, a feed from a military command center showed officers huddled around a table, whispering urgently, their faces pale. Colonel Thornton is trying to maintain order, Lena said. But even he admits they can't track strategic assets, can't coordinate with allies, can't secure communications. They're improvising in the dark. Emma tapped at her terminal, bringing up Dr. Alvarez's latest reports. Civilian navigation is collapsing. Air traffic controllers are manually directing flights. Ships are drifting. Some ports are paralyzed. Panic is starting to ripple out into the public. Rajiv shook his head slowly. And communications are down. Elliot Kane is holding together emergency relays, but social media is spreading fear faster than anyone can intervene. People don't know what's real, who to trust. Misinformation is running rampant. Lena exhaled, voice tight. Even the scientists, Amira Hassan's team, for example. Without satellites, they're paralyzed. Disaster response, climate tracking, early warnings, none of it works anymore. And the psychological toll? People aren't just frustrated, they're terrified. They're helpless. Emma leaned back, covering her face with her hands. It's all converging. Military blind spots, navigation collapse, communication failure, halted research. The world is starting to feel unmoored. The panic isn't localized, it's global. The infrastructure we've relied on for decades has evaporated, and there's no immediate solution. No way to regain control. Rajiv's eyes were locked on the feeds of citizen panic, emergency broadcasts, and fragmented social networks. And the fear spreads faster than the collapse itself. When humans can't see what's happening above them, can't communicate, can't trust, they spiral. Fear becomes paranoia. Paranoia becomes distrust. Distrust becomes chaos. Lena's voice dropped to a whisper. And we are sitting here watching it unfold. We can't stop it. We can't even predict the next failure. Every step, every movement, every decision the world tries to make is blind. And every mistake will have real consequences. Emma nodded, tears welling in her eyes. The world is coming face to face with its own fragility. We believed we were in control, that technology and observation gave us mastery. But now, we're powerless. Absolute powerlessness. The three of them fell silent for a long moment, the weight of comprehension settling like a physical burden. Outside the center, cities continued their routines, unaware of the depth of systemic failure above them. But inside, every report, every incoming message, every flickering alert pressed on their consciousness. Humanity was being forced to confront its total dependence on space-based infrastructure, and it was failing in real time. Rajiv finally spoke, voice low and almost hoarse. This isn't just technical, it's psychological. Governments, corporations, individuals, they are realizing just how exposed they are. And exposure breeds panic. Panic breeds mistakes. Mistakes breed more panic. The cycle is unstoppable, because the very instruments we used to control it, they're gone. Lena clenched her fists on the desk, jaw tight. And the horror is emotional as well as practical. People trusted the skies, trusted satellites to maintain a sense of order, a sense of safety. That trust is shattered. And once it's gone, it's impossible to rebuild in the middle of a crisis. Emma whispered, and the worst part? This isn't localized, it's universal. Every continent, every time zone, every nation is experiencing it. No country is immune, no society is prepared, no one can intervene, not even us. The three of them watched, helpless, as reports continued to pour in. Stranded flights, misdirected ships, hospitals unable to communicate, emergency services delayed, panic spreading in cities, and confusion reigning over rural areas. Every alert was another reminder that humanity's reach had been severed from orbit, and there was no immediate remedy. Lena finally said, voice trembling with both awe and despair, the psychological horror is just beginning. It will ripple outward, long after the initial chaos. People will not just be afraid, they will be distrustful, paranoid, and desperate. Decisions made in fear will cascade, causing more failures, more injuries, more death. And we can't do anything to stop it. Rajiv leaned back, closing his eyes briefly. The stakes for what comes next, they've never been higher. Every step the world takes is in darkness, blind to what's happening in orbit, blind to each other, and blind to the consequences of their own actions. We are on the edge of a societal unraveling that no one is prepared for. Emma's hands rested lightly on the console, her fingers twitching involuntarily. This is the moment where humanity sees its limits, where we are forced to confront that all our technological mastery, all our planning, all our observation, it depended on fragile threads we no longer have. And the weight of that realization, it's unbearable. The three colleagues remained there, staring at the screens, watching the convergence of military, civilian, communication, and scientific collapse. The tension in the room was nearly physical. an invisible pressure pressing against their chests, tightening with each new report. Fear, paranoia, distrust, helplessness, all had become dominant forces. Lena finally whispered, almost to herself, "We are witnesses to the unraveling. Not participants, witnesses, and there is nothing we can do." The orbital tracking center hummed with equipment still partially functional, but the operator's attention was fully on the consequences, the psychological toll, and the realization that the phenomenon had stripped humanity of its control. Every system that had once been a backbone of civilization was fractured. Every action taken in response was delayed, imperfect, or blind. And outside, the world continued, unmoored, as if sailing into darkness without guidance or observation. By the end of the night, Lena, Rajiv, and Emma sat in silence, the screens reflecting their exhausted faces. The horror was not only the technical collapse but the dawning awareness of total dependence on orbit-based infrastructure, and the terrifying knowledge that the world would be forced to endure the consequences without any ability to intervene. The conference room at the European Space Operations Center was unusually tense, fluorescent lights reflecting off the polished surfaces of tables cluttered with laptops, schematics, and orbital charts. Dr. Henrik Olsen, the European mission planner overseeing deployment schedules for observational instruments, leaned over a holographic map of Earth's orbital lanes, tracing the positions of satellites that still existed, or at least had existed moments ago. His brow was furrowed, eyes darting between data streams and incoming reports from colleagues on other continents. "We've lost 10% of the constellation over the last hour," he muttered, tapping a finger against the table. "Not debris, not malfunctions. They simply vanished. And no pattern yet. Nothing predictable. That's unacceptable." Maya Patel, a U.S. intelligence analyst coordinating satellite tracking and data sharing among agencies, nodded grimly from across the table. "We're receiving reports from every tracking station in North America, Japan, India, Brazil. All satellites launched for observation, experimental platforms, even hardened military sensors. They're gone. The erasure isn't random, but we can't discern why certain assets remain while others vanish." Her voice was tight, professional, but the tension was palpable. In the room, orbital engineers and physicists whispered urgently to each other, fingers tracing projected flight paths in three-dimensional space. "If we try to launch new probes, will they survive long enough to observe?" one engineer asked, voice strained. Olsen shook his head, frustration simmering. "We can't even simulate it. Our models collapse immediately. Physics tells us objects in stable orbits should persist. Electromagnetic interference would degrade systems, yes, but not erase them completely. Nothing in our history or theory predicts this." "Nothing," a junior analyst spoke up, hesitantly. "Dr. Olsen, could it be a coordinated attack? Advanced AI? Perhaps. Something with access to orbital systems? It's highly selective." Patel interjected, frowning, "Possibly. But our intelligence shows no indication of activity that could simultaneously erase satellites across multiple continents in seconds. No signals, no interceptable commands. Either we're missing something, or this isn't human at all." In labs across the globe, similar scenes played out. Analysts, engineers, and mission planners huddled over consoles in New Delhi, Tokyo, Sao Paulo, and Cape Town. Every report was identical. Instruments that had functioned perfectly disappeared in moments. Observatories that should have tracked them reported nothing. Control centers pulsed with alerts and alarms, yet no one could make sense of the anomaly. Olsen sighed heavily, rubbing his eyes. "We've coordinated globally, we've synchronized observation schedules, we've cross-checked telemetry feeds. And yet, every scenario fails. Every attempt to predict or intervene collapses." He paused, his eyes flicking to Patel. "We have to accept that the time available to act is shrinking. If we don't understand the pattern now, there won't be any assets left to observe at all." Patel pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling the pressure of responsibility. And the pressure isn't just technical. Each team is feeling it. Analysts, engineers, scientists, everyone knows what's at stake. This isn't just a satellite failure. It's the collapse of situational awareness itself. And the psychological strain is spreading fast. In one corner, a European engineer muttered, "We've prepared for orbital decay, collisions, software errors, even coordinated attacks. But nothing in our contingency planning accounts for it." This, His voice trailed off as he stared at a simulation showing vanished satellites. Olsen rubbed his temples, a thin sheen of sweat forming along his hairline. Exactly. This is unprecedented. And the phenomenon doesn't discriminate. It hits civilian, scientific, and military assets alike. Anything human-made is vulnerable. Everything else, asteroids, the moon, natural debris, remains untouched. That's selectivity. It's deliberate in its effect, even if we can't understand it. Patel opened a secure feed to her teams in North America and Asia. We need a coordinated observation plan, she said firmly. Deploy what probes we can. Keep every telescope, radar, and sensor online. Cross-reference every feed. But prepare for failures. Every instrument you launch might vanish in mid-orbit. Every plan might fail. And yet, we must try. Around the table, murmurs of agreement and fear rippled through the gathered team. Analysts calculated trajectories, checked historical satellite data, attempted to find patterns in the selective disappearance. But with each failed prediction, anxiety grew. Technical brilliance was insufficient. The phenomenon rendered even the most meticulous planning meaningless. Olsen exhaled sharply. We're fighting an opponent we can't see, can't touch, and don't understand. Yet the clock is ticking. The longer we wait, the fewer assets remain to study. Every hour brings more loss. Patel's eyes were grim. And we have to coordinate internationally, across time zones, across bureaucracies, across languages. Every second lost in coordination is a second lost in observation. Every miscommunication is potentially catastrophic. And the psychological toll, it's already affecting decision-making. Even our most seasoned analysts are second-guessing themselves. A scientist from a nearby console added, voice low, we're also under stress from what we don't know. Is this intelligent? Automated? Some natural phenomenon we can't comprehend? The uncertainty is almost unbearable. Olsen nodded. Exactly. We are trained to work with incomplete data, with errors, with anomalies, but never with total unpredictability. And the longer this continues, the more likely human error will compound the phenomenon. Stress, fatigue, fear, they're enemies we can't neutralize. Patel glanced at her tablet, scanning feeds from multiple tracking stations. We need to consolidate reports immediately. Every probe, every observation, every telemetry point that still exists must be cross-referenced globally. But even with that, our predictive capability is effectively zero. We're trying to understand a system that defies understanding. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of helplessness pressing on everyone present. Engineers tapped at keyboards with trembling fingers, analysts murmured calculations under their breath, and mission planners stared at orbital projections that no longer reflected reality. Olsen finally broke the silence. We are not failing because of incompetence. We are failing because we are human. And this phenomenon is beyond human comprehension. And yet, we cannot surrender. We must observe, we must document, we must attempt intervention, no matter how fleeting the chance. Patel's voice softened, almost to herself. Every launch we plan, every probe we deploy, it may disappear instantly. Every attempt to gather data may be erased. And still, we have to try. Because if we do nothing, we understand nothing, and humanity loses more than satellites. We lose understanding. We lose time. The global command rooms echoed with the quiet hum of equipment, punctuated by urgent phone calls, encrypted messages, and the rapid clicking of keyboards. The world's brightest minds worked feverishly, yet with each passing minute, anxiety thickened the air. Every failed observation, every vanished instrument reinforced the sense that humanity was not in control. Olsen finally straightened, voice resolute but carrying the strain of exhaustion. We have to coordinate, synchronize, and act as one global network of observers. But know this, every human-made object in orbit is at risk. Every probe, every relay, every telescope is vulnerable, and no amount of planning guarantees survival. Patel's gaze hardened. The phenomenon is beyond physics, beyond engineering, and perhaps beyond our ability to reason. But it is not beyond our will to try. That will, that determination, is all we have left. And if nothing else, documenting the failures, tracking the losses. That may be the only record of what occurred when humanity faced the incomprehensible. Around the room, analysts, engineers, and planners braced themselves for the coming hours. Every calculation, every plan, Every new probe launch was shadowed by the same unrelenting possibility: disappearance, erasure, obliteration. Yet the teams pressed on, driven by duty, by desperation, and by the hope that somewhere, somehow, a pattern might be found, or a breakthrough achieved, before all human-made objects were gone from orbit entirely. The global coordination effort, though frantic and fraught with fear, became the first tangible line of defense against total ignorance. Even as panic whispered at the edges of every mind, the scientists and analysts clung to the only certainty remaining: observation, documentation, and relentless inquiry, even if the universe itself seemed intent on erasing all traces of their work. At the Kibo Space Launch Facility in Japan, the atmosphere was taut with anticipation and anxiety, a strange combination of reverence and terror that gripped every person in the control room. Engineers and mission specialists crowded around a bank of monitors, tracking the final pre-launch checks of a new observational probe designed to monitor the remaining satellites. The room was filled with low murmurs, overlapping calculations, and the occasional metallic click of equipment being adjusted. Dr. Elena Kovac, the lead engineer, adjusted her glasses, hands trembling slightly despite her decades of experience in orbital engineering. The probe had been meticulously designed to withstand the usual hazards of space: radiation, micrometeoroids, orbital debris, and the effects of atmospheric drag during deployment. Its redundant communication channels, autonomous stabilization systems, and high-resolution imaging sensors represented the pinnacle of human ingenuity. Yet tonight, those innovations felt fragile, almost insignificant. "This is it," she murmured to her assistant, Taro Ishikawa, eyes glued to the telemetry. "Readouts, all systems green, launch window confirmed, trajectory verified. This has to work." Taro swallowed hard, biting his lip. "Elena, we've triple-checked every system." "But," he hesitated, the unspoken fear heavy between them, "but we don't know if it will survive like the others." Kovac's jaw tightened. "I know. But if we don't try, we get nothing. Zero. Nada. We launch, and we might get answers, or at least clues. That's all we can do." The countdown began, a low hum of tension filling the control room. T-10, 9, 8. The staff followed the sequence on screens, voices quiet but taut with concentration. Each launch was critical. Each probe represented humanity's desperate attempt to regain even a fragment of understanding in a situation that had already defied every expectation and prediction. Across the globe, in the Indian Space Research Organization's Satellite Operations Center, a mirrored scene played out. Observatories in Mumbai and Bangalore coordinated tracking stations, ready to capture telemetry and imagery of the launch. Senior scientist Raghav Mehta monitored orbital projections, checking predicted paths against existing satellite grids, hoping for even a fragment of data to survive the phenomenon's reach. "Dr. Mehta," an analyst whispered, voice taut with tension, "all instruments are synchronized. If this probe reaches its designated orbit, we should at least get a partial data feed from the LEO array." "Partial is better than nothing," Mehta replied, jaw tight. "Anything to get insight into what's happening up there. We need to know if there's a pattern, any pattern at all, before we try again." In São José dos Campos, Brazil, another team prepared an identical probe for deployment. Astronomical observatories in nearby São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro aimed their optical instruments skyward, lenses calibrated to capture even faint signals. Engineers double-checked thruster sequences, tracking modules, and relay systems, ensuring that the probe could survive multiple orbits if necessary. Tensions were palpable as technicians discussed telemetry windows and signal-to-noise ratios, voices low but insistent. Back in Japan, the launch sequence progressed flawlessly. Engines ignited, the probe lifted from the gantry, trailing smoke and fire in a perfect plume. A brief cheer swept through the control room as telemetry confirmed successful liftoff. Kovac leaned forward, fingers poised over the console, eyes scanning every pixel, every line of data. And then, in the blink of an eye, the probe vanished. Screens that had displayed precise positional coordinates now showed blank fields. Telemetry streams froze, then disappeared entirely. It was as if the probe had never existed. Kovac's hands trembled as she pressed every key, attempting to ping the satellite, re-establish a link, or retrieve lost data. Nothing responded. "No, that can't be," Taro whispered, voice breaking. "We tracked it. It launched. It should be there." Kovac shook her head, disbelief etched across her features. It is gone, gone, just like all the others. Every system, every check. It doesn't matter. She stopped herself, unable to find words to describe the impossible. Meanwhile, in India, Meta's console blinked with a similar failure. Telemetry lost, tracking offline. Repeaters show no return signal. Probe is gone, his analyst reported, voice tight with tension. Radar plots, optical feeds, and satellite maps that should have captured the probe's trajectory now displayed nothing but the void of space. Brazil's team was no better off. Optical sensors trained on the probe's projected path reported no light, no reflection, no movement. The engineers repeated calculations, adjusted filters, and attempted alternate tracking methods. But all efforts yielded the same result: absolute absence. Anxiety spiraled as more senior engineers demanded repeated launches, calculations, and simulations, only to be met with the same impossible blankness. Kovacs gritted her teeth, voice barely above a whisper. We've done everything right. Systems are verified, trajectories calculated, redundancy built in. And yet, nothing survives. We launch, and it is erased. Every probe, every relay, every instrument we've tried to put into orbit is vulnerable. Her assistant leaned back, exhaling shakily. It's selective, Taro murmured. Every human-built object, natural satellites, space debris, untouched. The phenomenon doesn't just destroy, it discriminates. Kovacs' eyes hardened. Discrimination or intention, it doesn't matter. The result is the same. We are powerless to intervene. Every step we take, every effort to observe, futile. In control rooms across Japan, India, and Brazil, the realization settled in like a physical weight. Engineers stared at empty screens, hands frozen over keyboards. Analysts whispered calculations to themselves, only to watch the data vanish before confirmation. Communication between facilities became frantic, urgent, nearly panicked. Phones rang off the hook. Data links failed mid-call, and remote teams shouted through dropped signals, trying to coordinate impossible efforts. Kovacs slammed a fist onto the console. If we can't even get data from the probe, we can't understand anything. We can't track satellites, debris, or each other's instruments. We're blind. Taro placed a hand on her shoulder, voice trembling. Dr. Kovacs, what if every future probe meets the same fate? Every attempt erased instantly. We might never get answers. She drew a deep, ragged breath, eyes scanning the empty orbital grid displayed across multiple monitors. Then all we could do is try. Launch, monitor, hope for a fragment of survival. But we must prepare for failure. And brace ourselves for helplessness. Outside the control rooms, the world continued unaware of the scale of the crisis. Launch pads emptied, instruments remained inert, and satellites that should have been transmitting vital information about Earth's environment, climate, and orbital debris were gone. Humanity's eyes in space had been extinguished, and no terrestrial observation or backup systems could compensate for the sudden void. Even as Kovacs and her colleagues attempted to analyze the failure, attempt alternate launches, and coordinate with international teams, the pattern of disappearance left no room for optimism. Every new probe, regardless of sophistication, redundancy, or tracking, was at risk of immediate erasure. Engineers debated the potential causes, theorizing everything from an unknown intelligent force to a new natural phenomenon. Yet every hypothesis felt hollow in the absence of observable evidence. By the end of the day, fatigue, frustration, and fear weighed heavily on the teams. Engineers slumped in chairs, hands rubbing temples, as analysts stared silently at blank orbital maps. No report, no data point, no imagery offered comfort or clarity. The realization that human intervention could not overcome the phenomenon settled like a leaden weight. Kovacs whispered to herself, tone heavy with exhaustion, we launch to sea, and the universe refuses to let us. We act, and our actions vanish. There is nothing we can do. Nothing. Taro echoed the sentiment, voice barely audible. And yet, we continue. Because if we stop, we admit defeat. But continuing, it's despair in motion. Across continents, mirrored scenes played out. Observatories tracked nothing. Launch facilities reported immediate erasure, and scientists faced the impossible truth. The force at work was indiscriminate, selective, and entirely beyond comprehension. Human-built objects, from reconnaissance satellites to experimental probes, were erased from orbit as if they had never existed. The control rooms fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. Engineers, analysts, and mission specialists sat frozen, eyes fixed on blank screens, their minds struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. Every calculation, every simulation, every meticulously planned launch had led to the same impossible outcome. Humanity could send probes, track satellites, and monitor orbital paths, yet all efforts were rendered meaningless in an instant. The instruments they relied on, the tools designed to extend human reach and understanding, vanished without a trace, leaving nothing but emptiness and unanswered questions. The psychological weight pressed down on the teams. Each attempt to intervene, each action taken in good faith, became a measure of endurance and courage, a challenge that tested both technical skill and emotional resilience. Fear and frustration mingled with determination. As the stark truth crystallized, they were confronting a force utterly indifferent to human ingenuity. There was no workaround, no clever maneuver, no backup plan that could restore control. The phenomenon had made it clear that some realities existed beyond mastery, and that recognition, the cold, inescapable acknowledgement of human powerlessness, was the only certainty left in the void of space. At the Orbital Analysis Center in Munich, the hum of computers and the soft chatter of analysts filled the room, but the atmosphere was taut, almost brittle. Holographic projections of Earth hovered in midair, dotted with the orbital paths of every human-made object still theoretically in place, yet each path flickered and vanished in real time, as if the universe itself had rejected human engineering. Dr. Henrik Olsen leaned over the central console, brow furrowed, eyes scanning the streams of disappearing data. Every single satellite, probe, and relay, gone, he said, voice low but trembling with disbelief. Everything we've ever put into orbit. And yet, look at the asteroids, the old spent rocket stages. They remain untouched. A junior analyst, Jonas Reiter, swallowed hard, whispering, It's selective. Absolutely selective. But why? Why would only human objects vanish? Olsen's fingers hovered over the control panel, tapping impatiently. I don't know, Jonas. But this isn't a malfunction or a software error. The instruments are reporting correctly. It's as if there's a rule. Something actively ensuring human-made objects do not exist anymore. Across the room, a team of engineers argued heatedly. Perhaps it's an automated phenomenon, one theorized. Some sort of cosmic algorithm reacting to electromagnetic signatures or orbital patterns. Automated or intelligent, it doesn't matter, countered Dr. Amelia Vargas, her voice sharp. We can't stop it. We can't predict it. Launching anything is pointless. Her hands slammed on the table, making the holographic projection flicker violently. We've tried everything. Redundancy, hardened shielding, trajectory manipulation. None of it works. It's gone the moment we leave Earth. Olsen rubbed his temples, glancing at the projection again. And yet, natural objects remain. Not a single asteroid, not a single comet, untouched. It's as if the phenomenon discriminates. Jonas muttered under his breath, discrimination, intentional or not, that's terrifying. In the adjacent observation suite, Dr. Simone Duval, called in to monitor psychological stress, observed the tension with clinical attention. They're hitting the limits of cognitive endurance, she said to a colleague. I've been through countless high-stakes missions, but the human mind isn't wired to process complete impotence. Every tool they rely on has been stripped away. Back in Munich, Olsen convened a rapid strategy session. We need to test this systematically, he said. Simulate new deployments, adjust trajectories, vary altitudes and inclinations. If there's any pattern, any threshold, we need to find it. One analyst, Marco Engel, interjected nervously. Henrik, every model fails. Every simulation collapses. Look at this run. Predicted orbital insertion points and actual disappearance times do not correlate with anything physical. Nothing. He gestured at the displays, showing endless streams of error codes and blank telemetry. It's impossible to plan, let alone predict. Vargas shook her head, frustration etched into her features. Impossible is putting it mildly. I don't even know how to describe it anymore. We deploy probes, and they vanish. Every satellite, every instrument, it's a universal erasure. And all natural objects, they're untouched, We can't touch anything. It's like we don't even exist up there. Olson paced slowly, voice firm despite the tension. Then we observe, and we record. Every failed deployment, every disappearance, catalog it. We may not understand it yet, but we cannot act blindly. Data, even if incomplete, is all we have. Vargas threw up her hands. Data? What good is data when the entire framework it relies on evaporates the moment we interact with it? Her gaze swept across the room, taking in the pale faces of analysts muttering calculations to themselves, engineers clenching their fists over frozen consoles. We're not just failing technically, we're failing psychologically. Our entire approach is meaningless, and they all know it. Jonas swallowed again, whispering, "What if it's intelligent? What if it knows we're watching?" Olson's eyes went cold. Speculation doesn't help, but the possibility, yes, it has to be considered. Intelligence, adaptation, a force that reacts to our interventions. It could be anything. Or nothing, but the result is the same. Human-made objects do not survive. Across the Atlantic, similar scenes unfolded. Teams in São José dos Campos, Brazil, and Bangalore, India, reported identical phenomena, corroborating the Munich findings. Engineers huddled around displays, pointing at missing telemetry, blinking optical readings, and vanished probes. Frustration boiled into shouting matches. Check the alignment. Maybe a sensor is off. No, everything is verified. It's not our error. Olson's console beeped with a secure line from the Brazilian team. Henrik, the voice said, tight with tension. We've run 24 simulations in a row. Every probe launched, every adjustment made. They disappear at once. Nothing survives more than 5 minutes in orbit. And again, natural debris remains. Olson nodded grimly. We're seeing the same here. Every launch we attempt is nullified. No errors, no mechanical failure. Just gone. Vargas sat down heavily, voice low. We are human. We plan. We anticipate. We engineer. And none of it matters. In a quieter corner, Duval observed the team members' faces pale under the harsh glow of displays, noting trembling hands, tense shoulders, and rapid eye movement. They're showing early signs of acute stress, she whispered. They feel the powerlessness viscerally. Every calculation, every model, every observation, erased instantly. It's undermining confidence in everything they've ever known. Olson rubbed his chin, then leaned closer to the central hologram. We've trained for anomalies, for orbital failures, for equipment loss. But not this. Not this absolute selectivity. It's systematic, precise, deliberate or natural. Doesn't matter. What matters is that it renders our expertise irrelevant. Vargas added bitterly, irrelevant. That's exactly it. We try to analyze patterns, but each calculation evaporates along with the objects it studies. We can't even validate what we observe. If we see a probe for 5 seconds, is it real? Or already gone? Jonas whispered, every natural object remains. Asteroids, moons, comets, everything that's not human, untouched. Why? Why only us? Olson leaned back, voice grim. Because the universe doesn't need us to exist, Jonas. And apparently, it doesn't need us to operate in orbit either. Tension spiraled further as teams debated possible hypotheses. It could be some cosmic intelligence, one engineer suggested, or a new type of orbital physics we don't understand. Electromagnetic disruption? Unknown gravitational field? Some new fundamental force? Vargas shook her head. Speculation doesn't change outcomes. We act, and our actions vanish. We're powerless. Hours passed as analysts tried again, rerunning simulations, launching virtual probes, attempting different orbital insertions. Each time, the models failed, displaying nothing but errors, blank trajectories, or sudden disappearance. The room grew hotter, air thick with frustration, despair, and the quiet hum of monitors flashing intermittent warnings. Duval noted another symptom, silent muttering, obsessive rechecking of calculations, refusal to leave workstations. The stress is cumulative, she said quietly. The phenomenon doesn't just remove objects. It removes confidence, the ability to predict, and the belief in human agency. We're witnessing a psychological collapse in real time. Olson finally raised his voice. Enough theorizing. Record everything. Every disappearance, every failed calculation, every blank screen. We may not understand it yet, but if a pattern exists, it will emerge from the cumulative data. Observation is all we have left. Vargas groaned. Observation? When even that is compromised the moment we attempt it, every probe, every satellite, every instrument disappears. How do we observe nothing? Jonas's voice trembled. And yet, we keep trying. Because if we stop, we admit defeat. But trying, it's torment. The room fell silent, each person staring at blank orbital maps, the void of space reflecting their impotence. Every man-made object humanity had put into orbit might vanish before they could comprehend it. Every calculation, every intervention, every experiment, irrelevant. Olson whispered, almost to himself, human ingenuity is rendered meaningless here. Every probe we launch, every observation attempt, null. We are powerless against this selectivity. Vargas, her voice breaking, muttered, it doesn't matter how smart we are, how careful we are, how prepared we think we are. It's gone. Every effort. Gone. And we have to live with it. Even the brightest minds, the engineers and analysts who had devoted their lives to space systems, felt the creeping despair. Hands hovered over keyboards, unable to act. Eyes scanned projections that yielded no answers. Dialogue faded to whispers, and whispers into muttering. The tension in the room was electric, suffocating, as if the air itself pressed down with the weight of futility. And yet, despite the absolute futility, a fragile thread of determination persisted. They would continue to record, to simulate, to watch, even if the universe rejected every effort, even if human-made objects were erased instantly, they could still bear witness, catalog failure, and, perhaps, learn something, someday, from the ashes of their attempts. In that moment, in Munich and mirrored in every control center across the world, the scientists, engineers, and analysts reached a single, chilling realization. Nothing they did could change the outcome. The selectivity of the phenomenon rendered every human action powerless. Yet still they tried, driven by the faintest hope, the stubborn persistence of curiosity, and the indomitable, but now desperately fragile, spirit of humanity. At the International Orbital Coordination Facility in Tokyo, the hum of computers had grown oppressive, a constant reminder of everything slipping out of control. Dr. Ryo Tanaka leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples, staring at a projection of orbital objects that flickered and vanished in real time. I don't understand, he muttered, voice tight. We've verified every trajectory, recalculated every insertion point, and still gone. It disappears before we can even confirm it's in orbit. Engineer Simone Duval slammed her fist onto the console, startling junior analysts nearby. We're wasting time, she snapped. Every simulation, every deployment plan is worthless. How are we supposed to make decisions when nothing holds? Nothing! Her voice cracked slightly, betraying the exhaustion she tried to mask all day. A heated debate erupted across the control room. Jonas, a satellite analyst, argued, we have to prioritize observational probes over debris tracking. If we lose both, we get nothing at all. No, another engineer shot back, voice sharp. If we ignore debris, we risk collisions that could make the problem worse. Focus on understanding the pattern first. Tanaka ran a hand through his hair, exhaling sharply. Both of you are right and both of you are wrong. We don't have the bandwidth or the clarity to do either effectively. Every calculation is provisional. Every instrument potentially erased the moment we deploy it. We're flying blind, and the stress is making us reckless. Duval leaned over a console, voice quieter now, directed at herself as much as anyone else. We've trained for emergencies, for orbital failures, even for launch catastrophes. But not for absolute erasure of everything we send up there. Nothing prepares you for impotence at this scale. Across the room, alarms beeped as another probe vanished mid-orbit. One of the junior operators pressed a key frantically. We lost it again. Systems show nominal insertion. No errors. And it's gone. Tanaka exhaled sharply. Document it. Every disappearance, every failed tracking attempt. If we can't control it, we can at least record it. At least the data, incomplete as it is, remains. Duval shook her head, tension tightening her shoulders. Incomplete data isn't comfort. It's a reminder, a constant reminder that we are powerless. That every action, every calculation, every effort disappears. An analyst spoke up timidly, voice quivering. Dr. Tanaka, mistakes are starting to happen. I mistyped orbital parameters, and the instrument readings are now misaligned. I can't trust myself anymore. Tanaka's eyes narrowed. You're not alone. Everyone is fraying. Even the most experienced engineers and scientists are second-guessing every input. This isn't just technical fatigue, it's psychological. The phenomenon doesn't just erase objects, it erases confidence, certainty, and control. Duval's voice was a whisper now. People are panicking quietly. Hands shake over keyboards, calculations repeated obsessively, protocols double-checked for errors that aren't there. But the mistakes, they're happening anyway. Fear manifests in every keystroke. Across multiple international facilities, mirrored scenes played out. Engineers miscalculated trajectories, analysts misread telemetry, and even seasoned supervisors snapped at colleagues in frustration. Arguments escalated over seemingly minor errors. Priorities clashed, and collaboration faltered under the weight of collective anxiety. Tanaka stood abruptly, voice louder, trying to regain authority over the room. Focus. Document everything. We cannot control outcomes, but we can control our process. Mistakes will happen. Panic will happen. But discipline, meticulous record-keeping, may be the only weapon we have left. Duval exhaled, running a hand down her face. Discipline is almost impossible when every object we care about is erased. Every action seems meaningless. And yet, we persist. Because stopping is admitting defeat, and we can't accept that yet. Even as we fail, we try. The hours dragged on, tension in the room becoming a living presence. Analysts whispered about patterns, conjectures, and fears that the phenomenon might be intelligent. Engineers cursed softly under their breath, grappling with calculations that seemed irrelevant the moment they were produced. Tanaka noticed the tremors in Duval's hands, the exhaustion in Jonas's eyes, and the quiet despair of operators who had worked nights without sleep. One of the junior staff finally spoke aloud, voice breaking. Why? Why is it only human-made objects? Why not natural debris? Why us? Tanaka's expression hardened, jaw tight. Because it doesn't matter why. Understanding the cause won't change the effect. What matters is that every instrument we deploy, every observation attempt, is vulnerable. Every human effort is provisional. And we have to accept that while we continue trying. Duval nodded slowly. Acceptance doesn't mean calm. It means acknowledging the impossibility and still acting. But the strain is relentless. We can see it in each other, in every glance, every flinch when alarms go off. It's a psychological pressure we've never encountered before. At that moment, an alarm sounded from the deep space monitoring console. Another vanishing, muttered an engineer, eyes wide. It was in transit to Geo. Nothing wrong with the thrusters. And now it's gone. Just gone. Jonas rubbed his face, muttering under his breath. It's relentless. We can't keep up. Every solution, every adjustment, wiped out instantly. Duval's hands shook as she reached for a keyboard. We're repeating the same failures, and each one, it erodes the team. People are snapping, whispering to themselves, questioning their sanity. It's like the room is filled with invisible panic. Tanaka glanced around. Check each system. Rerun all simulations. Log every attempt. Even if it's erased tomorrow, at least someone, somewhere will have a record. And if that fails, we still try again. That's all we've left. A young analyst shook his head. But what if it doesn't matter? What if every probe, every satellite, every calculation is doomed the second it's completed? Tanaka's jaw tightened. Then we are forced to act in defiance of futility. To do what we can, for as long as we can. That's all that separates us from complete surrender. Duval whispered, almost to herself, defiance. Against what? Something beyond our comprehension, beyond our reach, beyond everything. Her voice broke, eyes darting to the blank orbital maps. The control room fell into a tense rhythm. Quiet typing, the hum of servers, occasional expletives, the soft mutterings of analysts questioning every projection. Each vanished probe, each blank telemetry feed, tightened the invisible coil of stress, fraying nerves and increasing paranoia. Tanaka walked through the room again, voice firm but gentle, attempting to anchor his team. We may be powerless against the phenomenon itself, but we are not powerless in our work. Record everything meticulously. Check each calculation, each projection, even if it disappears. Our discipline is the only thing we can control. Duval exhaled heavily, whispering, discipline feels so small compared to this. It feels almost cruel to demand precision when the universe refuses to acknowledge it. The night wore on. Even the most experienced personnel, like Tanaka and Duval, found themselves succumbing to exhaustion. Mistakes became inevitable. Arguments flared more quickly, and a pervasive sense of dread settled over the facility. Analysts huddled together, whispering theories, venting frustrations, and acknowledging fears they could not fully articulate. Jonas muttered, "I feel like I'm watching ghosts. The instruments, the probes, erased. And yet we keep moving, like shadows chasing shadows." Tanaka, voice low but resolute, replied, "Shadows or not, we endure. Document, act, persist. That's the only measure left. That's the line we walk, between action and surrender. Despite fatigue, fear, and the creeping psychological collapse, work continued. Fingers typed, consoles blinked, and holographic projections of the empty sky remained under constant scrutiny. The collective understanding was unanimous. The phenomenon had stripped humanity of certainty, control, and predictability. Every deployment, every calculation, and every observation carried a weight of helplessness that could crush even the strongest minds. As dawn approached, Tanaka looked over the room, voice low but firm. "We endure, we record, we act, even when the outcome is meaningless. That's all we can do. That's the only thing that remains in our power." Duval nodded, rubbing tired eyes. "Endure, document, act, because stopping is surrender. And none of us are ready for that yet." The strain lingered like smoke, invisible yet suffocating. Mistakes, arguments, and panic would continue. The room hummed with tension, a collective anxiety mirrored across every international control center, where every human-built object in orbit could vanish at a moment's notice, and every scientist, engineer, and analyst faced the terrifying weight of helplessness. By mid-morning, Tanaka had called for a pause, trying to give his team a moment to breathe, eat, even stretch. Engineers gathered in corners, whispering theories, recounting errors, and questioning whether humanity's reliance on satellites had ever been so thoroughly exposed. Duval leaned against a console, eyes closing briefly. "I never imagined despair could have this kind of gravity. It presses on you from every side, every screen, every projection. It's suffocating," a junior analyst whispered to her, voice barely audible. Do you think we'll ever understand it? Or will it just keep erasing everything we build?" Duval shook her head slowly. "I don't know. And right now, that uncertainty is part of the strain. But we act anyway, because we have no other choice. Action, even futile, is survival." The silence in the International Orbital Coordination Facility in Tokyo was heavier than any alarm. Screens that had once pulsed with telemetry, orbital plots, and probe data now displayed only the emptiness of space, a void that mocked every attempt to understand, track, or intervene. Engineers and analysts sat frozen, staring at the blank grids, each realizing in their own way that the phenomenon had outpaced every protocol, every calculation, every contingency plan humanity could devise. Dr. Ryo Tanaka leaned back, exhaustion etched into his features. "It's complete," he whispered. "Every probe, every instrument, every observational attempt. Gone, erased. There's nothing left for us to control or predict." Simone Duval's hand trembled as she hovered over a keyboard. "We've thrown everything we had at it. Redundant systems, autonomous monitoring, even predictive simulations. All useless. It's like the universe itself has decided we're not allowed to see, to measure, to know." Across the room, Jonas muttered under his breath, voice low and shaky. "I keep expecting the telemetry to pop back up. Some miracle. Some data. Anything. But it never comes. It's like reality itself is shifting beneath us, and we're trying to catch smoke." In the European Orbital Analysis Center, Dr. Henrik Olsson faced a similar scene. Holographic projections of Earth and its orbiting instruments flickered, showing an empty belt where human-made satellites should have been. "All systems checked. All launches confirmed," he said, voice tight. "And yet, gone, without warning, without pattern we can understand." A younger analyst spoke up, voice trembling. "Dr. Olsson, is it intelligent? Could it be some kind of autonomous system that selectively targets our technology?" Olsson shook his head slowly. "I don't know. It doesn't respond to logic, physics, or probability. Whether it's intelligent, automated, or a new natural phenomenon, it doesn't matter. The effect is the same. Everything human-made is erased. We're powerless." In India, Dr. Raghav Mehta stared at a screen where an observational probe had vanished mid-orbit. We can't even record consistent patterns anymore. Every deployment, every trajectory, any attempt to learn is overwritten instantly. It's incomprehensible. The psychological weight in each facility was almost tangible. Teams that had once worked with confidence now struggled to maintain composure. Analysts whispered hypotheses in corners. Engineers muttered calculations no one dared confirm. And even the most experienced directors sat in stunned silence, realizing that human ingenuity and precision offered no defense against this force. Simone Duval, voice barely above a whisper, said, "We've trained for equipment failures, communication blackouts, even total satellite loss in worst-case scenarios. But this is different. Every method, every contingency, invalid. The very tools we rely on to survive, to observe, to predict, gone. And we have no clue why." Tanaka looked around the room, eyes scanning the faces of exhausted colleagues. "We're confronting something that refuses to be confronted. Something beyond our calculations, our models, even our imagination. And yet, we keep working, because stopping would be surrender. And surrender, we cannot accept." Jonas's voice cracked. "But what can we even do now? Every attempt, it disappears. Every effort, erased. Are we just watching emptiness?" "Yes," Tanaka admitted quietly. "We are watching emptiness, and that emptiness is all that's left of our reach in orbit. But even so, we record, we document, we act. Not because it changes the outcome, but because stopping changes nothing but our will to persist." In the European control room, Olsen's fingers hovered over the console, hesitating. "We've tried everything. Observational satellites, tracking probes, autonomous instruments. Everything we built, everything we launched. It's gone. We can't control it. We can't even understand it. And we may never." A colleague, voice low and almost defeated, asked, "Then, what's the point of continuing?" Olsen's eyes hardened, because the point is not understanding it. The point is surviving it. Every record, every calculation, every projection, preserves knowledge for the moment we might be able to act. Even if that moment never comes, we endure. That's the only thing we can control. Back in Tokyo, Duval ran her hands through her hair, staring at empty orbital maps. Endless void. Every probe, every instrument, gone. The only certainty left is uncertainty, fear, despair, confusion. And yet, we act. Because not acting is the only real defeat. Tanaka leaned forward, voice heavy with exhaustion yet steady. "We've come to the edge of comprehension. The phenomenon doesn't negotiate, doesn't warn, doesn't respond. Human-made satellites, probes, and even debris we attempt to manipulate, removed without trace. Our eyes in space are blind, our hands empty. All we have left is ourselves, our discipline, our persistence." The hum of servers and monitors filled the room with a mechanical heartbeat, the only sound against the near-absolute stillness of the data streams. Each team, separated by continents, faced the same unnerving truth. The phenomenon was beyond human mastery, indifferent to intent, precision, or effort. All that remained was observation of absence, the psychological weight of helplessness, and the haunting knowledge that every human-built object in orbit could vanish in an instant. A junior analyst finally broke the silence. Do you think it will stop? Or will it keep taking everything?" Duval shook her head slowly, voice tight. "We don't know." And that uncertainty, that's what makes it unbearable. But we continue anyway, because if we stop, we lose more than probes. We lose ourselves. Tanaka stood, shoulders slumped but resolute. "Record everything. Note every disappearance, every failure. Document the impossibility, the void, the errors, the fears. Because if we do nothing, even in the emptiness, nothing remains." Outside the control rooms, humanity's awareness of the crisis spread slowly. Fragments of communication, reports of vanishing satellites, the sudden failure of navigational systems. Militaries, researchers, and civilian agencies alike faced the terrifying realization that space, once humanity's domain, was no longer theirs to observe or control. The very infrastructure of modern civilization had been rendered uncertain, fragile, and helpless. In quiet moments, analysts and engineers whispered to each other, voices low, strained. "It's like the universe is rewriting itself, but only where we exist. Or maybe it's watching us." Another muttered, voice nearly lost in the hum of servers. Tanaka's eyes swept the room, hardened yet weary. It doesn't matter if it watches, ignores, or judges. The result is the same. We are powerless. We can record. We can observe absence. We can persist. That's all we've left. The psychological impact settled like a fog across the international network of facilities. Fear, confusion, and frustration mingled with exhaustion, forming a dense, invisible weight. Teams that had been at the peak of coordination now staggered under the enormity of the unknown, realizing that orbital objects, satellites, probes, debris, were being removed by a force beyond comprehension, beyond control, beyond intervention. In the final hours of the day, across Tokyo, Munich, and New Delhi, one unifying thought crystallized among scientists, engineers, and analysts. The universe had drawn a line, and humanity's reach beyond Earth had been erased. All that remained was the helplessness of observation, the weight of uncertainty, and the unrelenting compulsion to act in spite of impossibility. The night drew on, monitors dark, instruments silent, and teams exhausted. Each person understood, in ways that words could not contain, that the unknown they faced was absolute. And yet, even in that void, the act of recording, observing, and attempting, however futile, was the only defiance left. At the European Aerospace Operations Center in Toulouse, Simon Calder hunched over a console, eyes darting between multiple displays that mapped the final configurations of the new, armored satellites. The room smelled faintly of ozone and machine oil, a sterile scent mixed with the faint warmth of overheated electronics. Priya Desai, his systems specialist, paced behind him, her fingers tapping nervously against the metal railing. The soft whir of cooling fans and the low hum of servers were the only other sounds, punctuated occasionally by the faint beep of a console registering a nominal parameter. "These are our last hope," Simon muttered, voice low but tight with tension. "Reinforced shielding, redundant communications, hidden sensors, every conceivable defense against orbital hazards is in place. If this fails..." He didn't finish the thought, letting the implication hang in the air like a heavy cloud. His jaw was tight, his eyes scanning for any anomaly in the telemetry feed that might suggest a hidden problem. Every blinking light, every graph, every numerical readout carried the weight of anticipation and dread. Priya stopped pacing, folding her arms. Her dark hair fell forward, casting shadows across her face illuminated by the flickering screens. "Simon, we've run the simulations a dozen times. Each subsystem operates flawlessly. Launch dynamics, orbital insertion, autonomous recovery, all nominal. If the satellites disappear, it won't be due to engineering failure." Her voice carried the steel of certainty, but her hands betrayed a faint tremor as she flexed her fingers. At the same time, Mission Director Clara Ruiz walked briskly into the control room, clipboard in hand, boots clicking against the metal floor. "Launch schedule is green across all facilities. Ground communications confirmed. Systems checks are complete. Let's not waste any more time. Deploy them and get telemetry online immediately." Her eyes swept over the room, catching the subtle glances of tension, the barely suppressed panic of engineers holding their breath. Across the globe in Tokyo, the launch sequence began. The armored satellite lifted from the gantry, engines roaring with a sudden burst of fire and energy, the reinforced shell glinting under the harsh spotlights. The vibrations from the engines echoed faintly through the observation platforms. Simon and Priya's eyes were glued to their consoles as telemetry streamed in, numbers scrolling across screens with relentless speed. At first, everything seemed perfect. Orbital parameters stable, internal sensors reporting normally, temperature controls and radiation shields within operational limits. A small cheer almost escaped Priya's lips before she caught herself. The room remained tense, the air thick with anticipation and fear. Then, without warning, the feed froze. Numbers blinked out, graphs vanished, and the three-dimensional orbital projection emptied as if the satellite had never existed. Simon slammed his fist onto the desk, the sharp sound echoing through the room. "No, that's impossible. Check the logs. Every system shows nominal insertion. Nothing indicates malfunction." His face was pale, veins standing at his temples. The consoles blinked mockingly, silent, unhelpful. Priya leaned closer to the console, her voice shaking. It's gone, Simon. Just like the others. Reinforced, stealth coating, armored design. None of it mattered. It's disappearing, somehow, instantly. Her hands hovered over the keyboard, ready to input commands that she already knew would be futile. Back in Europe, Clara barked orders over the comms. Telemetry teams, verify the tracking arrays. Check every sensor and redundant channel. Her voice was firm but betrayed the edge of panic creeping through the room. An analyst's voice trembled over the intercom. All channels confirmed. Nothing. No reflection, no signal, no debris. It's as if it never existed. His hands shook as he adjusted displays, scanning every possible feed in a desperate attempt for some trace. A ghost, a confirmation of presence. Simon rubbed his eyes, heart pounding. We fortified it. Shielding, redundancies, hidden sensors. Nothing can survive? What the hell is doing this? Priya's hands flew over her console, reviewing the logs again and again, fingers stiff and trembling from repetition. It's not a technical failure. Every subsystem shows perfect function. The satellite vanished. Every defense, every design modification. Useless. It doesn't even try to damage it. It just erases it. Clara took a deep breath, face pale under the fluorescent lights. Her eyes darted from Simon to Priya and back again, noting the tension in their shoulders, the tightened jawlines, the nervous twitch of hands hovering over keyboards. Prepare the next satellite for launch. We need multiple confirmations before we can even hypothesize what's happening. At the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, the same scene unfolded. Dr. Elena Kovac monitored armored satellite launches from multiple tracking stations. She stood rigid in front of her displays, shoulders squared, voice usually calm and measured now trembling. Each satellite vanished within minutes of orbital insertion. Telemetry cut abruptly, leaving only blank screens and silence. Confirm the telemetry. Every instrument, every array. Did any system register an anomaly? She asked, her voice taut with barely restrained panic. A junior engineer shook his head. No, Dr. Kovac. Nominal launch sequences, no malfunctions, full power and stabilization, and then gone. Nothing remains. His eyes widened as he spoke, realizing the sheer scale of impossibility confronting them. Alina's fists clenched at her sides. Her knuckles turned white under the fluorescent glow. Every design choice we've ever made, every precaution we've implemented, is meaningless. It's instantaneous, total, and selective. It doesn't damage, it removes. We're witnessing something beyond comprehension. In Houston, Priya's colleague communicated with the international network. Simon, telemetry from Japan confirms European results. Multiple armored satellites launched from 3 continents. All vanish mid-orbit, same as before. This isn't random. Simon leaned back, voice tight with frustration. Not random? That means it's targeting us specifically. But how? Why? What stops it? Every design modification, every defensive measure, every stealth coding. Meaningless. The room fell silent for several tense moments. Engineers stared at blank screens, the emptiness echoing the impossibility of intervention. The hum of cooling systems and faint alarms was deafening against the void on the displays. Priya finally spoke, voice barely above a whisper. It's not just erasing hardware. It's erasing our attempts, our defenses, our intelligence. Every strategy we try is invalidated instantly. Every effort is futile. Simon's jaw tightened. Futile or intentional. Either way, it doesn't matter. Our designs, our skills, even our collaboration, cannot overcome this. Nothing survives. Clara's voice broke through over the comms again. Prepare for another launch. We can't give up, even if we fail. Record everything meticulously. We need absolute documentation, no matter how small. The armored satellites stood as humanity's last experimental attempts. Every launch, every trajectory, every reinforcement tested against an unknown force that erased them without trace. The repeated failures hammered at the control rooms like a relentless drumbeat, each one intensifying the psychological strain and fear that even the best human engineering could not withstand this phenomenon. The smell of electronics mixed with human sweat. The tension palpable and heavy in every corner. Simon muttered to Priya as the next satellite prepared for deployment. Do you realize what this means? If even armored, stealth-designed satellites vanish, our entire orbital infrastructure, our communication networks, our surveillance, everything is vulnerable. Nothing is safe. Priya swallowed hard, hands trembling as she adjusted calibration parameters one last time. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Yes, and if we can't protect machines, what chance do humans have? A quiet, horrified murmur spread through the control room as the reality sank in. For the first time, the engineers understood that this phenomenon didn't just threaten technology. It threatened the very people who depended on it. Their designs, their strategies, their expertise, powerless. Simon rubbed his temples, exhaling sharply. We've reached the limits of our science, Priya. Every precaution, every innovation, erased in an instant. There is nothing left to try that hasn't already failed. Claire's voice over the intercom was measured but tinged with panic. Initiate final telemetry checks. Prepare for data retrieval. Document all anomalies, discrepancies, and blank feeds. No matter how futile it feels, we continue. Because stopping is not an option. Even as the last satellite prepared for deployment, all teams shared the same grim understanding. The armored designs, the reinforced systems, and the hidden sensors offered no protection against a force that operated beyond comprehension. It was not a problem of engineering or oversight. It was a total, inescapable erasure of human creation. The control rooms fell silent again, save for the hum of computers and the faint, nervous muttering of analysts. Each person felt the creeping weight of helplessness pressing down. Every launch, every simulation, every design iteration had failed. Humanity's grasp on orbit, on space, and even on its own technological achievements was slipping through its fingers like smoke. Simon turned to Priya, voice low and urgent. We document everything, every failure, every disappearance. If we can't stop it, we at least have to record it. One day, someone may need this record, even if we never understand it ourselves. Priya nodded, swallowing hard. Yes, document, record, survive the night. Because beyond that, I don't see any hope for our satellites. Or for us. The faint red lights of the emergency backups blinked in unison. A soft, almost mocking heartbeat in the oppressive silence of the control room. Outside, the world continued its routines, unaware that the very eyes humanity had placed in space had been extinguished. Inside, the air was thick with tension, with despair, and with the knowledge that nothing could pierce the veil of the unknown. Hiro Tanaka stood in the Orbital Planning Center in Tokyo, arms folded, eyes scanning multiple holographic projections of orbital paths. His brow was furrowed, every crease deepened by the relentless pressure of failure. Around him, engineers and analysts tapped frantically at keyboards, calculating launch trajectories that had once been routine but now seemed absurdly fragile against an unknown force that could erase satellites instantaneously. All right, Hiro began, voice tight with controlled tension. We try unconventional insertion angles, staggered deployments. If they vanish in a straight orbit, maybe oblique trajectories or staggered timing will survive. Let's cover every variable we can control. An analyst, barely keeping her voice steady, spoke up. Sir, we've calculated hundreds of variations already. Each alternative trajectory fails in simulations when we account for the phenomenon's past behavior. Nothing persists longer than a few seconds in orbital projection. Hiro exhaled sharply, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I know. That's why we try again. Failures are data, even if the system refuses to keep records for us. Track every parameter, every insertion anomaly, every telemetry blip. Even if it disappears, we log it. Every attempt matters. The control room was a labyrinth of consoles, each displaying satellite schematics, trajectory simulations, and real-time telemetry. Cables snaked across the floor, and the low hum of servers merged with the quiet whir of cooling systems. Charts and orbital projections flickered in holographic space, creating a ghostly lattice of potential orbits that vanished almost as soon as they appeared. Every flicker reminded Hiro and his team of their impotence. Across the Pacific, in India, engineers prepared a satellite for a staggered orbital insertion. Raghav Mehta and his team coordinated with tracking stations in Mumbai and Bangalore. Lights blinked across the control room, each indicator representing a satellite carefully poised for deployment. The room hummed with nervous energy, the low buzz of servers and cooling units almost masking the rapid heartbeat of anxiety that seemed to pulse through every operator. Raghav, launch sequence is ready. Orbital calculators aligned, timers synchronized, an assistant reported, voice taut with anticipation. Good, Raghav replied, swallowing hard. Let's stagger the insertions by 30 seconds. Each satellite should be separated enough to avoid immediate sequential erasure. track them individually and cross-reference with ground observations. Eyes sharp. This is our best chance for any insight. Back in Japan, Hiro oversaw the first staggered launch. The armored satellite lifted into orbit with a roar, engines glowing bright against the early morning sky. At first, all telemetry readings were normal. Stabilizers engaged, sensors active, orbital parameters nominal. But within minutes, the display on Hiro's central console blinked. Then the signal disappeared entirely. "No signal," muttered one of the junior operators. Voice tight. It's gone again." Even with staggered insertion, Hiro's hands tightened into fists. "Check redundancies. Verify ground relay links." Did any observatory pick up even a fragment? "Nothing, sir," another engineer said, voice quivering. "Japanese stations confirm. Gone. Indian feed. Blank. European tracking arrays. The same. No telemetry. No reflection. Nothing." The tension in the control room became almost physical, a weight pressing down on shoulders and spinal columns. Hiro ran a hand through his hair, jaw tight. "Every modification, every trajectory we try, same outcome. It doesn't matter what angle, speed, or timing we deploy. All vanish." Thousands of miles away, Dr. Elena Kovac observed the launches from a European tracking station. Her binocular arrays, optical sensors, and radar feeds flickered in vain as each satellite disappeared mid-orbit. She whispered under her breath, a prayer and a curse entwined. "They're gone, every single one, same as before." A fellow observer, voice trembling, asked, "Elena, is it possible it's intelligent? That it's reacting to what we do?" Kovac shook her head slowly, eyes fixed on the blank displays. "If it is, we have no way to predict it. No algorithm, no physics, no design can anticipate what it will erase next. It adapts faster than we can calculate. But yes, I'm beginning to fear it's deliberate, or at least autonomous. Whatever this is, it's choosing what to remove, and it's targeting us." In Houston, analysts cross-checked feeds from Japan, India, and Europe, logging the simultaneous failures. The collective silence in the control room was heavy, punctuated only by the hum of servers and the low groan of exhausted engineers. Simon Calder muttered under his breath during a video link, frustration barely contained. "Every launch fails the same way. No trajectory, no armor, no staggering, nothing matters. It's methodical. Too methodical to be random." Priya Desai's voice came over the comms, quiet but sharp. "Then we have to assume the phenomenon is capable of assessment. It erases based on our actions. But if it's intelligent or autonomous, how do we even begin to counter it? Every attempt is already predicted and nullified." At the European Operations Center, Clara Ruiz's voice cut in, strained but commanding. "Document everything. Every deployment, every trajectory variation, every blank feed. If we can't stop it, at least we understand the patterns of failure. Even the smallest anomaly might be our only clue." The staggered deployments continued over hours, each satellite disappearing mid-orbit despite meticulous adjustments, repeated checks, and redundant systems. Engineers and analysts across continents grew pale and stiff from tension, their voices hoarse from constant discussion, correction, and the repeated realization of futility. Hiro watched a projection of 3 satellites, one from Japan, one from India, one from Europe, each vanishing in the same sequence, leaving nothing behind. His stomach churned, a cold weight settling across his chest. We can't see them, can't predict them, can't protect them. And now they're proving they can erase with precision. Every single attempt confirms the same pattern. Raga, tense and exhausted, rubbed his eyes. If it's targeting us, then nothing we try will survive. Even new designs, new deployment patterns. It's like we're playing chess against a player who already knows every move we'll make. Kovac's voice, quieter now, carried across the comms, almost a whisper. And yet, we keep launching. Because if we stop, if we give up, that's when it truly wins. We persist because we have no other choice, even if every action is erased before it can exist. The room's silence deepened. Each blank orbital feed was a reminder. Nothing humans placed in space was safe. Satellites, telemetry, even armored, stealth-modified designs, rendered irrelevant in seconds by a force beyond comprehension. Anxiety built, frustration mounted, and the unspoken question hovered in every control room. If machines could not survive, How long before humans themselves face the same fate? To add to the strain, each control center had begun compiling psychological reports on operators. In Tokyo, Tanaka noted the tremors in hands, the tightening of jaws, the restless pacing of staff who had worked straight through the night. In Houston, analysts whispered about phantom satellites that seemed to blink into existence in mental projections, only to be confirmed non-existent in telemetry. In Europe, Kovacs watched the blinking of her instruments and felt her pulse spike each time, an irrational fear that the act of observation itself might trigger disappearance. By the end of the day, multiple staggered and unconventional launches had failed identically, leaving only voids where data and satellites had been expected. Across global command centers, engineers rubbed tired eyes, exchanged worried glances, and whispered to colleagues in disbelief. Hiro's voice cut through the low murmur in Tokyo. Record every failure, every blank feed, every detail of timing and trajectory. We may not control the phenomenon, but we can document it. That may be the only thing left we can do. Priya added over the comms, voice hoarse from hours of observation and repeated frustration. We're witnessing the limits of human ingenuity. It doesn't destroy, it erases. It anticipates, it reacts, it removes. And nothing, no trajectory, no armor, no staggering, can stop it. As night fell over Europe, Asia, and North America, the same grim reality settled in every control room. Unconventional launches offered no advantage. All human attempts at circumventing the unknown force were futile. The phenomenon, whether intelligent, autonomous, or governed by rules beyond comprehension, remained absolute, precise, and unyielding. And every engineer, analyst, and observer felt the creeping weight of helplessness pressing down harder than ever before. At the International Space Launch Complex in Baikonur, Kazakhstan, the morning sun glinted off the silver fuselage of the crewed spacecraft, its sleek exterior gleaming like a mirror against the dry, rust-colored soil. Commander Alexei Morozov stood on the gantry platform, helmet under his arm, scanning the rocket that would carry him. Pilot Nina Sorensen, mission specialist Jamal Reed, and medical officer Hannah Kim into orbit. Despite the calm facade, his jaw was tight, and the subtle twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed the tension that had built over months of failed unmanned missions. "Everyone accounted for?" he asked, voice low but firm, addressing his crew. Nina Sorensen, adjusting the straps of her flight suit, nodded. "All systems nominal. Pre-flight checks complete. Sensors, stabilizers, comms, everything green. We're ready." Jamal Reed ran his fingers through a tablet display, reviewing orbital calculations one last time. "Trajectories clear. Launch window optimal. All synchronized with ground tracking stations." His eyes flicked nervously to the horizon. "Of course, that doesn't account for, well, you know." Hannah Kim, seated on the edge of the gantry, closed her eyes for a moment, breathing steadily. "I know. And yet here we are. We train for emergencies, for micrometeorite impacts, radiation exposure, system failures. But not this. None of us were trained for absolute disappearance." Alexei nodded slowly. "All right, focus. We launch in 30 minutes. Keep communications sharp. Record everything, even anomalies no matter how small. Ground control will monitor constantly." Inside Mission Control in Houston, Flight Director Marisol Vega paced along the raised platform overlooking the array of consoles. Her team of engineers, telemetry analysts, and communications officers had been working around the clock, eyes glued to streams of data from orbit simulations, satellite feeds, and predictive models. The repeated failures of experimental satellites had set the psychological stage. The crewed mission was humanity's boldest and riskiest attempt to confront the phenomenon. "Telemetry is coming through," Marisol called to her deputy. "Confirm comms with the spacecraft." A junior analyst responded, voice taut with anxiety. "Copy that." "Flight Director. Signal strong, trajectory stable. Environmental controls nominal. Crew vitals showing no anomalies." Marisol exhaled but didn't allow herself to relax. "Keep monitoring and alert the international stations, Baikonur, Tokyo, Toulouse. Every orbital tracking feed must be cross-referenced in real time. No detail is too small." The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. On the launch pad, the engines ignited, fire and smoke billowing, sending vibrations through the gantry. The spacecraft lifted gracefully, rising into the sky with a roar that echoed across the desert. Inside, Alexei and his crew felt the familiar pull of acceleration, a pressure that was both physical and psychological. "Stabilizers engaged," Nina reported. "All systems nominal. We're on trajectory." Jamal added, "Orbital insertion parameters holding steady. Sensors show no anomalies. Comms links strong." Hannah's hand hovered over the life support console. "Vitals normal across the board. Everyone breathing steady. No issues with cabin pressure or temperature." Marisol's voice came crisp over the comms. "Copy all. Houston tracking confirms clean ascent. Continue telemetry feed. Keep alert for any fluctuations." The spacecraft pierced the upper atmosphere, engines tapering off as the first orbital path stabilized. The crew let themselves feel a tentative surge of relief. Months of preparation, countless simulations, and repeated unmanned failures had led to this critical moment. For the first time, humans were going to confront the phenomenon directly. "Orbital insertion nominal," Alexei said quietly, scanning the holographic display projected inside the cockpit. "Telemetry shows all systems functioning. We're in orbit." Nina allowed a small smile, masking her underlying tension. "It's unreal. After everything, we made it." Jamal's fingers flew over the tablet, checking coordinates against predicted orbital drift. "Stable, steady, exactly as planned. Ground stations all reporting green." Hannah exhaled, leaning back slightly. "For now, but we've all seen what happens to machines. Satellites, probes, gone in seconds. And this," she gestured to the small metal vessel encasing them. "This is us." I can't ignore that thought. Alexei's gaze was firm, meeting each of their eyes in turn. "We acknowledge the risk. Every instrument, every sensor, every calculation we've run, it prepares us for the unknown. But fear won't serve us up here. Observation, analysis, and communication. That's what will guide us. We act, and we survive. That's all we control." Below, mission control monitors held their breath. Instruments tracked every movement, every vibration, every fluctuation of orbital parameters. Analysts double-checked redundancy systems, cross-referenced optical arrays, and recalibrated sensors against background noise. In Tokyo, European centers and Indian stations, mirrored observation posts tracked the ascent with anxious intensity. For 30 minutes, the spacecraft orbited predictably. Telemetry was normal, crew vitals stable, communication channels flawless. A shared sense of cautious optimism flitted through global mission control rooms. Then, without warning, the screens began to flicker. Data points blinked, telemetry streams stuttered, and orbital projections, once a lattice of precise movement, vanished. No signal," muttered an analyst in Houston. "Telemetry feed, gone. Environmental readings, blank. Crew vitals, offline." Marisol Vega's eyes narrowed, heart pounding. "Confirm. Any observatory? Any optical? Radar? Anywhere?" A young engineer's voice trembled, barely audible. "Flight director. Nothing. European stations. Japan, India, blank. Not a trace, not a signal." The spacecraft, gone. In Baikonur, ground crews froze mid-step, eyes locked on blank screens. Silence fell, oppressive, broken only by the low hum of cooling systems and distant wind over the steppe. Back in orbit, Alexei and his crew should have been visible on radar, reflected in Earth's curvature, communicating across frequencies. Instead, they simply vanished. No debris, no broken telemetry, no distress signals. As Marisol repeated over comms, voice rising in urgency, "All stations report zero. Zero contact. Confirmed loss of vehicle and crew." The horror settled like ice in the room. "This can't be happening," Nina muttered under her breath, even though she wasn't physically present. Her words were relayed through prior training and protocols, a mental echo of what might have been her final thoughts. Jamal's fingers twitched as he tried to process the sudden absence. It's instantaneous. No anomalies, no collisions, no failures. Nothing. Just gone. Hannah Kim, usually calm under pressure, clasped the edge of a console, knuckles white. "We trained for every emergency scenario imaginable, every failure mode, every worst-case contingency. But not this. Nothing prepares you for literal erasure." Marisol slammed her hand onto the console, voice cutting through the stunned silence. "Alert every agency. Confirm. Every system, every station, every sensor. I want redundant verification. If this is happening, we need proof, visual, radar, telemetry. Anything, but there was nothing. In Tokyo, Hiro Tanaka watched the disappearing spacecraft's orbital path on the hollow map, each projection evaporating before it could be confirmed. "We are watching it vanish," he muttered, tone hollow. "Every sensor, every camera, every radar feed, gone. And it's not debris, not malfunction. It is erasure." "In Europe," Elena Kovac whispered, voice tight. "It's like the machines. But now, people." Across the network of international command centers, the realization spread like wildfire. The force that had removed satellites, probes, and experimental spacecraft was capable of removing humans as well. Panic rippled through control rooms, tempered only by the disbelief that such a thing could even exist. Marisol's voice, calm but strained, became a lifeline in the chaos. "Document everything. Record all data, every blank feed, every attempted communication, every projected path that ended in disappearance. We may not control this, but we can preserve what we know." Simon Calder, over the international comms link, muttered bitterly, "We've tried armor, stealth, unconventional trajectories, and now humans. What the hell can we do?" Priya Desai's voice, weary and hoarse, answered quietly. "We record, we observe, we survive as much as we can. That's all, because if we stop now, that's when the loss becomes total." And in every control room, from Houston to Baikonur, from Tokyo to Toulouse, the same unspoken truth settled like a shadow over every mind. The phenomenon was no longer just a threat to machines. Humanity itself had been exposed. Crew lives, previously untouchable by the void of space or the fragility of technology, were now vulnerable. Marisol exhaled sharply, running a hand over her face. "Alert governments. Confirm that every mission is grounded. We need to assess, to absorb, to understand, if we possibly can. But the first fact is clear. Orbit is no longer safe. Not for instruments, not for humans. Nothing in orbit is beyond its reach." The room remained silent for a long moment. The screens were dark, the consoles hummed with life that now felt irrelevant, and analysts sat frozen, contemplating the magnitude of the loss. The mission, the culmination of years of planning, human ingenuity, and bold courage, had been obliterated in a single, incomprehensible instant. Hiro's voice finally broke the quiet in Tokyo. "Record it all. Every trajectory, every communication attempt, every vanished feed. We can't undo it. We can't understand it. But if we document everything, perhaps the next generation will have a chance to comprehend what we could not." The disappearance of Alexei Morozov, Nina Sorensen, Jamal Reed, and Hannah Kim marked the first undeniable evidence that the force operating in orbit was capable of erasing life itself. Across the globe, grief, panic, and disbelief collided with the cold, analytical minds of engineers and scientists. And yet, amid the fear, a single imperative remained: record. Observe, survive. The news spread through international mission control centers like wildfire. One instant, engineers were reviewing telemetry data. The next, the screens went blank. The crew and their spacecraft completely vanished. In Toulouse, Simon Calder and Priya Desai sat frozen, staring at monitors that no longer displayed orbit paths, no longer confirmed the survival of the armored satellites, or the humans now gone in orbit. The initial shock had already started to calcify into disbelief. Then horror. Simon rubbed his eyes, voice taut with a mix of panic and frustration. This isn't just satellites anymore. People, humans are gone." Priya's fingers hovered over the keyboard, trembling. "Every trajectory we ever tested, every fail-safe, every design, worthless. Nothing survives. Nothing," she whispered, almost to herself. "We're powerless." Absolute powerlessness. Across the Pacific, Hiro Tanaka slumped in his chair in the Orbital Planning Center in Tokyo. His hands trembled as he adjusted his glasses. "If it can erase people, there is no margin for error. Nothing we've ever built, calculated, or planned matters. Nothing." The silence of stunned engineers was broken only by the low hum of servers and blinking indicator lights. Analysts stared at empty screens, unwilling to move, unwilling to speak. Even those who had been confident in their experience, their skill, their meticulous planning, were suddenly reminded of a chilling truth. Humanity had no control in orbit. From Houston to Moscow to Bangalore in the European Aerospace Operations Center, the same scene played out. Mission directors barked orders over frantically monitored comms, but no one had the information to act upon. Data streams had vanished along with the spacecraft and the satellites. The control rooms, usually humming with precise activity and a sense of command, were now arenas of despair. Marisol Vega, flight director in Houston, slammed her fist onto the console. "We need redundancy confirmations. All stations, every feed, every orbital tracker, double check. Anything at all, must be logged." A young analyst's voice quivered. "Flight director, nothing is coming in. Optical, radar, telemetry, all blank. The spacecraft doesn't exist." Marisol exhaled sharply, her shoulders rising and falling with tension. "Document it anyway, even if it's blank. Record every attempt. That may be all we have left." The weight of helplessness began to fracture the calm of seasoned engineers. In Toulouse, Simon muttered under his breath, pacing the control room. "We were playing with life itself and lost. Completely lost. Our designs, our simulations, meaningless." Priya looked around the room, noticing her colleagues' pale faces and trembling hands. The panic. It's spreading. Everyone is talking about sabotage, intelligence interference, some even suggesting extraterrestrial technology. None of us know what's real anymore. Indeed, rumors began circulating almost immediately, amplified by fear. In Mumbai, engineers whispered that the U.S. had some secret anti-satellite tech, while in Tokyo, staff speculated that rogue AI simulations were erasing the satellites intentionally. Governments tried to calm their personnel, but the sheer scale of simultaneous disappearances, experimental satellites, armored probes, now humans, made rational explanation almost impossible. Psychologists were brought in to assess the strain. Dr. Simone Duval, flown from Europe to consult at the Tokyo Center, walked carefully between consoles, observing the engineer's body language. Hands shaking, eyes unfocused, repetitive checking behaviors. She murmured, "They're exhibiting acute stress response and paranoia. It's not just shock, this is systemic trauma." An engineer, voice barely audible, whispered to a colleague, I can't trust myself anymore. Every input, every calculation, meaningless. What's the point?" Duval knelt beside him, voice calm but firm. "The point is survival of the mind. Document. Repeat. Observe. Focus on what you can control. And yes, it is almost nothing, but it is still something. Cling to that." International collaboration, once a source of pride, began to fracture under the weight of blame and fear. At a joint operations conference linking Europe, Japan, India, and the U.S., voices rose in anger. Raghav Mehta snapped over the intercom, "We coordinated perfectly. Every procedure followed. If your satellites vanish, don't blame us." Clara Ruiz responded sharply, tension cutting through her words. "And yet, here we are. Your coordination didn't prevent loss of life, Raghav. Don't think this absolves you." Hero intervened, voice taut with frustration. "Enough. Pointing fingers won't bring them back. Documenting every feed and failure is the only thing left that matters." Despite efforts at rational control, trust eroded. Even well-respected agencies began to suspect internal sabotage or espionage, and teams second-guessed colleagues' decisions at every stage. Cooperation became stilted. Delays occurred while analysts argued over procedure, territorial claims, or responsibility for missing data. The psychological strain was palpable in every room. Analysts whispered theories to each other in private corners. Maybe the phenomenon could see every design, every action before it happened. Maybe it had intelligence, autonomy, or some natural law beyond comprehension. And while the theories were impossible to confirm, the fear that humans themselves were now vulnerable to the same force weighed heavily. Simon and Priya, for the first time in their careers, felt the oppressive reality of their own mortality reflected in the emptiness of the orbit above. "If it can erase machines, humans are next," Simon murmured. Priya's fingers shook as she typed logs. "Every precaution we take, every sensor we install, it's meaningless. There is no safety margin, no contingency plan, no backup life for our satellites or our crews. The phenomenon doesn't negotiate. It doesn't miss. It doesn't fail." Global media soon reflected the chaos. Social networks and news outlets filled with speculation, government incompetence, hidden alien technology, rogue artificial intelligence. Panic spread in the general population even faster than in the control rooms. Families of astronauts and engineers faced sleepless nights. The abstract terror of vanished humans and machines transformed into a tangible, gnawing fear. By the end of the first 24 hours, control centers were operating on pure adrenaline and obligation. Analysts continued to log blank feeds. Engineers recalibrated instruments that would never return data. And flight directors barked over comms, trying to impose order over chaos. Psychologists moved from desk to desk, trying to prevent breakdowns, murmuring instructions on breathing and compartmentalization. In Mumbai, one engineer pressed a trembling hand to his forehead, muttering, "I feel like every number I touch could vanish me too. Like the universe is watching my calculations before I finish them." Across the hall, a colleague shook her head. "It's not just the satellites. It's the thought that we aren't safe even in orbit. That we can't predict what survives. That every life is potentially at risk. Do you feel it? That cold, calculated indifference?" Duval nodded silently from a corner. "That fear is valid. And it's contagious. You'll notice it in colleagues you've trusted for years. Everyone second-guessing every gesture, every command. It's the start of paranoia creeping in at the cellular level. Yet amid the creeping terror, some engineers tried to cling to reason." Simon adjusted his glasses, scanning orbital simulations despite knowing they were meaningless. We log everything, even empty feeds, even errors, even failed protocols. If we can't stop it, maybe understanding the pattern is the only defense." Priya's fingers hovered over a touchpad, scrolling through telemetry history, pauses, and vanished signals. Patterns. If they exist, they're hidden in the gaps. Every blank feed might tell a story if we can only interpret it correctly. But interpreting it feels like shouting into a void that listens and deletes what it doesn't like. Across global control centers, analysts debated terminology, philosophy, and tactics. Should they call it a force, a phenomenon, or something intelligent? The words themselves felt insufficient, yet naming it became a desperate attempt to assert human control over chaos. Marisol in Houston muttered over comms, "Every protocol we have, invalid. Every safeguard, erased. And still we continue, because stopping would mean surrendering to the void entirely." Hiro in Tokyo leaned back, eyes staring at the blank orbital map. "We once thought orbit was predictable, clean, human territory. Now, it's a wilderness we cannot even see. And it's not indifferent, it's selective. It chooses. We are witnesses, not participants." The tension in every room was suffocating. Breaths were shallow, chairs creaked, and keyboards clattered with nervous hands. The hum of air conditioning, servers, and cooling systems became a chorus of quiet desperation. Engineers tracked every parameter meticulously, their eyes darting to blank spaces where data should have been, as if those voids were alive. Simon leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples, voice low, almost a whisper. "We've documented everything. But what does it mean? Every launch, every trajectory, every precaution. Erased. And now, people, what do we do when we can't even protect ourselves?" Priya's reply was barely audible over the hum of the room. "We continue because we have no choice. Record, monitor, survive. Nothing else remains." Across global control centers, this shared understanding, this mutual helplessness, formed a fragile thread connecting engineers, scientists, and psychologists. But it was a thin thread. Paranoia, despair, and fear continued to mount. Governments scrambled, agencies fractured, and humanity collectively stared at an invisible predator it could not understand, predict, or resist. The phenomenon's reach, its intelligence or indifference, and its precision were now undeniable. And everywhere, from Baikonur to Houston, from Tokyo to Toulouse, the same dread settled over every human mind present. If machines could not survive, if astronauts could be erased in orbit, what hope remained for life itself in the void above? Yet even in the shadow of panic, a quiet tension settled. Engineers continued to log, analysts continued to observe, and psychologists continued to whisper survival techniques. In some small, stubborn way, the collective human effort persisted, not to overcome, not to understand, but simply to bear witness, to record, to endure, and perhaps to leave a trace of knowledge for whoever or whatever might follow. News outlets across the globe ran continuous, looping footage of empty control rooms, blank satellite feeds, and frantic engineers speaking over static-laden communications lines. Governments issued statements, but they were weak, cautious, and incomplete. Every broadcast emphasized the loss of experimental satellites and orbital vehicles. Yet the detail that froze the public was the mention of human disappearance, the 4 astronauts who had been the first to confront the phenomenon directly. In Tokyo, Hiro Tanaka stared at a stream of international alerts flashing on his terminal. Each notification was a hit of reality: missing satellites, vanished research modules, incomplete trajectories. The loss was no longer localized, it was global. Every orbital map that once glowed with plotted positions now showed empty black voids, data erased or never transmitted. His eyes tracked ghost-like traces of satellites that had ceased to exist, leaving gaps that technology itself seemed incapable of acknowledging. "Are we looking at the same thing?" Hiro whispered, voice shaking as he swiveled toward his colleague, Kenji. Kenji shook his head. "Yes, I triple-checked. The gaps are real. Every orbital slot we track, empty. Just nothing." Across Toulouse, Simon Calder ran a hand through his hair, jaw tight. Priya Desai sat beside him, staring at the columns of log data that now served as the only evidence of what had been. "It's everything," Priya whispered. "All the constellations we built. Every probe, every telescope, every communications relay. Gone. Erased." Simon exhaled sharply, leaning back. "And not just machines. Humans too. And now the question isn't what we lost. It's what's next." The European Aerospace Operations Center filled with a thick, oppressive silence. The blinking lights of the consoles seemed almost sarcastic, mocking humanity's illusion of control. Analysts scrolled through feeds that would never return, reading trajectories that now pointed only to empty space. Each erasure was a reminder of failure, a reminder that the vacuum above the Earth had become unknowable, unpredictable, and lethal. In Houston, Marisol Vega convened a hurried meeting of senior engineers and flight controllers. Each face showed exhaustion, disbelief, and a creeping sense of dread. The control room, normally orderly, felt like the inside of a pressure cooker. The air hummed with anxious energy as analysts scrolled through blank telemetry, trying in vain to find a pattern, a margin, anything that could explain the impossible. "Are there any anomalies that could explain this?" a junior engineer asked, voice trembling. "Anomalies?" Marisol's eyes narrowed. "There are no anomalies. There is nothing left. We've lost everything. Every calculation, every backup, every safety protocol. Meaningless." Outside the control rooms, paranoia seeped into society. Stock markets reacted violently to the news of lost satellites. Every communications company, defense contractor, and tech corporation saw share prices wobble in immediate panic. Media outlets debated the possible origins of the phenomenon: rogue AI, an undiscovered astrophysical event, secretive anti-satellite weapons. Conspiracy theories swarmed like locusts, feeding off each successive broadcast. In London, a journalist on live television struggled to maintain composure as she read an alert detailing the sudden loss of multiple European observational satellites. "It appears that orbit, once humanity's domain, is no longer a sanctuary. All attempts to protect equipment, even human life, have failed." Her voice broke slightly before she regained control. Behind her, engineers at a nearby data hub silently monitored the news, each of them acutely aware that their own calculations had already predicted failure. One technician muttered under her breath, "If it can erase satellites, it can erase anything. People, probes, sensors, even ourselves, eventually." Another replied sharply, "Stop saying that. We still have to work. Document, report, survive. Nothing else matters now." As engineers and scientists faced this grim reality, they were forced to reckon with a devastating truth. Orbit was now fundamentally unsafe. No satellite constellation, no hardened spacecraft, no layered redundancy could withstand the phenomenon. Every calculation, every simulation, every intervention designed to secure space assets was now irrelevant. Even the carefully armored experimental probes that had survived near misses in the past had been annihilated. In Moscow, Dr. Ivan Petrov paced in front of a wall of monitors displaying blank maps. We've built a fortress in orbit, layers upon layers of protection, and it's all meaningless. Our arrogance, our faith in skill and redundancy, wasted. Nothing survives. His colleague, Elena, voice barely audible, said, "So what do we do now? Do we even try to launch anything else?" Petrov shook his head, lips tight. "No, we document, we watch, we wait. Anything else is a gamble we cannot win." Society outside the agencies was not insulated from fear. News coverage painted the void above as a predator, invisible, omnipotent, and indifferent. Social networks overflowed with speculation, hysteria, and grief. Parents worried about the safety of astronauts. Scientists worried about the future of research. And ordinary people began to confront the unsettling idea that humanity's reach had limits beyond comprehension. Even space tourism programs, previously considered safe and lucrative, were indefinitely suspended. The psychological weight was crushing. Analysts, engineers, and managers reported insomnia, racing thoughts, and obsessive behaviors. Rechecking logs, scanning for missing signals, marking voids in maps where satellites had once orbited. Psychologists warned that collective anxiety was reaching critical levels, that the stress of knowing no technology could counter the phenomenon was reshaping behavior across agencies and populations alike. In Toulouse, Simon finally spoke aloud, voice low but deliberate. "We've seen the scope now. It's not just isolated probes. It's the entire orbital ecosystem. Every human, every machine, every effort to measure or control, vulnerable, helpless." Priya nodded, gripping the edge of her console. "We were confident before, skilled, prepared, arrogant. But the arrogance is gone. Now it's just fear and reality. Reality doesn't negotiate." Simon leaned forward, voice tight. "Do you think it knows we're watching?" Priya swallowed hard. "I don't know, but I don't want to find out the other way." Marisol Vega in Houston recorded the incoming international alerts, her eyes scanning the never-ending feed. "Every day, every hour, it's worse. We thought we were dealing with anomalies, glitches, sabotage. But it's not glitches, not accidents. It's the scale, unimaginable. We're witnessing a new rule of space, one that doesn't care about humans or our technology." Analysts in Bangalore, working alongside military observers, added detailed logs of orbital voids, satellites lost in precise, repeated patterns, trajectories that once promised safety now completely meaningless. Engineers began comparing data across decades, trying to discern any imperfection in the phenomenon's logic, but no anomaly appeared. The erasures were systematic, absolute, and immediate. In Paris, a small team of independent astronomers, watching through optical telescopes long thought obsolete, realized the instruments themselves were now unreliable. Stars blinked normally, comets traced predictable paths, but every Earth-orbiting object vanished without warning. The void above had grown literal, a place where humanity's machines could not exist, could not even be observed, leaving a gap in knowledge that stretched wider every hour. One astronomer muttered, "We used to know where everything was. We used to have certainty. Now, nothing." Another replied, voice shaking, "It's not just the satellites. It's all of it. If we can't see, if our instruments can't track, what's left?" The world collectively shuddered under this realization. Paranoia spread, but so did determination to observe. Analysts documented every disappearance, every blank feed, every failed attempt to communicate. Engineers worked tirelessly, knowing full well their efforts could change nothing, but clinging to the only certainty remaining: record, log, endure. Yet even with all efforts to monitor, to map, to survive, the dread deepened. Humanity had reached the edge of its technological understanding and found it meaningless. The void had proven lethal, intelligent or indifferent, and inescapable. And above all, orbit, once humanity's triumph, its laboratory, its highway for knowledge and commerce, was now an empty, unknowable void. Every satellite that blinked out, every human who vanished, every probe erased, had reinforced a single terrifying truth: nothing that humans could control, design, or protect was safe anymore. The world faced the sobering reality: humanity had lost its mastery of orbit. Every mission, every launch, Every calculation had been rendered irrelevant by a force beyond comprehension. In this new reality, observation became both the only defense and the only burden. Eyes turned skyward, but seeing was no longer enough. The dread of total orbital blindness, of losing all presence above the planet, settled over the world like a dense fog, unrelenting and suffocating. Simon muttered to Priya, "We're chronicling the end of everything we built up there. Every orbit, gone. Every system, gone." Priya's hands hovered over her keyboard. "Then we keep going. For now, all we can do is keep watching, keep recording." That's the only defiance left. The first failures did not arrive as a single blackout or a dramatic moment that could be pointed to later and named. They came instead as a creeping instability that made reality itself feel unreliable, as though the world had begun slipping a fraction of a second out of sync with itself. Signals flickered instead of vanishing outright. Phone calls connected, voices overlapping for a few seconds before cutting out mid-sentence. Internet service staggered under delays that stretched from seconds into minutes, then into hours, pages loading halfway before freezing as if they had forgotten what they were supposed to become. Even email, that most mundane of technologies, began delivering messages in fragments or duplicating them endlessly, leaving recipients bewildered and frustrated. Broadcast networks filled their airtime with reassurances, anchors maintaining practiced expressions while quietly reducing live feeds behind the scenes. Satellite relays could no longer be trusted to hold long enough for uninterrupted transmission, so networks leaned on cached footage, looping aerial shots and pre-recorded statements that had been prepared for other emergencies entirely. Viewers noticed the repetition quickly, even if they did not yet understand the reason for it. Background chatter in apartments and offices grew tense. Every minor delay in a news crawl or a buffering image became proof that something was wrong. People began talking to each other differently, their voices sharper, more insistent, almost pleading as they tried to share information that could no longer be confirmed. Across cities and rural regions alike, people sensed the change before they could articulate it. Navigation apps froze in place or rerouted drivers into growing congestion, insisting on turns that led nowhere useful. Emergency alerts arrived late or duplicated themselves, sometimes contradicting messages sent earlier the same day. A warning to shelter in place would be followed by an evacuation notice hours later, then repeated again with slightly altered wording, as if issued by a different authority altogether. What had once been seamless infrastructure became fractured, and with every interruption, confidence eroded further. Drivers yelled at GPS voices, pedestrians cursed as digital maps collapsed mid-route, and emergency responders found themselves repeatedly recalculating routes without certainty. Even seemingly minor things, like delivery services and school notifications, began to slip, adding layers to the growing unease. In New York City, Police Chief Amira Fields stood at the center of an emergency coordination room that no longer felt coordinated in any meaningful sense of the word. Wall screens showed partial maps stitched together from terrestrial feeds and outdated positioning data, their gaps marked by gray voids where satellites had once filled in the picture. The city looked incomplete, like a puzzle missing critical pieces. Officers moved briskly between stations, headsets pressed tight to their ears. But their voices carried a strained edge, the kind that came from trying to sound authoritative while knowing the foundation beneath them was cracking. Every screen flicker, every missing alert, seemed to amplify the tension, and a low hum of anxiety ran through the room, barely audible over static and murmured instructions. "We're losing confirmation from 3 precincts again," a dispatcher reported, fingers hovering over the console as if pressing too hard might break it entirely. "Landlines are holding, but mobile data is inconsistent. Some units aren't receiving updates, and others are getting the same message multiple times." Amira leaned forward, bracing her hands against the table as she studied the map. After a moment, she straightened slowly. "Switch to direct relay where possible," she said. "Fall back to radio-only protocols. Runners if we have to. I want every district operating on the assumption that delays are the rule, not the exception." A lieutenant nearby shook his head, lowering his voice even though the room was already loud. "People are questioning the alerts, Chief. They're hearing one thing on the radio, another from city bulletins, and something completely different online. Some of them are showing officers screenshots and asking which one is real." Amira closed her eyes briefly, then reopened them. "Then we keep issuing instructions anyway. Clear, calm, and consistent. Even if they don't believe us, silence will make it worse." Her assistant leaned closer, lowering his tone. Chief, they're calling the stations, asking why the city can't fix this. People are angry, frustrated. Some are saying there's a cover-up. Amira's eyes narrowed. Let them say what they will. We respond with facts, where facts exist. And if we have none, we respond with presence. That's all we can do. She turned back to the screens, tracking precincts that were reporting nothing, no response, no confirmation. The gray voids on the map seemed almost sentient, swallowing the city in pieces. Thousands of miles away, Mexico City faced the same unraveling, magnified by scale and density. Mayor Rafael Ortega stood before a row of advisors, their tablets cluttered with conflicting reports from districts attempting partial evacuations. Traffic cameras lagged minutes behind reality, showing intersections that had already changed shape by the time the image refreshed. Transit updates contradicted police advisories, and every attempt to impose order introduced another variable they could not verify. The thick air in the mayor's office seemed to press in, hot with anxiety and the hum of dying servers. Which zones are actually moving? Ortega demanded, rubbing his temples as another alert chimed uselessly on a screen that refused to refresh. A transportation official hesitated before answering. Based on ground reports, possibly Sector 4 and parts of 6. But we're missing confirmation from the southern corridors. Some buses are rerouting on their own. So we don't know, Ortega said flatly. We know people are moving, the official replied carefully. We just don't know where they're being told to go or who told them. The mayor exhaled, long and controlled. Issue a pause, he said. Tell them to hold position until further notice. Another advisor cut in immediately. Sir, with respect, if the pause message doesn't reach them, they'll keep going. And if it does reach them late, it'll conflict with the earlier evacuation order. That could make things worse. Ortega looked around the room, seeing the same realization reflected back at him. Authority had not disappeared, but its reach had become unpredictable, uneven, dependent on pathways no one could fully map anymore. Every directive now carried the risk of compounding chaos instead of reducing it. He leaned back, pressing his forehead against the cool glass of a window, listening to the muted chaos of a city that refused to wait for instructions. Outside government buildings and control rooms, the public experienced the instability as a mounting pressure that never quite released. People refreshed news feeds obsessively, watching headlines lag behind events or contradict broadcasts they had heard an hour earlier. Group chats filled with screenshots of alerts, each one different enough to inspire argument. Someone always claimed to have better information. A cousin in emergency services, a friend who worked in telecom, a live stream that hadn't been taken down yet. Mistrust spread like wildfire, not in dramatic riots at first, but in the quiet, insidious form of questions asked with hesitation, in debates in apartment lobbies, in glances across streets where uncertainty held sway. In a crowded apartment hallway in Brooklyn, two neighbors argued while others listened in silence, bags half-packed at their feet. The city alert says shelter, one insisted, holding up a phone with a timestamp that no longer matched the current hour. They wouldn't tell us to stay if it wasn't safer. Look, the other replied sharply, shoving a different screen forward. This says partial evacuation, and the radio said something else again. You really want to trust whichever one loaded last? A child tugged at the first neighbor's sleeve. Mom, which one is right? Their voice trembled, small and uncertain, echoing in the hallway. No one answered. The argument fizzled not because it was resolved, but because there was nothing left to add. That uncertainty spread faster than any official correction ever could. People began improvising, following whatever plan seemed safest at the moment, leaving a patchwork of decisions that often contradicted one another. Some walked home from work mid-evacuation, some drove through intersections no longer regulated, and others barricaded themselves in apartments waiting for news that would never reconcile. Trust in institutions did not collapse all at once. It thinned, stretched across too many contradictions to hold its shape. People began choosing which instructions felt plausible rather than which were official. Compliance became conditional, filtered through fear, rumor, and personal judgment. Police officers found themselves arguing with civilians who demanded proof before following orders, while emergency workers spent precious minutes explaining why guidance had changed instead of acting on it. And even when they acted, the results were uncertain. A cleared street could fill again moments later with vehicles responding to older, conflicting instructions. Inside command centers around the world, officials watched the same pattern repeat across cities and borders. Information degraded, authority weakened, and panic filled the gaps left behind. The systems humanity had relied upon to speak with itself were still technically functioning, wires humming and signals still moving, but they no longer spoke with a single voice. Operators checked and rechecked consoles, lines of code scrolling endlessly, only to find the answers they sought were already gone, erased, or contradicted by the next feed. Engineers whispered to one another, speculation riding a razor's edge between reality and fear. "It's like the city itself is blinking," one murmured, "on and off, like a heartbeat we can't reach." And as communication fractured, so did order, not through violence or rebellion at first, but through hesitation, contradiction, and the growing realization that no one, anywhere, could say with confidence what was true anymore. The world had become a series of partial truths, a system of failed signals, and a populace whose trust had become a currency too fragile to spend. Every human action, from a pedestrian deciding to cross a street to a mayor attempting an evacuation, was now measured not in certainty, but in probability, and probability had become an unwelcome companion that whispered, with cold accuracy, how powerless they all were. As the instability in communication deepened and authority faltered, groups began to emerge, claiming knowledge they could not possibly have. Online forums, private chat groups, and clandestine meetings multiplied overnight, as fear and uncertainty became fertile ground for anyone willing to assert certainty. Each new theory, no matter how unsubstantiated, gained traction quickly, filling the void left by broken infrastructure and inconsistent reporting. People were desperate for explanations, for any explanation, and in that desperation, the wildest claims seemed almost plausible. In Los Angeles, journalist Leon Choi stared at his cluttered desk. 3 laptops open at once, phone calls ringing on speaker, and a half-empty coffee cup growing cold beside him. Every screen displayed a different angle on the phenomenon: satellite losses, missing astronauts, partially erased orbital data. He tapped through dozens of social media threads, some claiming that the phenomenon was the result of secret government experiments gone wrong, others insisting it was a newly developed weapon no one was allowed to discuss publicly. "Look at this," Leon muttered, pointing to a thread where users had overlaid orbital maps with cryptic symbols. "They're trying to show some pattern, like someone engineered it intentionally. But it's nonsense, pure nonsense." His producer, a wiry woman named Mara, shook her head. "Doesn't matter. People are eating it up. Every time they post a screenshot, it goes viral. Comments in 10 seconds, shares in a minute. You want proof? Forget it. They don't need proof." Leon rubbed his forehead, scrolling through another feed. "And now people are saying it's aliens." "Aliens? Mara, can you believe that?" Mara gave a thin, humorless laugh. "At this point, I can. Why not? It's mysterious, it's global, and it's invisible. To some, that's all the proof they need." Across the internet, posts speculated that a hidden extraterrestrial intelligence had begun systematically erasing humanity's presence in orbit. Users claimed that satellites blinked out because they were being scanned, analyzed, or removed. There was not a shred of evidence, not a single anomalous signal that suggested alien activity. Yet the language of certainty in these forums was intoxicating. Users posted in capital letters, drew diagrams with arrows pointing to the stars, and shared eyewitness accounts of strange lights in the night sky. Even when debunked by official sources, the theories persisted, evolving to evade disproof. Meanwhile, other forums blamed rogue AI. Some claimed that humanity's own satellites had become sentient and decided to sever communication, citing code anomalies that were far more likely caused by human error than intelligence. Still others pointed fingers at secretive corporations supposedly erasing satellites for profit or control. The variety of factions was staggering. Online communities splintered into subgroups that argued incessantly over whose version of events was correct, each convinced that their sources were trustworthy and everyone else was either misled or lying. In a small apartment in Bangalore, Lena, Rajiv, and Emma monitored the chaos from multiple screens. Lena's brow was furrowed, her eyes scanning feeds that ran faster than she could read. "It's getting worse," she said, her voice tight. "I can't even keep track of how many theories are out there now. Every hour there's a new group claiming they understand what's happening." Rajiv leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his face. "And it's all connected by fear. Everyone's desperate for answers. and they latch onto whatever sounds confident. Look at this one. They're saying the aliens are targeting satellites first, then humans next. Pure speculation, no data at all. Emma's fingers hovered over the keyboard. It doesn't matter. They believe it. That's the point. Look at the numbers. Views, shares, comments. The psychological spread is incredible. It's like watching a virus infect belief itself. Lena nodded grimly. And it's not just the internet. Offline, small factions are forming too. People are meeting in parking lots, churches, and abandoned offices, arguing about what we're allowed to know and what we can trust. Some of them are stockpiling equipment, radios, solar panels, even firearms. And they're convinced someone, government, corporation, or alien, is hiding the truth. Back in Los Angeles, Leon Choi scrolled through another report, a live stream of a gathering in the desert. Look at this. They've made flags, banners, symbols, claiming allegiance to the alien hypothesis. He paused. They're calling themselves the observers now. Insane. Mara frowned. The problem is, Leon, they're harmless. So far. But you know how these things escalate. The longer the government can't fix the communications problem, the more people will start acting, not just posting online. And that's when it becomes dangerous, Leon muttered. He jotted notes rapidly. We can report on it, but it's like pouring gasoline on a fire. The audience is the fuel. Meanwhile, on social media platforms across the globe, conspiracy theories multiplied geometrically. Someone would post an unverified sighting, and within minutes, entire threads would dissect it. Alien ships scanning satellites, one claimed. No, secret government cloaked drones, another countered. You're all wrong. It's run by corporate interests. A third shouted. Each faction attempted to prove its own certainty while tearing down the others. Users attached blurry images, misinterpreted sensor data, and reinterpreted historical events to fit their narratives. Lena, Rajiv, and Emma kept a running log, horrified at the psychological spread of distrust and hysteria. Lena leaned forward. It's like watching a society implode in slow motion. They don't need evidence. They just need fear and a story. Rajiv shook his head, and every story contradicts the next. But they're all self-reinforcing. You see someone say it's aliens, and someone else says they've seen something too. And suddenly confirmation exists, even if it's entirely imagined. Emma typed rapidly. I'm tracking the keywords and trends. The alien theory is climbing faster than any other. Even the rogue AI stuff is slower. It's alarming. Late at night, as they continued monitoring feeds from Asia, Europe, and the Americas, Lena whispered, almost to herself, we've lost control. Not the satellites. We've lost control of belief itself. In kitchens, basements, and garages around the world, similar scenes unfolded. Groups debated endlessly, convinced of imminent revelation, certain that they had unique insight, and utterly distrustful of anyone outside their chosen circle. Parents argued with children, friends turned on each other, coworkers whispered urgently behind closed doors. The alien hypothesis, though entirely speculative, became a central figure in the growing mythology of the crisis. Even when experts appeared on news programs to denounce the theories, the damage was done. Skepticism was interpreted as secrecy, denial as confirmation, and caution as cowardice. Public paranoia intensified, as did the fragmentation of social cohesion. Communities splintered not along traditional lines of politics or geography, but according to the explanations people were willing to accept. By the end of the week, Lena, Rajiv, and Emma were exhausted, their monitors glowing with streams of chatter, graphs of engagement, and real-time analytics of belief spread. Lena closed her eyes, rubbing her temples. It's worse than I imagined. We're not just tracking a technological collapse anymore. We're watching society fracture along lines of imagination and fear. Rajiv leaned back, voice low. And the alien story, it's the most dangerous because it can never be proven or disproven. That uncertainty fuels everything else. People can't wait for evidence. They act on assumption. That's the new reality. Emma nodded. We're observers now, not participants. And if this keeps going, the consequences, I don't even want to imagine them. The alien theory, among others, became a fixture of this new, unstable world. Despite having zero proof, it thrived because humanity's need for understanding outweighed its ability to discern fact from fiction. The phenomenon itself remained opaque, silent, and indifferent, while human imagination rushed to fill the gaps, forming factions, rivalries, and fears that spread faster than any virus or blackout could. And in that frantic digital storm, the three monitors in the small Bangalore apartment reflected the broader chaos. A civilization desperate for answers, terrified of uncertainty, and increasingly incapable of trusting itself or each other. The offices, labs, and control centers that had once hummed with precise, confident activity now reeked of exhaustion, tension, and barely suppressed panic. The phenomenon in orbit had stripped away not only satellites and probes, but also the very sense of predictability that engineers and scientists had built their careers upon. Every calculation, every simulation, every plan suddenly felt like it had been written in sand, awaiting the inevitable tide of erasure. In Toulouse, Priya Desai sat at her console long after the rest of the European Aerospace Operations Center had emptied. Her eyes were bloodshot from staring at telemetry feeds that now revealed only blank space. She ran through the last known positions of satellites again and again, trying to find a pattern, a hint, any anomaly that might explain why nothing in orbit could survive. Each replay brought the same emptiness. Each simulation ended with the same blank screen. "I've gone over it a dozen times," she muttered to herself, voice hoarse, fingers tapping at keys in a rhythm that was more compulsive than purposeful. "There's nothing." It's like the universe just erased it. Hiro Tanaka, the mission planner who had spent years orchestrating orbital insertions and trajectory corrections, leaned over her shoulder. He had stopped sleeping properly, surviving on short stretches of catnaps and strong black coffee. His hands shook slightly as he gestured toward the screen. "Priya, even if we adjust for the velocity errors, the orbital decay, the perturbations, nothing changes. It doesn't matter what we simulate. Every satellite, every probe, every manned module, it's gone." Priya didn't respond immediately. She pressed her palms against her face, letting the exhaustion and frustration build into a tight, almost physical pressure at the back of her skull. "We were supposed to be prepared. Redundancy layers, fail-safes, predictive models. We built a fortress up there, Hiro. And it didn't matter. Not a single thing mattered." Hiro's voice lowered, almost a whisper. "We failed. And worse, we can't even tell if we did something wrong. Or if it was just nothing at all." In laboratories across Europe, scientists confronted their own frustrations. Dr. Elena Kovac and Dr. Henrik Olsen argued over data pulled from optical observations and orbital records, their voices rising over monitors and computers that now seemed almost alien in their silence. "You're ignoring the temporal discrepancies," Elena snapped, throwing a printout across the table. "The timestamps on the last signals don't match the predicted positions. We're missing hours of data. You can't just assume the equipment failed." Henrik rubbed his forehead, eyes narrowing. "And you think my interpretation is ignoring reality? Every instrument we trust has either gone silent or been erased. If it isn't human error, what else could it be? We're arguing over ghosts. You think ghosts are easier to plan for?" Elena shot back. "We have nothing to work with. Nothing. And you're trying to quantify the impossible?" Their voices echoed off the lab walls, bouncing between screens that refused to yield any answers. Other scientists nearby lowered their heads, watching the argument without intervening. Each knew the frustration, the creeping anxiety, the gnawing sense that everything they had built to understand and control was now meaningless. Priya and Hiro joined the call from Toulouse later that evening. Their faces appeared on the lab's video monitors, each etched with fatigue, unshaven and pale under fluorescent lights. Priya spoke first, her voice shaking with the effort to remain professional. "We've run every trajectory simulation we can think of, cross-referenced every observation. And yet," she trailed off, staring at the blank telemetry feed. "Every satellite, every manned mission, every experimental probe we could launch. Gone. Nothing is predictable anymore." Henrik leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. "And this isn't just about the machines. It's about us, our ability to plan, to respond. Our jobs. Everything is defined by the assumption that we can control or at least understand our environment. That assumption is gone. Around the world, teams faced similar crises. In Houston, analysts huddled in small groups, whispering theories in corners while keeping up appearances to supervisors. Some refused to leave the office for days, sleeping in chairs, showers forgotten, meals skipped. The unrelenting feed of vanished satellites, blank communications logs, and missing astronauts became a source of obsession. Staff members replayed sequences repeatedly, scanning for any sign they might have overlooked, but each cycle only reinforced the futility. A junior engineer named Marco, barely 25 and recently promoted, admitted in a low voice to a colleague, "I keep checking the same feed every 5 minutes. It's like, if I just watch it enough, maybe something will come back. Maybe we'll see a signal." His colleague shook her head grimly. "We've all done that, Marco. No one sleeps, no one stops. But it doesn't matter, it's not coming back." Some staff could not handle the strain. In London, an entire team of flight dynamics analysts resigned over the course of a single week, citing the impossibility of working in an environment where every calculation was rendered irrelevant. Others broke down physically, collapsing onto desks, screaming at screens, or wandering aimlessly through empty corridors. In laboratories, suspicion also began to take root. When failures occurred, or even when perceived failures emerged, teams started questioning each other's intentions. "Did you check your code before sending the telemetry?" One engineer accused another, voice trembling with anger and fear. "Or are you just as blind as the rest of us?" In Toulouse, Priya overheard a heated exchange between two junior engineers. "You left the calibration off by 0.5%. That might not matter usually, but now it's catastrophic." The other spat back. "You think I didn't double check? You think this is just a mistake? Maybe someone is sabotaging the feeds on purpose." "I wouldn't put it past anyone at this point." Priya's stomach knotted. She wanted to intervene, to calm them down, but even she felt the creeping edge of paranoia. The thought that human error, or worse, deliberate action, could have contributed to the erasure of so many satellites was almost as terrifying as the idea that it had been unavoidable. Sleep-deprived meetings dragged on for hours, agendas ignored, as teams argued over interpretations of erased data, the validity of simulations, and the integrity of each other's work. Every blank feed became a battlefield for trust, every failed signal a weapon in interpersonal conflict. Engineers who had spent years collaborating seamlessly now whispered and glanced at each other with suspicion, eyes flicking to consoles as if they might conceal some secret. Even when some solutions were proposed, adjusting orbital insertion angles, reconfiguring ground station priorities, recalculating orbital decay, they no longer inspired hope. Instead, they became exercises in futility. Teams debated endlessly, testing every permutation of strategy, only to see the same result. The void consumed each satellite, each probe, each attempt. Each iteration reinforced the helplessness, the psychological strain, and the growing despair. Priya leaned back, staring at the blank screens for what felt like hours. Hero broke the silence. "We've done everything humans know how to do. We've simulated, recalculated, double-checked. And yet," his voice trailed off, "and yet nothing works," Priya finished. She closed her eyes, letting her hands rest in her lap, trembling slightly. "We're staring into a wall, Hero. A wall we can't touch, can't move, can't even understand. And we keep pretending there's a way through." The room fell silent. Even the low hum of computers seemed oppressive. Outside, the world continued to fracture, and inside, the strain gnawed at everyone who had once believed that intellect, diligence, and preparation could protect them. The psychological impact was profound. Sleepless nights, heightened paranoia, strained relationships, and a creeping sense that every professional skill they had honed was irrelevant in the face of the incomprehensible. In Moscow, Dr. Ivan Petrov walked the halls of his research facility at 3 a.m, shoulders slumped and hands tucked in his coat pockets. His team had already begun whispering rumors that someone had sabotaged the tracking systems, and tension crackled in every interaction. Petrov, normally stoic, found himself snapping at colleagues over trivial errors, then retreating to solitude, questioning his own judgment. "This isn't just technology failing," he muttered to no one in particular, eyes on the blank monitor ahead. "It's us, our confidence, our logic, our reason. It's unraveling, and we can't stop it. And worse, I don't know if we can even see it happening to ourselves." Teams everywhere face the same invisible threat. The knowledge that every effort, every calculation, every plan, no matter how meticulous, could be erased in a heartbeat by forces they could neither predict nor comprehend. Paranoia became contagious, stress compounded, Despair settled like a physical weight on shoulders and minds alike. By the end of the week, labs were littered with empty coffee cups, energy drink cans, crumpled notes, and the hushed murmur of colleagues too afraid to speak freely. Collaboration, once the lifeblood of scientific progress, had fractured into isolated pockets of obsessive work, suspicion, and quiet breakdowns. Sleep-deprived engineers whispered theories to themselves, replayed failures in their minds, and measured every action against an unknowable standard of what might have been their last chance to succeed. In every lab, control room, and office, the human cost of the orbital collapse became painfully evident. Brains exhausted, eyes red and unseeing, hands shaking, tempers fraying, and relationships eroding under the weight of shared helplessness. Nothing had prepared them for a failure of this magnitude, and nothing would allow them to recover. The psychological strain had become all-consuming. Engineers and scientists who had once approached their work with precise confidence now found themselves trapped in endless cycles of doubt and dread, replaying failures over and over in their minds, unable to escape the sense that every calculation, every plan, every model had been rendered meaningless. The phenomenon had not merely erased satellites and orbital infrastructure. It had eroded the very foundation of faith in human skill and ingenuity. Conversations dissolved into suspicion, collaboration into quiet isolation, and even the strongest minds began questioning not just their colleagues, but themselves. Relationships frayed under the pressure of sleepless nights and obsessive analysis, and the weight of helplessness pressed down so relentlessly that hope for understanding or recovery seemed to vanish entirely, buried beneath layers of exhaustion, paranoia, and an unrelenting sense of being powerless against an incomprehensible force. Traffic snarled across continents as GPS signals failed, leaving shipping routes confused and commercial airlines forced to rely on incomplete, outdated charts. Emergency services struggled to coordinate, ambulances delayed by intersections that suddenly no longer aligned with real-time mapping. In Los Angeles, a dispatcher shouted over a crackling line, "Unit 7. Do you copy?" Gridlock at Sunset and La Cienega. "Reroute." The response came hours later, garbled and partial. Delivery trucks idled at every turn, unable to confirm addresses or navigate detours. Ships at sea reported similar chaos, cargo vessels drifting off course, ferries rerouting without communication, crews shouting over static-filled radios that offered no guidance. "Where the hell are we?" one officer bellowed into the headset. Drivers cursed through their car windows. Port authorities barked orders they could not confirm, and frustration mounted as minutes stretched into hours with no clear resolution. Power grids reliant on satellite coordination faltered in tandem. Entire neighborhoods went dark without warning as monitoring systems failed to register demand correctly, and backup protocols faltered under the strain of missing orbital oversight. Hospitals ran on emergency generators. Patients moved through dim corridors with the hum of machines filling the silence. Nurses whispered anxiously, "Is the generator holding? Check the main feed." Water treatment plants issued alerts that arrived too late or not at all, leaving residents scrambling for basic necessities, while grocery stores reported inventory inconsistencies as deliveries fell behind schedule. Engineers and utility managers frantically tried to manually track demand and reroute power, shouting over dead lines and scrambled radios. "I told you. Switch the secondary feed now, or the east sector goes dark." One called, only to hear a panicked reply, "It won't take." We're losing every feed simultaneously. Military forces struggled to maintain order, caught between the need to project authority and the confusion created by technological blind spots. Radar gaps left airspace uncertain, and coastal patrols misread shipping positions. False alarms prompted defensive maneuvers that escalated tensions in cities already teetering on edge. Soldiers were ordered to enforce curfews without clear data, while headquarters attempted to piece together movements from incomplete reports. In a coastal city, a misidentified vessel triggered a scramble of naval units, each uncertain whether they were responding to a real threat or an erroneous signal. "All units, hold fire. We don't know what's out there," a commander shouted over the channel. Accidental engagements occurred in pockets where communication failed entirely, leaving communities shaken by events no one could explain or justify. Among ordinary citizens, the erosion of information bred distrust and improvisation. Rumors raced ahead of reality, amplified through word of mouth, social media, and neighborhood networks that no longer aligned with authoritative guidance. Panic buying emptied store shelves within hours. At a Brooklyn bodega, a man waved a box of canned beans, yelling, "They say no deliveries are coming for days." A cashier tried to calm the line. "Sir, please, just one at a time. We'll have more tomorrow, I promise." Some communities formed vigilante patrols, attempting to enforce makeshift rules or protect assets without instruction or oversight. People barricaded themselves in apartments or houses based on conflicting reports of local danger. Families argued over which instructions were credible. "Mom, the city alert says stay inside," a teenager yelled. "But the text from Dad's office says leave now." Children stared at parents who themselves seemed lost, as uncertainty became a tangible presence in every apartment, hallway, and street corner. From Mumbai to Madrid, Sao Paulo to Sydney, localized chaos mirrored a global pattern. Trains stalled, buses rerouted, and flights grounded as satellite-dependent systems failed. Hospitals scrambled to operate, power grids flickered unpredictably, and communications became a patchwork of terrestrial-only methods. Engineers shouted at control panels, technicians argued in tense clusters, and emergency responders debated on handheld radios. "We can't coordinate the routes," one supervisor muttered. "They're changing every 5 minutes." The human systems designed to maintain order and safety revealed themselves as fragile, contingent upon signals that could no longer be guaranteed. Each failure, delay, and miscommunication reinforced a single truth. Without the eyes and connections of orbiting satellites, humanity was not merely disadvantaged. It was exposed, vulnerable to mistakes, misunderstandings, and the slow collapse of coordinated activity that civilization had long taken for granted. In some cities, people attempted to rely on old methods: printed maps, runners carrying messages, local radio broadcasts from stations barely operational. Yet these stopgap measures were inconsistent at best. In New York, block captains tried organizing neighborhoods with chalkboard notices and hand-delivered memos, only to find that some residents refused to comply, believing social media posts instead. "I don't care what the block captain says," one resident snapped. "I saw a live video that tells a different story." In Sao Paulo, bus drivers navigated without GPS, following memory and hunch, while transit supervisors attempted frantic phone chains that never connected consistently. Each small improvisation revealed the fragility of modern systems, and frustration turned quickly into fear, fear into anger, and anger into a kind of helpless resignation. The loss of satellite oversight created blind spots that extended beyond navigation or communication. Logistics chains collapsed as cargo containers could not be tracked reliably. Hospitals lost coordination for patient transport, and law enforcement could not confirm the location of units responding to emergencies. Markets reacted in real time to the perceived instability, commodities fluctuating wildly as uncertainty became a tradable factor. Citizens, sensing a gap between official statements and the reality on the ground, began forming informal groups to enforce curfews, patrol streets, or secure supplies, often clashing with authorities in chaotic bursts of misdirected enforcement. "You can't tell me to stay inside," shouted one man in a doorway. "I'm protecting my family," a local officer raised his hands in frustration. "We're trying, but we don't even know what's safe anymore." As hours turned into days, a global pattern emerged. Every attempt to stabilize systems highlighted just how interdependent and fragile they had become. One city's failure rippled outward, affecting neighbors, trade partners, and even distant regions that relied on satellite-based timing, navigation, or communication. Engineers, military officers, city officials, and ordinary people alike discovered that what had once seemed like robust infrastructure was only a thin layer of coordination, easily peeled away by the absence of orbital oversight. The consequences extended to personal lives as well. Families separated by stalled transportation, patients delayed in reaching medical care, and countless small tragedies that quietly compounded into a pervasive sense of disorder. By the end of the first week, the psychological toll mirrored the practical chaos. Citizens reported heightened anxiety, insomnia, and irritability as they struggled to reconcile conflicting reports with lived experience. Officers and emergency responders moved through the day in a constant state of alert, their judgment clouded by uncertainty. Engineers spent nights in dimly lit control rooms, checking and rechecking power grids and logistics channels that no longer responded predictably. Even small, Routine actions, like ordering groceries, catching a bus, or calling a family member, required constant vigilance and contingency planning. Every decision carried the shadow of a potential cascading failure, and every misstep felt amplified in the absence of reliable data. The erosion of coordination and trust left a stark reality. Humanity had built a civilization deeply reliant on tools and systems that no longer functioned as intended. Each disruption reinforced the fragility inherent in that dependence. Cities became experiments in improvisation and resilience, but with each passing hour, it became clear that improvisation could only delay the consequences rather than prevent them. Individuals, organizations, and governments all faced the same truth. The absence of satellites and orbital oversight had removed the scaffolding that held society's daily functions together, exposing human vulnerability on a scale never before experienced. By now, what was visible across the globe was not just technical failure but social fracture. Families argued over contradictory reports, neighbors doubted each other's accounts, and authorities struggled to assert any semblance of order. Panic buying, isolated riots, and sporadic vigilante enforcement became as much a part of life as electricity or transit once had been. Humanity's dependence on satellite systems, once invisible and unquestioned, had been made painfully tangible. Every blind spot became a potential crisis, every delayed message a source of conflict, and every disconnected node in the vast network of global civilization a reminder of just how exposed the world had become. The control room felt smaller than it had any right to be, the walls lined with dormant consoles and screens that flickered with intermittent life. Lena's eyes darted from one feed to the next, trying to absorb patterns where there were none. Each glitch, each frozen image, was a reminder that the threads holding the world together were fraying, unraveling in ways they could neither repair nor predict. Rajiv slumped in his chair, his hands pressing against his forehead as if he could physically hold the chaos at bay. "It's worse than anything I've ever imagined," he muttered. It's like the planet has just shrugged, and we're left holding the pieces." Emma leaned forward, tapping at a console that refused to respond, her frustration audible in the sharp click of her nails. "It's not just the technology," she said, voice tight. "Look at this. People are forming factions, ignoring orders, trying to enforce rules on their own. Neighborhoods in Sao Paulo are setting up barricades. In Berlin, residents are arguing over which streets are safe. Civilization isn't failing because satellites are gone. It's failing because trust is gone." "Trust?" Rajiv scoffed, spinning around to face her. "Trust went out the window the second the first GPS signal flickered. Now, even if we knew what to do, nobody would follow instructions without questioning every word." Lena rubbed her eyes and let out a long, shaky breath. I can't keep up. One minute New York is stable, the next half the city is dark. Flights grounded everywhere, trains stalled. People are blaming governments, engineers, maybe even aliens." Her voice broke slightly at the last word, a mix of disbelief and exhaustion. Emma stared at her, incredulous. "Aliens?" she said sharply. "No proof, none. Yet people are convinced they're behind this. Every forum, every live stream, someone's making it about extraterrestrials or some secret experiment." Rajiv shook his head, muttering, "Maybe that's the point. People need something to blame, anything. It makes the chaos feel like it has a face, even if it doesn't." Across the globe, feeds flickered to show neighborhoods in uproar. In Sao Paulo, armed citizens argued with local police over authority and curfews. Lena winced at the scene. Leaning closer. "They don't even know if they're protecting anything," she said quietly. "They just feel like they need to act, or the world will swallow them whole." Rajiv ran a hand through his hair, muttering, "And maybe they're right. Maybe no one has control anymore." A new alert blinked across one of the monitors, but it was scrambled, unreadable. Lena's brow furrowed. Every system, every report, it's broken. Alerts contradict each other. Maps don't match streets. We're trying to fight this with fragments of a world that no longer exist. Emma's voice dropped almost to a whisper. "It's like watching a slow-motion collapse of everything we've built, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Even if we had answers, humanity wouldn't be fast enough to act." Lena leaned back, staring at the screens with exhaustion in her eyes. "We're spectators, that's all, and the more we watch, the more helpless we feel. The world keeps spinning, and we're just here, trying to make sense of fragments." Rajiv shook his head. "No one's safe. Governments, Civilians, engineers, everyone. It doesn't matter who you are or what you know. This is bigger than any of us. Emma pressed her palms to her face. Look at this feed from Tokyo. People barricading streets, medical teams unable to reach patients. Power flickers every few blocks. And for what? What difference does any of it make? Lena's voice was hoarse. We thought we could control it all. Every flight, every shipment, every signal. And now we can't control anything at all. The illusion is gone. A moment of silence settled over them, broken only by the occasional ping of a scrambled alert or the low hum of a generator struggling to keep the control room barely alive. The monitors displayed the same pattern over and over. Chaotic streets, divided communities, hospitals running on emergency power, transportation networks at a standstill. Humanity was improvising, reacting, failing, and never quite succeeding. Emma finally spoke, her voice trembling. Do you think we'll ever get it back? Order. Lena shook her head slowly. Not like it was. We can stabilize pieces here and there. But the moment we rely on satellites or centralized systems again, we're back at square one. We can't predict it. We can't control it. And we can't trust anyone to hold things together. Not fully. Rajiv leaned forward, elbows on knees, voice low and almost hollow. We're at the mercy of whatever this is, and maybe that's worse than anything else. Realizing the planet, the systems, the networks, even society itself. None of it is ours to command anymore. They fell into another heavy silence, punctuated only by the flicker of feeds showing global unrest. Families in Rome argued over which emergency alerts to follow. In New Delhi, residents staged impromptu neighborhood watches, clashing with local authorities. Power grids in Los Angeles surged and cut. Hospitals relied on limited backups, and ships drifted aimlessly without navigation. Lena whispered, almost to herself, we thought we could master the world. But maybe the world just won't let us. Emma muttered, and the more we try, the more we realize it's not just technology that's failing. It's us, our systems, our trust, our ability to act collectively. It's all collapsing along with the satellites. Rajiv's voice was quiet, almost a growl. And the terrifying part is, we're not even at the worst of it yet. This is just the beginning. Every second without coordination, every blind spot, every miscommunication. It just compounds. People are exhausted. Officials are overwhelmed. Engineers are desperate. And there's no reset button. They watch the feeds in near silence, knowing that their inability to intervene extended across the globe. Every flicker, every frozen image, was a reminder. Humanity had relied on a scaffolding that no longer existed. Neighborhoods improvising defenses, governments issuing contradictory orders, transportation networks failing, hospitals scrambling. None of it could be trusted. Emma finally broke the silence again. It's like we've been puppets, and the strings just snapped. Lena shook her head, voice quiet but firm. More like we were never in control to begin with. And now, the world is showing us exactly how powerless we are. The hum of servers continued, the low buzz mingling with the sounds of distant reports, fractured video feeds, and sporadic alerts. Humanity's collective helplessness had been laid bare, the psychological weight settling into every corner of the planet. Broken signals, chaotic streets, empty grids, and people grasping at control that no longer existed. Everywhere, the stage was set for the next act, and no one had the ability to direct it. They sat there, eyes locked on the fragmented world before them, understanding fully that the threads of coordination were severed and the illusion of control, now utterly destroyed, left humanity facing the raw, unfiltered consequences of helplessness on a global scale. By the time the sun rose in some regions and set in others, there was no cheer, no relief. Only the relentless awareness that civilization had become a vast experiment in improvisation, each failure rippling outward, and every human being feeling the widening uncertainty pressing from every direction, suffocating, inescapable, and total. The operations center at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory was quieter than usual, but not for lack of activity. Engineers hovered over screens, fingers poised over keyboards, eyes darting between telemetry streams that refused to update. Sofia Alvarez rubbed her eyes and leaned closer to the console. Curie just stopped, she said, voice tight. There's no signal, no error codes, nothing. It's as if it never existed. Marcus Liu ran a hand through his hair, staring at the readouts. I've triple-checked the diagnostics. The last 3 transmissions show a standard heartbeat. Then, nothing. GPS fix? Gone. Camera feed? Gone. Environmental readings? Gone. We're blind. Sophia shook her head slowly, muttering, "We can't be. That's impossible. There's no natural cause that can selectively wipe a rover from orbit." Not just Curie, Ares too, and the orbiters. The room was thick with tension. Screens that usually displayed streams of data now blinked with the same message repeatedly. Signal lost. Engineers whispered to each other, cross-referencing logs, attempting commands that went unanswered. A silence settled between them, heavier than the hum of the servers, a growing dread that this was not a temporary failure but something far worse. Over at the European Space Agency, Dr. Henrik Olsen's team experienced a similar paralysis. Monitors that tracked the orbiters around Mars and Jupiter now displayed empty coordinates, the planets themselves appearing as silent, unmonitored spheres against the blackness of space. "All of the satellites," Henrik said slowly, almost in disbelief. "Every single one. We're completely blind." One of the young analysts, voice shaking, piped up. "Even the new Jupiter probe? The one we launched last year?" Henrik's jaw tightened. "Yes, all of them. Every asset we have around every planet. Gone. Just gone." Back in California, Sophia and Marcus tried every method they could think of to ping the rovers, to re-establish connection. Marcus's voice wavered when he spoke into the intercom. "Command sequences aren't responding. The instruments confirm nothing. It's like the rovers were erased from existence. We didn't lose communication. They don't exist." Sophia pressed a hand to her forehead, fighting a rising panic. "We prepared for malfunctions, Marcus. Solar flares, dust storms, hardware failures. But this? None of our contingency plans account for disappearing hardware. We're flying blind now." In observatories across Earth, astronomers scanned the skies, hoping for some sign, some anomaly, some evidence of where the technology might have gone. Telescopes trained on Mars and Jupiter showed the planets alone, unaccompanied by the orbiters humanity had sent. A murmur of disbelief passed through the rooms as scientists realized the scale. This was not a failure of one mission, or even one planet's infrastructure. Every single human-made asset in orbit had vanished. A junior astronomer at Mauna Kea, eyes wide, whispered to a colleague, "It's all gone. Every probe, every satellite. It's like we never launched anything." Her colleague shook his head. "How is that possible? We can see the planets, the stars, but nothing human-made. Every machine, every camera, every sensor just doesn't exist anymore." In mission rooms from Pasadena to Madrid, engineers tried to comprehend the ramifications. The instruments meant to track planetary weather, orbital conditions, and atmospheric composition were gone. Predictive modeling became meaningless. Telemetry that should have fed research for years into the future had evaporated. The sense of helplessness was suffocating. Sophia swiveled to face Marcus, her voice sharp but edged with exhaustion. "If they've disappeared from Mars, we need to check everything beyond Mars. All assets beyond Earth. Every probe, every orbiter, every interplanetary vehicle." Marcus stared at the console. "Frozen? You mean the outer planets, Kuiper Belt, interstellar missions?" "Yes," Sophia said, voice low and steady despite the panic rising in her chest. "If Curie and Ares are gone, nothing is safe. Nothing. We're blind across the solar system." A warning bell chimed on another console, and Marcus jumped. "Telemetry from the Jupiter orbiter? Gone. We just lost it too. And the satellites orbiting Mars. Every single one." Sophia swallowed, voice barely audible. "We're not just losing one mission. This is global, solar system-wide. Every piece of human-made technology in orbit is gone." From Earth-based observatories, scientists began to speak in hushed tones to their colleagues, the words trembling as they crossed continents. "The outer planets. Nothing we sent is visible. No signals, no orbiters. Everything we've launched just disappeared." At JPL, the team held an emergency meeting, the usually organized room now frantic. "If we can't reach Mars," Sophia said, looking around at her team, "we have to assume the same is happening to all missions further out. Jupiter, Saturn, even the deep space probes." A technician, voice cracking, asked, "Even Voyager? New Horizons? Anything that left the inner solar system?" Sophia's reply was grim. "Yes. If this is the same phenomenon, they're gone too. Every human-made object beyond Earth, erased. And we have no idea why. Outside the rooms of Mission Control, the world's public watched in horror as the news began trickling out. Headlines reported missing spacecraft, silence from Mars rovers, lost satellites around Jupiter. Social media was ablaze with speculation, theories ranging from catastrophic solar events to secretive government experiments, and, of course, the inevitable whispers of alien involvement, though no evidence supported it. People argued in comment threads and neighborhood forums, distrust spreading faster than factual reports could be corrected. In Pasadena, Sophia pressed her palms to her face and muttered to Marcus, "We're powerless. Not just here on Earth, but across the solar system. Every tool we built to reach beyond. Gone." Marcus's voice was hollow, and the worst part, we can't even comprehend what caused it. There's no precedent, no model, nothing. It's not a malfunction or a storm. It's disappearance. Sophia's eyes darted back to the monitors, now showing blank feeds where the rovers once reported tirelessly. All those years of preparation, every mission, every calculation, gone in an instant. Humanity's reach vanished. The room fell silent except for the quiet hum of backup generators and the occasional beep of consoles desperately trying to reconnect with voids in space. Outside, the sky remained the same, planets continuing their orbits as if nothing had changed, unaware of the human technology that had once traced them, observed them, and now simply did not exist. Sophia whispered, almost to herself, "We thought we could explore. We thought we could extend ourselves beyond Earth. But now, all we can do is watch an empty sky and realize how small, how fragile, how powerless we really are." Marcus didn't answer. He couldn't. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the blinking cursors of unresponsive consoles. Humanity's grasp on space, once a testament to ingenuity, had been erased. All that remained was an incomprehensible emptiness where technology had once extended human will across the solar system. Lena, Rajiv, and Emma would later see these reports, the flickering screens and dead telemetry streams, understanding for the first time that the phenomenon was not earthbound. The universe remained intact, but humanity's tools to measure, observe, and influence it were gone. Civilization was left blind, powerless, and exposed on a cosmic scale. At the European Space Agency's operations hub in Darmstadt, Dr. Elena Kovac sat slumped over a console, her fingers hovering above a keyboard that had been tapped more times than she could count in the last 2 hours. Every monitor she could see, every telemetry feed she tried to interpret, offered the same impossible truth: nothing. The probes they had launched into the outer solar system, probes that had traveled billions of kilometers over decades, were gone. "Check the signal again," she said to a junior analyst, her voice tight with disbelief. "Go through the entire relay log, every bit of telemetry for Cassini, Juno, New Horizons, every single probe we have in the outer planets and beyond. I don't care how long it takes." The analyst hesitated, glancing at the screens that had already begun flashing empty coordinates. "We've already gone through the logs, Dr. Kovac. Every probe, one by one. They're gone," Elena finished for him, her tone sharp, though her hands shook slightly as she typed commands in frustration. "They've disappeared, completely. From Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, everything beyond Mars. It's as if they were never launched." Around her, the operations room was a mixture of confusion, panic, and tense silence. Analysts whispered to each other in low voices, comparing data, trying to reconcile the absurdity before them. "New Horizons," one murmured. "What about the telemetry from Pluto?" Elena's eyes burned from staring at the empty graphs and blank feeds. "Nothing. The last signal came in months ago as scheduled. Then, nothing. No status update, no anomaly warning, nothing. It's gone. Every probe, past the asteroid belt, is gone." A senior engineer ran a hand through his hair, muttering, "This is impossible. Satellites, rovers, orbiters, deep space probes. We're talking about vehicles that operate independently, far beyond any earthbound systems. How can the same phenomenon reach all of them?" "It's not just reaching them," Elena said, leaning back in her chair, her voice rising despite the controlled tone she usually maintained in crises. "It's removing them, every single one. It's not a malfunction. It's erasure." The hum of deep space antennas filled the room, usually a reassuring sound, now a cruel reminder of absence. Engineers and mission analysts ran command sequences, sent ping signals, attempted diagnostics, anything that might reveal a flaw in the data. Nothing worked. Every console confirmed the same impossible reality. The probes were gone. A technician spoke up hesitantly, glancing at a screen that should have shown Voyager 2's trajectory through the heliosphere. It can't be coincidence. Voyager 2 should still be transmitting. We should still have telemetry. Elena cut him off, voice cold and taut. It doesn't matter what should happen. It isn't transmitting. None of them are. Every single probe beyond Mars, every deep space antenna we can reach, shows zero. Zilch. Nada. Gone. Whispers turned into low murmurings across the operations center. Analysts began comparing timelines, trying to identify patterns, to find any anomaly that could explain a failure localized to certain spacecraft. It started with the inner solar system, one young analyst said, almost to himself, Mars orbiters, Mars rovers, then Jupiter, but now Saturn, Pluto, the Kuiper Belt, nothing beyond. No exceptions. Another engineer leaned over a console. What about the interstellar probes? Voyager, New Horizons, Pioneer, are they? Olena's hand shot out, palm flat on the table. Yes, they're gone too. Every single one. We are blind past Earth orbit. We have no instruments, no sensors, no eyes in space. We're effectively cut off from monitoring the outer planets and interstellar space. There is nothing left to track. Nothing. A low, incredulous laugh came from the corner of the room, quickly silenced by the look Elena gave the engineer. This isn't funny, she snapped. Not joking, not theoretical, not hypothetical. It's happening. Every probe, every relay, every asset we built beyond Earth's orbit, removed. And we have no idea why. The room descended into a tense silence. Analysts stared at blank maps, plotted orbits, now ghostly lines ending in nowhere, instruments that had guided humanity's reach into the solar system now dead. Even seasoned engineers, veterans of missions spanning decades, exchanged looks that conveyed the same unspoken fear. They were witnessing something beyond comprehension. Elena rubbed her temples, struggling to breathe steadily. If even our outer system probes are gone, there's nothing safe anywhere. This isn't a localized failure. It's comprehensive, solar system-wide, and I don't even know how to process that yet. A junior analyst, voice trembling, ventured, could it be some kind of interference? A massive solar event? Or maybe a cosmic anomaly we haven't predicted? Elena shook her head. No. Solar flares, asteroid impacts, cosmic rays. None of these would selectively remove human-made objects while leaving natural bodies intact. The planets, moons, asteroids, they're all still there, orbiting like they always have. But everything we put in orbit, everything we sent to explore, gone. There's no precedent for this. None. In the corner, another engineer muttered, almost to himself, what about sabotage? Rogue some kind of cosmic hack? Elena closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them with a glare that stopped the speculation instantly. Do not, for 1 second, start thinking this is human interference. There's nothing alive on Earth or anywhere in orbit capable of this. It's something else, something we can't fight, something we can't understand yet. The team began logging every last piece of data they had before the disappearances, desperately trying to create a timeline, to find a clue, a starting point. Every hour that passed without a signal increased the tension. Analysts argued over the sequence of losses, hypothesizing, theorizing, sometimes shouting over each other in frustration. If it started with Mars, one said, then the inner planets, then Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. It's expanding. It's moving outward. It's not random. Another analyst responded quickly, voice sharp. Or maybe it's instantaneous. And we're only seeing the delay in reporting because of distance. It doesn't matter. Every probe past Earth is gone. Voyager, New Horizons, Juno, everything. Elena's voice was steadier now, cold with resolve. We track the timeline meticulously, but make no mistake, the phenomenon does not care about distance, mission success, or technological robustness. It does not discriminate. If it reaches a probe, it removes it. All of it. Every last instrument humanity sent beyond the inner solar system is now absent, erased as if it never existed. Outside the walls of the operations center, other space agencies began experiencing the same realization. Reports from NASA, JAXA, Roscosmos, and ISRO all confirmed the impossible. Every probe beyond Earth orbit, every deep space asset, unaccounted for. Commands sent across interplanetary distances failed to elicit a response. Telemetry arrays registered nothing. Not interference, not delay, not malfunction. Simply absence. Back in Darmstadt, Alina's colleague whispered, voice hoarse with disbelief, even the New Horizons Kuiper Belt flyby data. Everything prior to its disappearance is useless. We have no context anymore. We can't track anything. We can't validate anything. Alina's jaw tightened. Exactly. The work of decades, erased in an instant. All the measurements, the observations, the discoveries, gone. And this isn't just a technical problem. It's existential. Humanity's reach into space has been wiped clean. A pause fell over the room as the full magnitude of their loss sank in. Analysts slumped in chairs, murmuring names of missions as if saying them aloud might bring them back. Cassini, Voyager, Pioneer, New Horizons, Juno. Each one now a ghost. A young engineer finally spoke up, almost in a whisper. So, what do we do? Can we rebuild? Can we launch replacements? Alina shook her head slowly. We can try, but if the pattern holds, nothing we send will survive. This, whatever this is, it's selective, and we don't know the rules. It's not about technology, durability, or design. It's about removal. And it's already proven it doesn't matter how far from Earth a probe is, how sophisticated, or how independent. Nothing is safe. The room fell silent again. Each team member turned back to their screens, scanning for anything at all, that might have been missed. But the monitors remained empty. The probes, and with them decades of human achievement, were gone. The emptiness of space, once filled with the traces of human ingenuity, now stretched unbroken from Mars to the edge of the heliosphere. Alina sank into her chair, whispering to herself, we are blind. We are powerless. All of our instruments, all of our reach, erased. Humanity cannot observe the outer planets. We cannot monitor, we cannot predict, and we cannot defend. Marcus, from the control center in Pasadena, would later recount a similar sensation, staring at empty screens meant to track distant spacecraft, realizing that every human asset, from the inner planets to the Kuiper Belt, had vanished. It's one thing to lose a mission due to hardware failure or a solar storm, he said later. It's another to have the very existence of our machines removed entirely. The sky isn't ours anymore. It never was. Across observatories and mission centers worldwide, the psychological impact was immediate. Scientists who had spent decades tracking distant objects, analyzing planetary atmospheres, and sending instructions to vehicles billions of kilometers away now found their work erased. The certainty of scientific observation, an axiom of human progress, had been stripped away. A senior analyst at ESA finally broke the silence, voice shaking. So, nothing beyond Mars can be trusted. There's no telemetry, no monitoring, no way to know what's happening out there. And if we thought the inner solar system was bad, this means everything else is exposed. Alina nodded slowly, grim and silent for a moment. It's not just the P-14 PT robes. It's the principle. Humanity's ability to extend itself into space, to explore, to measure, to understand. Nullified. We're powerless, not just on Earth, but everywhere beyond it. The realization spread quickly among space agencies. No system, no matter how remote, no matter how independent, was immune. Every probe, every satellite, every deep space experiment beyond Earth orbit had vanished. The phenomenon was not local, it was systemic, solar system-wide, and selective. And the emptiness left in its wake was total, leaving humanity unable to look beyond its own planet without fear, uncertainty, and the gnawing knowledge that everything built beyond Earth was now gone. The International Coordination Meeting was supposed to be the moment humanity's remaining space agencies could rally together, assess what assets were left, and decide on a path forward. But as Henrik Olsen stared at the grainy, jittering video feed from the European Space Agency conference room, he realized the scope of the problem was far greater than anyone had imagined. We can't even get a stable connection, he muttered, swiping at a touchscreen that flickered between frames of the director from JAXA and a muted feed from NASA. Every signal we're receiving is delayed, corrupted, or missing entirely. How are we supposed to coordinate anything under these conditions? Priya Desai, sitting across from him, leaned forward, frustration etched into every line of her face. We prioritize what we can track, she said sharply. Mars rovers, orbital satellites around Earth and the Moon. Those are still functional, or at least some of them. That's what we focus on. Trying to coordinate beyond that is pointless if we have no telemetry. Henrik's jaw tightened. Pointless? Priya, this is the last chance to establish a semblance of order. If we can't communicate now, if we can't agree on priorities, then everything we've built collapses. Every mission, every asset, it's at risk. All of it. Priya shook her head. I understand the stakes, but you're talking about allocating resources based on incomplete or unreliable data. Look at this feed, she said, tapping the display. The Mars orbiters we thought were stable? Half of them aren't reporting accurately, and the deep space antennas are overloaded. If we try to make decisions on this, we'll make the wrong call. Henrik's voice rose, carrying through the quiet of the makeshift international conference. Wrong calls, Priya. The calls we make now are going to be wrong no matter what. The satellites, the probes, they're vanishing. One by one. If we sit here arguing about which signal to trust, we're wasting precious time. On the other side of the digital table, Dr. Kenji Mori from JAXA finally spoke, his voice steady but edged with exasperation. Henrik is right. The phenomenon is not selective based on importance or distance. Our assets in Earth orbit, Mars orbit, even beyond the Kuiper belt, they all face the same risk. We need a coordinated plan, or we will lose everything. But what plan? Priya asked, leaning back and pinching the bridge of her nose. Without observation, without confirmation of what's still operational, what can we actually plan? Do we launch backups? Try to consolidate remaining resources? None of it matters if the next asset we send disappears instantly. A murmur of agreement ran through the other feeds. Elena Kovach's face appeared in one frame, eyes wide behind thick glasses. We're blind beyond a few thousand kilometers, she said quietly. We don't have sensors, telemetry, nothing. I've been running simulations for the past 24 hours, trying to anticipate the pattern, but there's nothing predictable. And if we can't predict it, then we can't prepare for it. Henrik rubbed his forehead, frustrated and exhausted. And yet we must try. Even if it's futile, we cannot do nothing. This is humanity's presence in space we're talking about. Every probe, every satellite, every rover out there, it's our reach into the universe. We can't just surrender it because it's inconvenient. Priya's reply was sharp, almost bitter. Convenient. You think this is about convenience? This is about survival, intellectual survival, if nothing else. We can't risk losing the few functioning assets we still have by chasing ghosts or chasing nothing at all. In the background, analysts and engineers from the various agencies whispered to each other, checking lists, comparing feeds, double-checking coordinates. Frustration, fear, and fatigue radiated off the screen. One junior analyst from NASA muttered under his breath, everything's compromised. Every asset, every plan. It's all just gone. Henrik's tone hardened. We're not going to solve this by panicking. We need priorities. We need redundancy plans. Even if they're imperfect. We need to divide what we have left among agencies. Make sure someone is responsible for monitoring what's still up there. Elena Kovach's face flushed with emotion. Responsible? For what? We can't even confirm what's still operational. Half of our Earth satellites are giving inconsistent data. Our deep space antennas pick up static. And even if something responds, there's no guarantee it will stay. This is not about resource allocation. This is about contingency planning in a vacuum. Literally. And it feels like we're trying to catch air. Priya threw her hands up. Exactly. And that's why arguing about who monitors what is pointless. We don't know what's left. Everything is vulnerable. The moment we rely on orbital or deep space assets, we're at risk of losing them again. Henrik leaned back, exhaling slowly, and his gaze swept across the grainy video feeds. So we all agree, it's a systemic failure. No asset is safe. Everything is at risk. We can't trust predictive models. We can't trust orbital data. We can't trust our own sensors. We're exposed. From the corner of one feed, a younger engineer, barely 25, spoke hesitantly. Then, are we just waiting? Just watching as everything disappears? Elena Kovach's lips pressed together. That's what it feels like. Watching as we lose control of the system we built. And it's not just hardware. It's our confidence, our procedures, our ability to understand the universe. Every probe gone, every satellite gone, every plan we make, at risk. We can't even model it anymore. Another director from the Indian Space Research Organization interjected with urgency. If we wait, we lose. If we act without reliable data, we may also lose. There is no winning scenario. We need to communicate redundancies, assign whatever assets remain, and prepare for immediate loss if necessary. Priya's voice cracked slightly. We can't even assign assets properly. We don't know which ones are still functional. Half of our Earth-observing satellites are reporting. The others aren't. We have no confirmation of Jupiter orbiters, none of the outer planet missions. This isn't coordination. It's improvisation under total uncertainty. Henrik's frustration boiled over. Then improvisation is all we have. If we sit here debating semantics, everything is gone before we finish the argument. We assign the assets we can, we track them the best we can, we note priorities, and we hope. That is all we can do. On another feed, a Spanish engineer whispered, almost to herself, Hope. Hope is the only thing left. Elena Kovacs shook her head slowly. Hope is thin. We're watching humanity's reach into space vanish, and no measure we take will guarantee anything. Every attempt to control what's left is exposed to the same phenomenon. And that's the terrifying part. Even the most isolated, most independent asset is not immune. Priya finally spoke, voice subdued but resolute. Then we have to accept that we're trying to operate under impossible conditions. We act on what little we can verify, we share what data we have, and we prepare for loss. And we document everything, so that if, somehow, the pattern changes, we're ready. Henrik nodded slowly, exhausted. And the collective realization? Every agency, every director, every scientist on this call must understand that the problem is universal. All human-made technology in space, Earth orbit, deep space, interplanetary, is vulnerable. We have no safe zone. No exceptions. The room fell silent, the weight of that acknowledgement pressing down on every participant. The digital connections flickered again, some feeds dropping entirely, others freezing mid-frame. The impossibility of coordination mirrored the impossibility of understanding the phenomenon itself. Alina's voice was barely audible. We've spent decades mastering this infrastructure, designing satellites, rovers, orbiters, deep space probes, all with meticulous care. And now, everything is at risk, and we have no recourse. None. Nothing. From the corner, a young analyst, barely keeping composure, whispered, Are we just powerless? Priya and Henrik exchanged a long, hard look. Priya spoke first, quietly but firmly. Yes, that's what it feels like. Every control, every predictive model, every contingency plan. Meaningless. We're operating in a vacuum of knowledge. And for the first time, humanity is forced to confront the possibility that we cannot predict, cannot control, and cannot protect anything beyond Earth. Not satellites, not probes, not our presence in space. All of it is vulnerable. Henrik exhaled slowly, the video feeds reflecting the faint light in the room across tired, worried faces. We adapt where we can. We plan for loss, we act with caution, and we accept that the universe is indifferent to our systems. That's the only course left. A pause followed, as if the room collectively drew in a breath that none could release. The silence was heavy, punctuated only by the static from failing feeds and the occasional low murmur of analysts checking systems that no longer offered assurance. Elena finally whispered, almost to herself, It's not just a technical problem anymore. It's existential. Every human-made asset in space is now exposed, and we can do nothing to shield them. Nothing. And the psychological weight of that. It's crushing. Outside the walls of every space agency conference room across the globe, the same truth settled in. Directors argued, scientists whispered, analysts frantically plotted, and mission teams faced the incomprehensible. The phenomenon did not discriminate. It was total, indiscriminate, and universal. And humanity's fragile network of technology and coordination, stretched across planets and billions of kilometers, was completely vulnerable. By the time the call ended, no solution had been reached, no hope had been restored, and the participants were left with a single, undeniable fact. In space, as on Earth, humanity had no safe infrastructure, no reliable oversight, and no guarantee of control. Coordination had failed, and the realization spread like wildfire among the agencies. Everything they had built, everything humanity had reached for beyond the planet, was at the mercy of a force they could neither predict nor resist. In the ESA operations hall, the low hum of emergency generators and the occasional ping of failing monitors were the only sounds breaking the tense silence. Dr. Elena Kovac sat hunched over her console, hands pressed against her face, staring at the void where telemetry should have been streaming in from a distant Kuiper Belt probe. She could still feel the echo of excitement from the day they launched it, the hope of finally imaging the distant dwarf planets, of studying the icy bodies that had intrigued scientists for decades. Now, every bit of that work had vanished, as though it had never existed. "Gone," muttered her colleague, Marco Silva, barely audible over the room's hum. His eyes were wide, and his voice trembled. "Everything. Gone. All of it. I ran the simulations 3 times, checked the feeds, and nothing responds." Elena shook her head, swallowing hard. "It's not just Kuiper Belt probes, Marco. Mars orbiters, Jupiter satellites, even Earth observation platforms. We've lost them all, or at least, they're gone to us. We have nothing to track, nothing to measure, nothing to rely on." Across the room, engineers huddled in clusters, speaking in low, frantic tones, trying to make sense of the blank screens, the missing signals. Some checked mission logs. Others scrambled to reroute power or cross-reference communications, but every effort was met with the same emptiness. No signals, no responses, no confirmation that any human-made technology beyond Earth remained functional. "I don't understand," whispered a young engineer, barely 25, his fingers trembling as he tapped at a monitor. "We designed these systems to be redundant." "Redundant?" Satellites, probes, deep space relays. Even if one failed, the others would compensate. How is it all gone?" Dr. Henrik Olsen, normally composed and methodical, ran a hand through his hair and leaned against a workstation. His voice, when he finally spoke, was low and weary. "This isn't just a system failure. This isn't a software bug or a design flaw. This is something else entirely. Something we've never accounted for. And we're realizing, painfully, that we're not equipped to deal with it." Priya Desai paced the floor, phone pressed to her ear as she spoke to a director in India. "Yes, I understand your point. But how can we even confirm what's still operational if nothing reports? No telemetry, no signal, nothing. We can assign resources, sure, but what's the point if the next asset we touch disappears instantly?" The room had become a landscape of despair. Engineers leaned over consoles, their bodies tense, their eyes red from hours of sleepless monitoring. Analysts scribbled calculations onto whiteboards, only to erase them moments later when gaps in data made every number meaningless. Teams who had spent decades nurturing spacecraft, refining missions, and predicting orbital behavior were now facing an existential reckoning. Their life's work could vanish in an instant, erased from the solar system with no explanation. Alina's voice broke the oppressive quiet. "Do you know what it feels like to watch 30 years of work vanish? To see decades of planning, of precision engineering, of human ingenuity, disappear in the blink of an eye? And we can't even grieve properly, because the next satellite could vanish while we're thinking about it." A junior mission analyst whispered, barely audible, "It's like everything we believed in, everything we thought we controlled, it's just gone. We've spent lifetimes building a presence in space, and now it's nothing." Voices rose as arguments began to flare. Assignments that were normally routine became battlegrounds. Engineers accused colleagues of overlooking potential failures. Directors argued over which remaining assets to prioritize and who had the authority to make critical decisions. Even trusted teams fractured under the psychological strain. Henrik slammed his palm against the console. "Stop blaming each other. We are all facing the same impossible situation. No one caused this, no one can fix it, and we don't have the resources to predict it. The moment we start pointing fingers, we waste what little energy we have left." Priya's reply was curt, sharp, and exhausted. "And yet blame is natural. Henrik, fear is natural. We're humans, not machines. We've invested everything into these missions, and now we're watching the evidence of our work disappear." Of course people are lashing out. Of course tempers are flaring. Elena, still at her console, muttered, And while we argue, the public sees nothing but our failure. Every press release we issue is ignored or doubted. Every explanation we offer is twisted or rejected. Humanity's trust in its ability to explore, to control, to understand. It's evaporating in real time. On screens around the room, news feeds flashed images of reporters in front of empty observatories, engineers shaking their heads at desolate launch pads, and stock markets reacting wildly to the loss of data. Panic, confusion, and fear rippled through the public consciousness faster than any broadcast could calm it. A communications officer spoke hesitantly. Social media is exploding. Every theory, every rumor about what's happening in space is spreading like wildfire. Some people are blaming rogue governments. Others blame aliens. Some think it's a malfunction in the sun's magnetic field. There's no evidence for any of it, but people don't care. They just want answers, and we have none. Henrik rubbed his eyes, exhaling deeply. And the truth is, there aren't any answers. Not yet. We've reached the limit of what humanity can control in space. We've overestimated our reach, our predictability. Every asset, every mission, vulnerable, completely exposed. Priya sank into a chair, burying her face in her hands. Do you realize what this means for exploration? Decades of progress, obliterated. Probes that were centuries away from revealing new worlds, gone. The scientific breakthroughs we counted on, nullified. All because something removed the infrastructure we depended on. And there's no way to stop it. No protocol, no contingency plan. No manual that covers this. Elena glanced around at the weary faces, her voice trembling. We're watching the fragility of our civilization rid across the solar system. Every probe, every satellite, every piece of hardware we launched with hope and care, gone. And there's nothing left to catch it, nothing left to replace it. It's like the universe itself is reminding us how small and powerless we are. A young engineer whispered, voice breaking, all this work, all our years. For what? To be erased without a trace? Priya's answer was almost a hiss, a mix of frustration and despair. Exactly. And that's the hardest part. It's not just technical. It's institutional. It's psychological. We're losing faith in our own systems, our own abilities, our own judgment. And if we can't trust ourselves, what hope do we have of convincing anyone else that anything is still salvageable? Alina's eyes filled with tears. Every institution we've built, every agency, every program, its credibility is evaporating along with the satellites. People are afraid, yes. But worse, they're realizing how utterly vulnerable we are, and fear spreads faster than any mission ever could. Henrik's voice softened slightly, betraying the weariness beneath his authority. We've always thought that knowledge and technology gave us power. That by building, exploring, calculating, we could master space. But what we're seeing now, it's a humbling lesson. We're not masters. Not yet. Not even close. And the sooner we accept that, the sooner we can at least manage the situation. However hopeless it seems. For hours, the team remained in that half-lit room, moving between consoles and blank screens, whispering, arguing, and occasionally sobbing in frustration. Every disappearing probe and satellite became a reminder of the human cost, the despair of engineers, the sleepless nights of analysts, the breakdown of trust in institutions, and the gnawing fear that humanity's dreams of space were now fragile, impermanent, and exposed to forces they could not comprehend. Outside, the world reacted. News channels scrambled for explanations. Social media churned with speculation. And even the most experienced scientists were forced to confront an uncomfortable reality. Human technology, even in the cold vacuum of space, was not untouchable. Every advance, every success, every carefully orchestrated mission was subject to the whims of a phenomenon that defied comprehension. By the end of the day, ESA's halls were quiet. Engineers leaned against walls, staring at black monitors. Analysts stared at empty feeds, seeing decades of achievement vanish. Directors debated quietly over what could be salvaged, but the collective realization was unavoidable. Humanity's ability to explore, control, or even monitor space had been effectively nullified. And the psychological weight of that truth pressed down on everyone in the room. Elena finally whispered, almost to herself, "We can't fix this. We can't replace what's gone. We can't even predict what's next. All we can do is watch, and hope we survive the consequences." Henrik placed a hand on her shoulder, voice quiet, "And even hope is fragile. But it's all we have. We can document, we can observe, we can try to understand, but control, that's gone. And the sooner we accept that, the sooner we can start thinking about surviving it. The lights dimmed further as the night deepened. Outside, telescopes pointed at the heavens offered no solace. Their lenses captured nothing that had not already been erased. The once orderly, meticulously maintained network of humanity's presence in space had dissolved in an instant, leaving scientists and engineers with a profound, humbling, and terrifying clarity. The universe was indifferent to human ambition, and the fragility of all human enterprise had been exposed in stark, unyielding terms. The monitors in the observation room flickered erratically, streams of black and gray where telemetry should have streamed. Lena sat in the center, leaning forward, her elbows on her knees, staring at the disappearing blips that once represented human-made probes across the solar system. Rajiv hovered behind her, rubbing his temples, eyes darting between screens that no longer held the information they were meant to. Emma stood at the far console, tapping her fingers nervously as reports of vanished rovers, orbiters, and deep space instruments scrolled endlessly past. "This can't be happening," Rajiv muttered, voice low. "I mean, everything we've tracked, every probe we've ever sent beyond Earth, it's gone. Even Voyager." "Lena, Voyager is gone. 30 years in space, and just like that, erased." Lena swallowed hard, staring at the feeds showing scattered mission control centers across the globe, all grappling with the same emptiness. "It's not just Voyager or the rovers. It's everything, Rajiv. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the Kuiper Belt, all gone. We thought maybe deep space would be safe. We thought maybe the outer planets would remain a fortress for human technology. But nothing is safe. None of it." Emma's voice trembled. "It's the scale, the scope. We're talking solar system-wide, and it isn't just satellites or probes in orbit. It's every piece of human infrastructure beyond this planet. We've been blind the entire time, watching our networks collapse without knowing what hit them." Lena's fingers hovered over the console as she scrolled through a map showing vanished missions. "Look at this," she said, voice tight. "These dots, these used to be communication relays, scientific outposts, satellites. Now they're just nothing. Erased. Blank space where human effort once existed." Rajiv shook his head, pacing the room. "And no one has an explanation. ESA, NASA, ISRO, CNSA. All of them are scrambling. Every agency in the world is calling for meetings, but there's nothing to coordinate. No satellites, no telemetry, no data to base decisions on. We're all just staring into the void." Emma pressed a hand to her forehead, letting out a long sigh. "And the public, they're seeing this too. Social media is exploding with theories, rogue AI, alien interference, government experiments. None of it makes sense, and yet people are terrified because the reality is worse. Humanity is powerless. We've been stripped of the tools we thought made us capable, made us strong, and we're naked out here in space." Lena leaned back, rubbing her eyes. "Do you understand what that means? It's not just a failure of hardware. It's a failure of civilization's confidence. Every mission we've launched, every plan we've made for exploration or survival beyond Earth, it's all vulnerable to something we can't see, can't touch, can't fight. We've always assumed space was ours to understand, to control, but apparently it isn't." Rajiv's voice dropped to a whisper, almost to himself. "And if it's true beyond our solar system, if this is some phenomenon that doesn't care about distance or technology, what's stopping it from eventually affecting Earth itself in ways we can't predict?" Emma flinched at the thought. "Don't even say that, Rajiv. Don't think about what that implies. If even our outer space assets are erased, if every system we've relied on to measure, monitor, and communicate beyond this planet is gone, then yes, nothing is untouchable. Not satellites, not probes, not even Mars rovers. We're exposed, completely." A silence settled over the room, heavy and suffocating. Lena finally spoke, voice low and measured. "Do you remember when we first started tracking these anomalies near Saturn? We thought it was localized, a glitch, a software failure, something human-made. And now," she let the words trail off, staring at the darkened screens. "Now we see it's not just local, it's systematic. It's everywhere we've sent our technology. And no one knows why, no one knows how, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Rajiv rubbed his hands across his face. I keep thinking we could just double check. Maybe a backup somewhere. Maybe a misread signal. Maybe nothing. Lena interrupted, her voice almost shaking. There's no maybe. The evidence is right in front of us. And if there's no human-made instrument left to observe, then what are we? We're blind. We've relied entirely on machines, on satellites, on probes to extend our senses beyond Earth. And now all of that is gone. Every calculation we've made, every orbit we've plotted, every prediction. Useless. Emma moved to the main console, bringing up feeds from news outlets around the globe. Governments are trying to reassure the public, but it's not working. People don't trust the explanations, because there is no explanation. They see the disappearances. They see the gaps, and they know, just like we do, that we are powerless. Fear is spreading faster than any signal ever could. A junior analyst whispered, almost to herself, I never thought it would feel like this, like watching the world just collapse silently. Not explosions, not wars, just empty space where our work used to be. Lena nodded slowly. Yes, and that's the worst part. It's not a disaster we can fight with tools or manpower. There's no containment, no fire to put out, no debris to clear. It's an absence, a void. And we're all inside it, staring at nothing, knowing that every human achievement beyond this planet has been removed, systematically and completely. Rajiv leaned against the console, voice tight. And the implications, beyond science, beyond technology. Humanity thought space made us powerful, that it gave us control, that it gave us foresight. But look at us, we're just fragile, tiny, vulnerable. Our institutions, our confidence, our perception of safety, it's all an illusion. We've been exposed for what we are. Emma's hands clenched on the console. And now every decision, every plan, every protocol, they're meaningless. We can't predict anything. We can't control anything. We can only watch and hope we survive whatever comes next. A long pause filled the room, the weight of collective helplessness pressing down on everyone present. Lena finally whispered, almost to herself, we believed in our reach, our knowledge, our power. And now, it's clear how little of that was real. The universe is intact, yes, but our technology, our scaffolding, gone, erased. And with it, our ability to interact with it safely or effectively. Rajiv broke the silence, voice trembling. So what do we do? What can anyone do? Elena, who had been observing quietly from a corner station, finally spoke, her voice low and measured. We document, we observe, we survive. There's nothing else. Every asset we thought was untouchable has vanished. Everything else is just waiting for the next disappearance. The only thing left is to accept our fragility and hope we're not next. The room fell silent again. Outside, the feeds showed empty mission control centers, abandoned telescopes, and blacked-out displays across the world. The realization spread, unspoken but unanimous. Humanity was blind in the cosmos, powerless to monitor, explore, or control any of its once-reaching technology. Civilization had extended its reach to the planets, the asteroids, the Kuiper Belt, and now it had been systematically erased, leaving only people staring into the void, vulnerable and exposed. Lena finally stood, voice steady despite exhaustion. We need to prepare ourselves for what comes next. Not to control it, not to stop it, but to survive it. This is bigger than any mission, bigger than any agency, bigger than all of us. And for the first time, I think, we all understand just how fragile we are. Rajiv sank into a chair, looking at the blank screens. Fragile and powerless. There's nothing left to defend, nothing left to observe. And yet, we're still here. Emma pressed her palm to the console, staring at a monitor that had once tracked a probe now vanished. And being here is all that matters. For now, until the next disappearance. The three of them sat in silence, the room dim and quiet, save for the occasional flicker of a dead feed. Beyond the walls of the observatory, the solar system stretched on, vast and indifferent, planets turning in the darkness. Every human-built object had vanished, every mission erased. Civilization was blind, powerless, and exposed, and the universe carried on as if nothing had ever existed. And somewhere, beyond the farthest orbit, the void waited. Not for humanity, not against humanity, just indifferent, All that remained was the knowledge of absence, the realization of vulnerability, and the weight of a civilization stripped bare. Humanity had reached for the stars, and now it could only stare into emptiness, waiting to see what came next. The first indication came as a subtle shift in the observations from Chile's Cerro Paranal Observatory. Dr. Elena Kovacs leaned over the console, watching the sweeping radar beams trace the expected paths of Earth's satellites. Nothing. No glints of light, no reflections, no moving objects in the geostationary belt or low Earth orbit. She frowned, fingers hovering over the keyboard. There must be a calibration error, she muttered. The radar operator glanced nervously at her, hesitating. I've run the diagnostics 3 times. Everything is normal. The orbit is empty. Alina's heart hammered as she initiated optical scans. The telescope lenses swept across the usual bands of satellites. Communications, weather, reconnaissance, research. The field was void, black, absolute nothingness. Repeat it. Again, she said, voice strained. Hours passed as the scans were repeated from observatories in Hawaii, Norway, and South Africa. Each one confirmed the same terrifying truth. Earth's orbit had been completely purged. In the European Space Agency control room, Simon Calder replayed the decades of satellite tracking logs alongside Priya Desai. Every line of data, the arcs marking the passage of countless spacecraft, vanished as if they had never existed. It's retroactive, Simon whispered, staring at the disappearing charts. Every record, every path, it's gone. All of it. Priya's hands trembled as she reached for her tablet. How is that even possible? How does something erase reality itself, not just the object? Technicians glanced at each other, eyes wide, breathing shallow. The consoles blinked in a rhythm that had once represented life and function, now signaling null. Amelia, a junior engineer, whispered, I thought I was looking at a system crash. But this is different. Everything is gone. Across the globe, amateur astronomers uploaded live feeds showing nothing but empty skies. Media outlets broadcast the confirmation worldwide. Humanity could no longer deny the reality. Orbit was gone. Every communication, weather, and navigation satellite had vanished, leaving Earth blind and exposed. Colonel Isaac Thornton sat in a military command center, staring at radar screens, once filled with blips representing aircraft and orbital assets. Now the displays were blank. We're blind, he muttered to his aides. Every sector we monitored, gone. No coverage, no recon, no warning. If anything moves up there, we won't see it. Panic laced his words, though he tried to maintain composure. His aides exchanged nervous glances, each aware that their strategic awareness had evaporated in minutes. Mayor Rafael Ortega attempted to coordinate aviation and shipping in Mexico City, issuing instructions for grounded fleets and paused air traffic. We have to rely on terrestrial systems, he barked into the phone, voice rising in frustration. We have no orbital coordination. GPS is offline. Communication relays are gone. How do you manage planes without satellites? His aide tried to respond, but Ortega's tension snapped over the static of an intermittent line. Just do your best. That's all we can do. Engineers Hiro Tanaka, Dr. Sofia Alvarez, and Clara Ruiz in Tokyo and Madrid realized no terrestrial system could compensate. Ground-based radars, inertial navigation, and old-school radio triangulation were insufficient for global-scale management. We are powerless, Hiro said, voice tight. Every method we relied upon was built around orbital infrastructure. Without it, everything fails. Clara shook her head. We can't even calculate trajectories reliably. Not for aircraft, not for satellites. Everything depends on orbit, and orbit is gone. Control rooms fell silent. The hum of servers was replaced by the anxious tapping of fingers on desks, the quiet muttering of staff, the occasional frustrated exclamation as another scan failed. Lena Morales, Rajiv Singh, and Emma Chen monitored the global network of reports, their hands shaking as they attempted futile sweeps of every frequency and wavelength. Lena whispered, almost to herself, every probe, every satellite, every spacecraft, erased. The astronauts, Rajiv, even they are gone from orbit. Rajiv's voice cracked. How do you process that? How do you explain humans disappearing from space without a trace? What do you tell anyone? Emma's eyes were wide, scanning feeds showing technicians hyperventilating, muttering, collapsing. You can't explain it, she said softly. There's nothing to explain. There's no data. Nothing remains to give context. We're facing absence itself. In mission control rooms around the world, psychologists were called in as staff began to break down. Some screamed. Some wept silently. Others refused to leave, clutching monitors as if their presence could reverse the erasure. One ESA analyst muttered, "It's like the universe has pulled the rug out from under us," and is laughing. Conspiracy theories spread faster than the reality itself. Social media exploded with wild speculation, alien intervention, rogue AI, secret government experiments, even cosmic punishment. None had proof, no telemetry, no recordings, no images remained. Yet humanity clung to them, as though believing in causation, even imaginary, might restore some sense of understanding. In Los Angeles, the collapse of navigation, communication, and transportation networks became immediately evident. Air traffic controllers stared at black screens, unable to guide grounded planes. Shipping fleets drifted unmonitored across the oceans. Military logistics became meaningless as radar coverage had vanished, leaving commanders unsure of troop movements and equipment positions. Leon Choi, documenting the chaos, moved through jammed streets and silent airports. "People don't know what to do," he reported, voice weary. "They panic, they wait, they argue. Humanity has been rendered incapable of understanding its own sky." Utilities faltered in tandem. Power grids, which had relied on satellites for demand monitoring and grid balancing, misaligned and failed. Cities plunged into darkness, leaving residents scrambling for alternatives. Hospitals struggled with generators and manual monitoring, while emergency services had to revert to ground-level coordination without centralized awareness. Engineers cursed. Technicians frantically rerouted supplies, and yet every action felt like a drop in the ocean. Journalists broadcast these crises as visual proof of humanity's vulnerability. "We've built a civilization dependent on what we cannot see, cannot touch, cannot directly control," Choi remarked during a live feed. "And now the very tools that made us powerful are gone." In observatories attempting to scan beyond the solar system, the horror intensified. Radio telescopes in New Mexico, optical arrays in Chile, and long baseline interferometers across Europe all reported nothing. No stars, no galaxies, no cosmic background signals. Humanity had lost the ability to observe not just orbit, but the universe beyond. Dr. Kovacs and her team stared at the blank displays, decades of exploration reduced to a void. Lena, Rajiv, Emma, Simon, and Priya watched helplessly as the cosmos became unknowable. "I've never felt so small," Lena whispered. "Not powerless, but non-existent. Our instruments, our eyes, our reach into space, gone. All of it. The universe is still here, but it's turned its back on us." Rajiv's voice was hoarse. "And the worst part, it doesn't care. No threat, no enemy, no intelligence. It just is, indifferent, omnipotent." Emma pressed a hand to the console. "Every probe, every satellite, every observation, erased. And we are left with nothing but the memory of what we once could do. The universe itself has become unreachable. Our species is blind, deaf, and exposed. And for the first time, we understand how truly fragile we are." The psychological toll was total. Control rooms were filled with the quiet whine of failed machinery, the occasional shuffling of feet, muttered prayers, or whispered conversations between colleagues trying to reassure each other against impossible odds. Panic mingled with awe, despair intertwined with disbelief. Cities, agencies, and individuals alike felt the enormity of helplessness. Humanity had been stripped of its scaffolding in orbit, and with it, the illusion of mastery. In New York, lights flickered across the skyline, sending citizens into the streets as cellular networks struggled to compensate for lost infrastructure. In Mumbai, traffic ground to a halt, while emergency services improvised with messenger systems and runners. In Sydney, military units deployed with incomplete information, unsure whether they were defending vital points or chasing shadows. Every action, every plan, every attempt to exert control was confronted with the impossible. The entire infrastructure of observation and coordination beyond Earth was gone. In Tokyo, Hiro Tanaka stood with Sofia Alvarez, watching displays that had once tracked interplanetary missions. "Do you realize what this means?" Hiro asked, voice strained. "Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, all our probes, erased. It's not just orbit. It's the entire solar system. There's nothing left to measure, nothing left to know. Sophia shook her head, tears welling. All our work, our years of study, our plans for exploration, gone. We're powerless. Command centers across the globe communicated by fragmented terrestrial channels, but even these efforts were barely coherent. Orders were delayed, misunderstood, and contradicted almost immediately. Military leaders tried to project authority. Mayors and governors attempted to coordinate emergency response. Yet all were hamstrung by a simple, terrifying fact. There was nothing above Earth to guide them. The sky was a void, the universe silent, and human technology had been systematically erased. As hours bled into days, humanity's collective psyche began to fracture. Anxiety, despair, paranoia, and awe coalesced into a single experience shared across continents. Technicians refused to leave their stations. Analysts muttered about cosmic punishment or malevolent forces. Families argued over the credibility of emergency instructions. Citizens barricaded themselves in homes, unsure whether to trust official channels or rumors that seemed more consistent. Through it all, Lena, Rajiv, Emma, Simon, Priya, and Dr. Kovac continued to monitor feeds, recheck scans, and confirm the emptiness of orbit and beyond. "We've lost everything," Simon said quietly, "and we have no way to get it back. Not satellites, not probes, not even our ability to see the stars properly. We're blind." "Blind," Lena echoed. "And that's the reality we have to live with. The universe is intact, yes, but humanity is severed from it. Our technology, our reach, our perception, gone. Nothing remains but our own helplessness and the infinite void above us." Across the globe, every observatory, every command center, every city faced the same truth. Panic mingled with awe, despair intertwined with incredulity. Civilization, as it had relied on orbital technology for centuries, had been stripped bare. Humanity had reached for the stars, and now, staring into the infinite, found itself powerless and exposed. Above, Emma whispered, almost to herself, "The void is infinite, and the universe itself has turned its back on Earth." The room fell silent. Monitors flickered once more before dimming to black. Outside, the night sky stretched wide, indifferent. Humanity, fragile. Thanks for listening. Like, subscribe, comment or review, and tell your friends if you liked it. All my books are available from Amazon and other book retailers. Buy an ebook and show your support.